Africa is doing for them, they need to reciprocate. It's very astonishing to note that Africa has 30% in terms of the entire wealth of the world, resources, everything, and the richest country in the world happens to be Congo, DR Congo. Yes, the richest country in the world. It has been, the valuation has come to be more than $100 trillion in terms of what it has. But it's one of the poorest countries in the world. I think that the aspect of us as human beings living together must change. For the world to be a better place, I think, God has made us, not in a segregative way, but in a way that we respect His work. And spirituality, comes from everywhere. Even in history, looking at it, when even our friends from the West came here and said they wanted to help us to better understand Christianity, Christendom, the people from the Arab world came here and said they wanted to expand Islam, for us to know and and have a life hereafter. But those things must be manifested in what we see. So I don't think a child born in Liberia should be less privileged than a child born in Belgium. A child born in Sierra Leone or in Guinea should not have less privilege and opportunities than child born in France. We are all one people, and most of what is in the West, all of those things come from Africa. Africa, must be treated as equals, and I think we don't want anything more. Equally, we should not have things. I mean, we should not have anything less.
Okay, Speaker Chima, I know you need to go back to your office. Looking at today engagement, uh, lots of things to do. Give us a rundown of today's activity. You being the speaker, what are things that are going to be taking place, and how is it going to be led?
Well, people invited will be here. We'll start with people entering the joint chambers. Will come later. The vice president and the Senate will also come. At some point, the session will be called to order. The joint session will be called to order. We'll have the committees on both sides joining the sergeant at arms to go and get the president to come and deliver his message. After that, we are joined and we assemble in the rotunda for some refreshment and some speeches. But what I want to say is that we love Africa is a place of love. We love people from everywhere and every nook and corner of this globe. We love our European friends. We love our Asian friends, and I think reciprocity is necessary. We're not against them, but Africans, black people must be treated not based on presumptions. Sometimes too, we who are in leadership, we go in some areas, we see exactly how things are, how even people are treated. We see it, we feel it, and we think it's not good. But on the other side, when they are coming, and we give them that hospitality, that warmness. Look, there is no inferior class or no superior class. We are all one people. If we all believe that God is our creator and a divine arbiter of all human events, then we can treat each other, equally. For me, I want fairness, I want parity, I want justice, I want camaraderie, I want solidarity, I want unity, I want security, I want harmony. If you look at trends, I want to also laud, the Western diplomats and others that are here and sometimes call, government on issues. But I say that people should learn diplomatic ethos. When you're a diplomat and certain things are happening in a country where you are representing your country, you go to the established leadership, the established government, and tell the government how you feel. But it's not like that. And Africans have been very much conscious of that fact,
What else
and
are they doing?
well, these open, comments. I
Many
think,
Public
sanctions and other
condemnations.
actions.
yeah, they are condescending. They are not good, and I don't think it's healthy because you cannot do that. You know, in other areas, I can remember one time when Liz Truss was the prime minister, and President Biden was passing somewhere, and he was eating ice cream, and he made a comment. The British people felt that it was not, proper for the American president, their partner, to have made that statement against their government. Though there were people in Britain that were opposed to this, but they were united in the sense that they felt that friendship should not have been used that way. We are saying that yes, this is not an immaculate state. It's not a perfect state, but there are other ways to channel issues, and those channeling must be followed because there are, rules and there are orders to follow, systems and procedures. I hope that we all, work in line because we are human beings. First, we are human beings. We all have finite moments, and this is just a fleeting, area we are. Moments are fleeting, will come and pass, and so when we're doing these things, let us do it for the appreciation of humanity.
You don't seem to be a big fan of the way some of our top diplomats assigned to our capital go about making public statements about how the country is being run. I know that one key diplomat who is very verbose with comments about the governance of the state is the European head of delegation, Mr. Delahousse.
Yeah.
He has made several public statements, most of whom have been condescending. You don't seem to be a big fan.
No, they are my good friends. I appreciate them, but there's sometimes there can be faux pas. They can be misstep. They are not perfect people. They can be misstep, and I think, as I said, there is a moment now. The moment is now for remediation. They must, try to change and do what is appropriate because I think they came with some marching orders. As Liberian diplomats will not make those comments in those areas. So it's expected of them not to. I mean, if you look around the world, you see Diallo being shot 21 times, right? I mean, the African diplomats, their reservations were shared in a kind of, I would say, in camera with the United States leadership. When the gentleman in France, no, in Belgium, I think, no, in Italy, was staffed, by Italian a businessman, from Africa. It was done in a kind of a sub rosa manner. When it happened in France, these things happen all around. You don't have African diplomat because there are protocols, and our people are in line with those protocols. We are seeing that our brothers and sisters that do come here, we appreciate them wholeheartedly, but they shouldn't do these things. Not to so that African leaders also cannot be compelled to do these things. But we embrace them, we like them, but there are things that you tell your friends. Those things are not good. Otherwise, it will just be cosmetic. And all of these people that my friend, in fact, one of my best friends is Makate. His Excellency, Makate. I mean, he was a good gentleman, young fellow, and I think he's up to the task. But there are some slippages. You must tell them exactly when they go wrong. But I think this world we have belongs to all of us.
You seem to be a champion of Pan Africanism.
I am a globalist.
Well,
Yeah, I prefer the whole
the
world
whole world
be treated, equally. Fairness and social justice must triumph. I mean, you see the cadence around. They talk about crimes against humanity, crimes against humanity. When Africa is so endowed and we cannot benefit, from our own endowment, I think in itself is crime against humanity.
Speaker Chambers, want to say thank you for stopping by, leaving your office, your cozy office this morning, sitting here. We want to say we're very appreciated for stopping by. Is there something you want to say to the Liberian people? Maybe we didn't ask you, you want to just say.
Well, I like the Liberian people, and they are very cooperative. And I must encourage them as they have been in a kind of solidarity mood that they will remain united, will remain peaceful, will remain, committed to the cause, so that Liberia will be secure, Liberia will be safe, Liberia will be united, and Liberia becomes prosperous. So together we can achieve a great deal of things. It is stated that a house divided against itself cannot stand. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Chimbas. We want to say thank you for the conversation. This is the voice of Liberia and that of Prime FM. We doing this together. My name is Siku, and then the guy is going to continue.
Okay, so many thanks to Sekou, Kelvin, and Vesely for that interview with the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And this is in continuation as it relates to the build up to the President's State of the Nation address. Emmanuel is here. Emmanuel joins us from Voice of Liberia. Emmanuel, welcome to the team. So okay, so we we stay here. Is joined.
Yeah, it was good listening to Speaker Chambers. I think the speaker's mindset, about how the world should be is something very heart-wrenching. He has this, this penchant for togetherness, for oneness. He believes all of us, regardless of our race, our status, or where we find ourselves, should be one. I like the part he says that Africa is endowed in natural resources. He makes specific reference to DR Congo. He says DR Congo has wealth, uh, untapped wealth, in the tune of 300 trillion dollars. But yet DR Congo is among the poorest people in the world. He thinks that the fact that Africa is so endowed but yet so poor, and that Western countries come and tap on our resources and benefit us by itself.
As a continent. We're still seeing not much being done on the line of improving the livelihood of people, infrastructure developments, and you need the rest. So one may say it is their responsibility to get the system more better enforcement.
And you're very right, because Buffett Chambers has been Speaker of the 54th legislature. Has the 54th legislature lived up to what we expect from the legislature? Certainly not. I mean, there has been one branch of government that has come under immense criticism, throughout this government's tenure. It has been the legislature under the National Island Speaker Chambers. So, yes, he may have the ideas, but I believe he hasn't gone about it, the right way. Has he been a very good leader of the House of Representatives? It's still questionable. But yes, the mindset may be good. Implementation is always a problem. He thinks that diplomats, top, top, top. He thinks that top diplomats have not been serving the country as well as he would have liked. He frowns on the fact that some top diplomats tend to deliver public statements when there are issues rather than meeting state authorities to work on those issues. He thinks that it is a faux pas on the part of these top diplomats. He thinks that it is an opportunity for them to work closer together during this time. Yeah. But I mean, that was Speaker Chambers' point. Today we're here for the presidency.
The last time, just to follow or go into depth in depth as it relates to what the speaker said. The last time we talked, it has to do with Africa and the citizen, most especially Liberia. The last time we checked was this issue of the Asla Mental due. when the legislature, most especially the House of Representatives, was very robust to have rejected and sending that particular due back to the executive for renegotiation. In the words of Speaker Chambers, he said it was a clear manifestation that the legislature, was very robust in making sure that they have come to speak in the best interest and they will not allow for the citizens to not benefit. Many turned that particular statement to be a bit political, owing to the fact that we were just, like say, fast approaching election year, and you will have them saying all of the necessary thing they think in their belief because they want to be re-elected.
The move by the legislature on the ArcelorMittal deal, the third amendment to the ArcelorMittal deal, doesn't appear to me to be transparent, to be in the interest of seeking the public's interest. It doesn't appear that way, but it doesn't appear to be that way. But how be it? I hope that the legislature. It's my hope that the legislature would be even better. I don't even believe that the legislature has been what we expected from it. But yeah, I mean, like you said, political. Yeah,
Mm.
political. More being political, than being uh, dutiful, right? If you may, the legislature has a duty. They have a responsibility to do the Liberian people's work. The Liberian people elected them to come here and serve their interests. I don't believe they have done that, as much as they should. And it is down to the leadership of Speaker Chambers. He hasn't been the sort of leader you would have expected. We all follow legislative politics. We see how Speaker Chambers runs the lower house of parliament, and it's not in the best way. Let's be honest. And has he been the best? Has he been the best speaker? Has he been the best speaker? Not in recent history for me. Yeah, I think
So
there's.
if you say best, what do you mean? Like opposition leaders or opposition lawmakers within the House of Representatives having really have their time, having have their time. Yeah, so having have their time to okay to maybe have their say on the floor whenever there are issues.
Mm.
But I think that our team within the joint chambers, where we have a special team that want to join the team. Gibson, if you're getting us, and tell us how is it like for you in the joint chambers, what the president indeed will withstand to deliver his final state of the nation's address. Well, let's hope that Gibson can actually
Yeah.
get us.
You,
Gibson, are
you
you
getting me
getting
now?
us?
You getting me? Hello?
So
You getting
okay,
me?
so you can-
Yeah, I know. You were asking me a question just before we can join Gibson. You're asking me a question in relation to the leadership style of Speaker Chambers, and when I say that he
So
hasn't been the best speaker in
from
recent history, it's
the
evident.
William Arototbot Jr.
We've had
joint
how many speakers have
chambers.
we had post-war Liberia? We've
This is the
had
place where
the
the
in
Liberian
effect the
Senate and
second
the Honorable
legislature.
House of
We had Edwin
Representatives
Snow, right?
uh,
And
usually
then we
meet to
had
have a joint section.
Alex
This
Tyler.
is the place where the president
We had
will be
Emmanuel
addressing
Lukwe
the legislature.
for a short term. And in the 54th legislature, we have had a buffer, right? But look at what those other speakers have been able to do. The amount of disenchantments, the amount of times that we've had, the amount of times we have had people
So
take the
we
legislature
live
to
from
the
the
court to
Okay,
interpret.
William
so
Abbott
let's join
Jr.
Gibson. Gibson,
Joint chambers where the president will be addressing the national legislature, and of course we've seen some receptionists making sure that the seats are well decorated, that every invited guest had their name and institution being placed at the back of the chairs. We see the receptionists are making sure that they are having the Legislative Corp newspaper being placed in all of the chairs. So when those lawmakers and invited guests have arrived, they will have something to read. We see the two chairs from the president and the vice president, both being well decorated. The microphones are well also placed. Um, and as you can see from the where the armed forces of Liberia will be sitting, the place is also decorated with the national flag of Liberia, the red, white, and blue. It is over there, and I think the camera can be taken there. That's where the armed forces of Liberia, as I've been told, will be sitting, and you can see where the reception is. They are making sure that out of the religious corp newspaper has been placed out loud in what's happening within the national legislature. And as you may be aware, as per law, when the Liberian Senate and the Honorable House of Representatives join and come together in the William R. Tolbert Jr. Chambers, the Speaker of the National 54th Legislature presides over that particular joint section. So today, the Speaker will preside over this entire State of the Nation address, where the President will be giving achievements and, of course, the challenges being faced with by the government and other key things cutting across agricultural, cutting across education, cutting across health, and the president's visitation. This is the last president's stage of the nation's address for for his first 6 years. Who knows whether he might come back or probably things might go around. So Joseph Soko Connor. So the camera, Joseph is behind the camera, making sure that you have the particular uh, images and high quality destination of our audio and video. So my name is Gibson. Like you listen to Vesely, you listen to Trojan. Yeah, this morning. It is about 24 minutes. It's pushing up to 11 o'clock. So this is the William Albert Tubbert joint chambers. This is the place the Liberian Senate and the Honorable House of Representatives, the 103
Okay,
lawmakers.
so Gibson, legislature, if you may, giving us those who are heading the protocol have put in place. And it is interesting to note that we can clearly report to you that the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Her Excellency Joel Howard Taylor, indeed has arrived. Yes, that we can report to you. We seen the arrival of the Vice President, and she is taking her usual spot. Yes, she occupies the position as president of the Liberian Senate. So the vice president has arrived. That we can report to you as per the information so far that we have got. Earlier on, you listen to. Okay, earlier on you listen to the Speaker of the 54th National Legislature, Dr. Buffett Chimos. Yes, you listen to him, and it is a great day. We've seen the Vice President, disembarking her vehicle. Hopefully, we want to actually describe her. I think she moves in. She moves in. The Vice President indeed would disembark her vehicle as per today's ceremony. Let's see what actually like an official dress code for the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. But it's a great ceremony, like they roll out on the line of protocol what exactly some of the things that will be happening here today. And as it stands, people are entering by pass by identification. Yes, you need to be identified before you'll be part of the entire process here today. So, like we said, the vice president has arrived, and with the escort, some level of security protection has been provided, and our guys are doing every necessary adjustment that will give you exactly what we're seeing as it relates to the dress code of the vice president. She moves in, yes, and she had this something like a scrap khaki coat, yeah, to match the normally it is done from the female perspective with a low shoes, yes, and well dressed, and she moves into the chambers of the Senate. And today, like we said, the House of Representatives and the Liberian Senate will all converge in the William Arrow Turbo Joint Chambers here at the National Legislature to bring you the president's final State of the Nation address for his first term as president, as the Constitution mandates. Yes, and of course that will be happening on today. And officially, I'm told at 2 p.m. today, special invited guests will start to put in, and the security measure here is starting and is in place. So as per the entry to the Capitol, even around the Capitol building, you need to be permitted through access pass before you can gain access to the either the rotunda or the joint chambers of the national legislature. This is Voice of Liberia in collaboration with Crown FM. We bringing you a bit up to the president's lies, where some say the final state of his nation address. Yes, this is where he comes as per the constitution to address the national legislature on his working, and the rest of it too as well. So we're doing everything possible in making sure that we give you all of what will be happening here this morning up to the evening or afternoon or evening hours. It's important you listen to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the police spokesperson was here as well in giving out some of the things they've put in place, some of the measures they have instituted as it relates to protection from the Liberian National Police, the Joint Security Force, as a matter of fact. And it moves on. It is actually adhering to safety measure as well, because on occasion of such, the place is normally charged, and then you see wow, you see the security. Sometimes you want to see different groupings who want to come, and probably they might have had some disagreements with the government or some of the institutions as well, looking at the various ministries and agencies, and the workers in some of these institutions. Sometimes they are dissatisfied. What more about the ordinary citizens? So they said they have instituted measures that will prevent they anybody who wants to maybe intrude or impede the function here today. But it's a great day. Like we said, we've been here since this morning, giving you a perfect description of what exactly will be happening here today. And like we are here, the studios beautifully built, designed as well. Voice of Liberia in collaboration with Prime Communications Network. We have Emmanuel. Emmanuel, welcome.
Thank you so much to the team. I want to say thank you to the rest of the team members here at Capitol Building. Well, you guys have been doing fantastically well. Kelvin, Demi, Siku Sharif, and the rest of the team members. But we are here with Daniel Sando. Mr. Sando comes from Liberty Party. Today is not about party. Today we're discussing the annual address of President George Weah, the final one to climb as his 6 years in office constitutionally, will be delivered on today. So again, thanks so much for joining us, Daniel.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and let me say thank you to the management of Pram FM and the Voice of Liberia for providing us this courage. They are Liberians pioneer who are interested in what appears to be now President George Weah's last annual message because I know very well that the 2023 presidential and legislative election is not going to provide the CDC an opportunity for re-election. So for now,
I think that is a political nature.
I want to argue that this is President Weah's last annual
As per the constitution.
message. Hey, as per a constitutional term, I'm not certain, given what has happened over the last 5 to 6 years in this country, I'm not certain Liberians are going to renew the tenure of Mr. Weah. So it's a good thing that you've come to provide Liberians far and near across the length and breadth of this country the opportunity to listen to what is unfolding from the grounds of the capital. Of course, the Capitol building here is the seat of the first branch of Liberian government. I mean, coincidentally, I
We'll go. Yeah, when I'm in check, I got open in my time. When I'm in the passage, I can meeting, our you see my son now. You see, she come at us. Don't cry. Call the for me. You let me. Maybe say the fast. No, because the
Going forward to the president now repeating the same thing he said last year. We are tracking all of the things the president said last
Have
year.
you heard from the chairman of the party as to whether his office was served? Since, in fact, the political leader will obviously be here, so they did not need to serve.
The chairman is not even in Monrovia. The chairman is in Lima.
No, he does not need to be.
Well, if the chairman was served any invitation, I will be aware.
Okay,
I will be aware.
So you're not aware.
I'm not
so
aware.
He said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did that. So you need to find out as to whether
the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does not organize this program.
They are the ones that protocol the program.
Yes,
they are the ones who gave the invitation. He spoke specifically.
Well, so I'm saying to you, what are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Office of the Chairman of the Executive of the Legislature did? We have not received any formal invitation. It has to reflect the record. We can be going back and forth, but we haven't received. You need to call somebody from the United Party so they can confirm whether or not they have received invitation.
So as they come, we're here the whole day. As they come, we'll try to sample the views of the members of the.
If not repeating some of the things he said last year, the president is going to be making promises that are unachievable in the next 9 months. I would want us to even look at some of the key points the president has indicated in his last annual message, talking about job creation, for example. In the last annual message, the president talked about job creation for the young people, the proliferation of disadvantaged youths across this country. Those are issues the president talked about. Has his government been able to address this issue? I said no to that, right? Right now, if you go across this country, every provincial capital you visit, there's a proliferation of group of disadvantaged youth called Zongos, right? Which puts the larger population at risk. We would have expected that by this time, by the way-led government, telling us as to how the going about in recruiting or mobilizing these young people, giving them the necessary rehabilitation, having reintegrated back in the society. But that has not been done. So it's a matter of concern. We're also looking at the credibility of the election, right? We'll go to the election in the next 9 months, like I said. What will be the credibility? What is the anticipation of many Liberians? Okay. I would like the president.
What do you anticipate?
Well, I would like to see the president reassure Liberians.
Okay.
Because whether we're going to vote in or not, the stability of our country is key to everybody.
Okay.
In spite of the fact I'm certain that Mr. Weah is not going to be re-elected, but we want him to graciously accept the result. He needs to give us that assurance that look, the CDC will graciously accept the result if we don't win. Okay. Because there are rumors all over the place that they want to manipulate the elections commission, the credibility of the election. You see how the voter registration process.
Do you believe that process?
Liberia is a country where anything is possible. The father, Mr. Weah, could become president here, anything is possible, right? So I'm not going to doubt some of the speculation we hear across this country. I know what the CDC is capable of doing, right? I know how they attempted to thwart the popular will of the Liberian people in 2019 and 2020 when Senator Delon defeated them in Moserado County. We cannot play politics with the reality. So we have to be very mindful. The president will have to use this occasion to not just make blanket and unambiguous promises. He needs to reassure the population that look, we are going to the election. We're going to support the election commission. The election commission is not being supported, right? Every day you listen to the commission, there's no funding for the agency. Okay, they have to delay the voter registration process. Now, from January, we're going to March. We're going to begin in March. We also talk about the latest process that's supposed to inform the data at the National Elections Commission so that it can be able to redelineate political constituency. That has not been done. What's the delay?
I'm told today that result will be released.
Why has there been a delay in the releasing of the results?
Tabulation takes time.
Well, tabulation doesn't take time. Our understanding here was that this sensor is the first digital sensor.
Okay.
If they went to Mr. Kevin Deminghouse, I don't know where he lived, and they say that 10% of Kevin Deminghouse automatically that number will reflect in the system. That's why they say that digital sensor, right?
Okay.
So we didn't expect for the folks at Legis to have taken 2 to 3 months after the conclusion of the sensor to even. We're concerned about that. These are statistical issues that we'll have to.
But Sando, having a peaceful elections, requires the collective effort of everyone to work together and make it peaceful.
Are we not having the opposition being supportive to the electoral process? We have pushed for the BVR, the biometric voter registration process, on the IPCC platform, the interparty consultative platform. We'll push for the BVR. Today we have biometric voter registration process that will significantly mitigate the possibility of multiple registration and choking, right? So you have to give thumbs up to the opposition political party. We're not just been sitting dumbfounded, organizing protests in the opposition. We've been offering alternative policy.
An idea is one thing, and for the government to listen to you and execute that.
It's not about the government.
So
our international partners.
Can you employ them?
Our international partners who are very supportive of the electoral process have seen the need to move from the manual registration to biometric voter registration. Today,
working in close collaboration with government.
Of course, working in close collaboration. So it's not a plus to the government. It's not a plus to the government. promises? How do we restore confidence to our country, the governance process of our country after in the post-war era is what we should be concerned about right now. Look how the international community is now beginning to blacklist Liberia, right? If Mr. Magay was not being sanctioned at one point in time, it is now Bill Tiawe, Serena Sifos, and all the people there, the office of the presidency being sanctioned by the US government is worrisome. Okay, so we need to convince our international partners. How do we rebuild the lost confidence, the catastrophe that the real government has caused the image of this country on the international scene is what we should be focusing about. So beyond that, I look forward to Mr. We are chooping in here with his cheering squad today. They're going to cheer him all for all, but Liberians who will be listening out there are the real victims of the broken promises of the real government. When you read the number report, right? Out of 200 plus promises that Mr. We are made during the campaign and after he won the election, only 8 of the promises have been fulfilled. 8% of the promises have been fulfilled. It's very troubling, right? So we come at this point looking where we come from and looking forward to where we want to go as a country. So it is our anticipation that Liberians, those who allow themselves to be trucked in here today to cheer the president, yes, you are being induced, but the real task at hand here is to ensure that we clean up the mess we created for our country in 2017.
Thank you. His name is Daniel Sando. We are also been joined by Kopo Pasawit. Daniel Sando represents the Liberty Party. We've been joined by one of the popular voices on the radio. He also coming from the opposition bloc, the Unity Party, very properly attired this morning. I'd like to use this time to say Happy New Year officially, since we started this year. It's our first face-to-face, on-air conversation. Thanks for joining the studios of Voice of Liberia and Prime Communications Network, 104.1 FM and 105.5, respectively.
Thank you, Kelvin. And let me also appreciate the Voice of Liberia also for the collaboration with Prime FM. I'm happy that today our first day having conversation prior to the president message to the population. So we wait to listen to what the president got to offer the country. But for me as an individual, I'm not expecting anything new from the president because
first of all, you are here in your capacity as what?
I'm here as an employee of the legislature.
Representing
District number 11 office.
Okay. So how's the office?
The office is okay. My boss been preparing to come and attend a program because it's a constitutional right of the lawmaker.
Is the office going for re-election? So it means in your position as we'll speak for and on behalf. You have the authorization to speak for and on behalf of the office.
Thank you.
Okay.
For the office of District number 11, I can assure you that we'll be re-elected on ground that we have done more than well for the people of District number 11 because 2017, during our manifesto, we promised them the expansion of the 2 public schools in Banansville and Tisville, and we did it. We promised them district office, and we built district office. We promised them that we're going to renovate the Eugene Oguchi High School, that's the public school, and we did that successfully. Also, some feeder road around the district, we contributed immensely. In fact, the completion of the Tisville to Corwell Road, we did extremely well because on many occasions we communicated with the public works minister, and she assured that before 2023 end, that road going to be completed. I can assure you that the road is okay now. People using that road from Tuara to Dallas Red Light, Banansville, and the environs.
Does that show that your office, even though an opposition office, but you're working in concert with the government in making sure that the optimal objective, the plight of the Liberian people are catered to? It sounds impressive.
Thank you.
There's a relationship between your office and that of the government.
Thank you. The fact that my boss was elected not only by Unity Party Palestine, other Liberians from different political party, independent party voted for Honorable Kun. It suggests that you have to work in each of the people of District 11 just by our politics. So the fact that my boss will interact with citizens, people from ANC, people from the Liberty Party, because those are people who went to the ballot boxes and saw the need to vote for him as lawmaker, though you are Unity Party Palestine. So we are on obligation to do our oversight responsibility. The fact that you're a lawmaker and we have road issue, it's on obligation to communicate with the public works minister, Despa. She's a citizen. But her BH, the money she uses to face this road, they are taxpayer money and we're contributing to those taxes.
Being a representation of the office of Representative Richie Nangbe Kun, you care to tell us about the status of invitations? Have you all been invited here? Can you authenticate that your office was given an official invitation? I mean, unlike the office of Senator Yomdi Kanga Lawrence.
As individual lawmaker, I can recall days ago we received official invitation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 2 invitations, one for the reception and one for the the official program where the president will be presiding. And we also got information from the chairperson and executive, Honorable Gray. He did say that only 3 staffs in those offices will be invited. So I'm here in my capacity as one of the staffers that were given invitation to attend the program. So the fact that Honorable Gray told the public that they play will be restricted, they will be restricted to only staffers that have been authorized, but I'm surprised that people are wearing beret, CDC beret, all in the place. Women are out there with CDC laptop. People wearing president. We have t-shirts.
Chairman on executive, who is also a member of the House, and of course a former chairman, SG of the ruling establishment. He did not deny it. He said, "You can be assured." I mean, in our build-up to the conversation on late yesterday evening, he mentioned in an exclusive interview that it should not be a surprise that folks representing the CDC will be here to battle cry, to cheer up His Excellency Dr. George Weah. So that they did not hide.
So it behooves me that employee of the legislature will be denied, but you allow CDC to come to the part.
I don't understand when you say employees of the legislature will be denied.
Because
you are a member of the legislature and you got 3 passes.
The first thing we are assisting our staffs. We are assisting our staff. So the fact that you all of 16 person, you give 3 person access, what happened to the remaining 13 person?
How many of you wanted to be here today?
Today's morning, this is our office. The fact that you allow citizens to troop in here, it suggests that you should allow other people to. Of course, this is our office.
Yeah, so one could argue that this is not the normal working session. I mean, you have even members of the Fourth Estate.
Kelvin, they'll change the mindset that the state of nation address not for citizens, it's for the country. So all citizens should be authorized to come in the yard and listen to the president.
He mentioned also that invitations were extended the opposition bloc, and you have confirmed that your office has received, aside from being members of the. But it's good that we hear from other members of the opposition. The program starts. The president speaks officially at 4 o'clock. This is just a build-up, so we look forward to seeing representations of the opposition bloc. At least we can authenticate 2 persons here, you and Daniel Sando.
Yeah. Kelvin, I'm here in my capacity as staff of the legislature. I'm not here because I invited a United Party Palestine, for the record.
So maybe they could not give you dual invitations. By extension, you are a member of the opposition bloc and also an office, a staffer in the office of Richard Nagbekun. So you could not be served 2 invitations, Copa.
Thank you. The fact that the United Party were not officially invited to this program, it suggests that you not see official United Party here. If you see,
can you authenticate that United Party wasn't?
Kevin, to make a simple call, Eben Tua is the Secretary General.
Okay.
He preside what the Secretary.
We'll do a follow-up on that. What do you expect? Finally.
Nothing new, Kelvin. Nothing new, because I know President Weah for over 5 years. He's been president. Almost all of his State of Nation address, he been in recitation. So the president will come. He just makes some wild allegation. He just talk things that you don't have any imagination about. He just use words that you don't have control over. He just say things because I can recall the president promised a job. You are a journalist. Take your microphone out there. Go in CDC compound. Ask them how many citizens have been employed since the president left from here last year. So the fact that the president will come to this place, you hear the president, kilometer a row, 150, 80 kilometer a row. You can't sit here, all the people there, clap for him, and we leave. Opportunity is on us tomorrow to justify or not those information given by the president. Or they can Tony K. As a journalist, I expect you tomorrow to tell the public that President we have promised the Liberian people.
So we
job.
look forward to the final State of the Nation address under this phase of his administration. It was great talking to you. Again, we will be cross-cutting different fears of our political fears.
Let me just close.
No. We have to go. We have to go. No.
Let me just close on the point.
Let him close. We afforded you the opportunity to speak. We are timing our broadcast. Let Cooper conclude.
Let me
What do you hope to see here today?
Well, I hope to see a smooth working relationship with both the media and that of the security people. You know, we media people are people who checkmate. I mean, are more like we serve our watchdogs in the society, and so it's important enough that we should also be able to follow instruction. So the security got to do their job, the media people got to do their work. But then what happens is that we have to be able to follow instruction. That's why we said that the journalists should have their tag on their neck. Like you see me myself, director of press here, I do have my access pass.
Okay.
So if I went over to any of the gates and the security, I will not just, when they ask me a question, I will not have to like put my hand in my pocket. They will already see my access pass, and that will be make me to have a free flow and stuff like this. Is what we anticipate to see between journalists and the security people today.
Thank you so much. Any final thing you want
Well,
to say? Vezali, do you have any question from
I
there?
listen very well. Let me say this. Some people say things are not been put in place yet, things not organized. Look, this is one of the most unique State of the Nation's address. This sixth State of the Nation address. Why? Look, I can tell you this. On our stewardship here.
Is it because it is seemingly, a campaign message today?
I don't know about that, but what I know of, because I speak for the legislature, so
Okay.
I know it is the final section. It's
Okay.
a sixth. So some of those things, like I said to you, the last 2 years, today make it 2 years now. The State of the Nation address, the access passes are so durable. The nation address.
Yes.
Here there was the passes being done was paper leg, unlike now, and I also that because I listened to some of the gentlemen here say things were not put in place. Here is it. What Vessel Lisa, look at it, right? This is what we're being issued. Look at the date. You see, this is the 25th of January 2021. Last day paper like this, right? So this is 2018. Look on it yourself. Verify. Last day like this, right? Now see.
That was the first address of President Weah.
Yeah, all through. This is the first.
The first.
This is the second.
Okay.
And you have these stuff like this, not as durable like what we have now. So when I listen to some of the gentlemen who came here earlier and said things are not put in place, and I wonder where they come from in terms of, because there are processes. Sometimes along the way, some people don't like to follow processes. They don't like system. And I can say this: this legislature is doing awesome. This legislature have been doing very well in terms of passing key human legislation and preparing things. Don't forget, myself come from the media, and so to make sure that we have durability, we have to put these things into place. You can't complain to say, okay, I mean, we take all of these things into consideration, the weather, right? So journalists will say, well, I was making my way coming, the access pass on my neck and the rain started falling and the paper got towed on. This one, the rain beat, you put it in the water, you sleep there for 50 days. It's still good. You're moving like this, like the same way we do our ID cards. So this is very much durable than what we had before.
This is only valid for today.
See that?
Only valid for today, though.
It's only valid for today, but it's durable enough. That's what I'm saying. That the durability I'm looking at.
Okay, you working.
If you to compare both, you compare this, what we had before like this, then what we have now, clear cut sense. You're telling me
Working.
yeah, this is durable than this one, right?
Let's move to another issue. Working in close collaboration with the office of the chairperson on executive. Can you confirm or state to us whether invitations were served political parties?
What I can speak of more is issue that has to do with the preparation of media issues.
Okay.
Political parties, we have participatory democracy in this country.
Mhm.
And so issue of a political party, I'm not going to go to speak to political party issues. I want to stay in the better word of the law and to stay with Iman Terry more,
Okay.
to talk press related issues and talk about issues that promote the image of the legislature. And that's what we sign up for, and we should be at all times be able to provide that information to the public.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anything finally?
Well, again, we want to call on the public. If you do not have access pass, stay away. just listen to the radio. This State of Nation address is going to be televised. It's going to be broadcast like way you're doing it now. And so if you do not have official invitation to attend the program, please listen to the radio. Voice of Liberia and Prime FM doing a very awesome job. Private radio stations conglomerating themselves to be able to get the message to the Liberian people, which is awesome. We commend the management for doing that. And ELBC is as well broadcasting this State of Nation address and other media institution, community radio stations. So our people in the 15 political subdivisions, we ask you to tune into the radio station so that you're able to get the message. We cannot have the whole country troop here at the Capitol building. The conjunction is what we're looking at, and that's the reason why proper security measures have been put in place. And some of the protocol here is that the gate, the main entrance of the Capitol building, directly opposite the executive mansion, is under the VIP. The president of Liberia and legislators are going to use that gate directly opposite the executive mansion. The gate opposite the University of Liberia will be exclusively used by guests and visitors coming here on the grounds of the Capitol building.
Our international partners.
Exactly. So they are using that gate directly opposite the University of Liberia for entry. And if you're coming with vehicle, passes have been given to people to have access, especially for vehicles. If your vehicle do not have pass, don't waste your time. Just park it somewhere and make your way in here. This is where the activities.
Using the back gate.
Yes, and use the back gate and then and make your way here. But as we speak, things are glittering here. Of course, you're not blind, man.
Thank you so much, Honorable Director. Thank you. We will have to say that. We will have to say that. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you very much. Continue to do the job you do for our people. My counterpart, who is the Director of Press for the Senate, is also joining us here with us. He'll also be able to give you some information relative to the media.
Thank you so much. Okay, Vesely, you want to take it from that end?
Yeah, Director Johnson. Alfred Johnson is the Director of Press at the Liberian Senate. Let me thank Director Haynes, who is the Director of Press at the House of Representatives. You would like to use the seat, Mr. Johnson. Thanks for joining us, for leaving your honorable office and coming to share the platform with us. It's a pleasure having you. Good morning. Welcome to this joint broadcast of Prime FM and Voice of Liberia.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Vesely. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay, so from a Senate standpoint, you direct press activities at the Liberian Senate. How are our press men and women assigned at the Senate going to cover this event? What protocols are there in place?
Well, the protocol is not actually different from what Dr. Haynes explained. We are working jointly. The House of Representatives and the Liberian Senate is a joint program today, and so all the reporters that are assigned at the Senate and also at the House of Representatives, we are coordinating the affairs. We printed ties. In fact, the ties were printed by the security people. They were giving us, they gave about 78 passes, and of which we have very, very minor all access passes, but we try to, as much as possible, to give it to people who will go up there to.
What does that mean when you say very limited number of all access passes?
Yeah, because
how many were they?
All the passes that were given to the journalists, 78 passes, including regular and all access.
Do you have an idea of how many journalists do cover the Capitol building from both houses?
Well, and I can speak for the Senate. We have about 24 for now. Last year we have 21. This year we have 24.
So there are 24 journalists.
Yeah, from the Senate.
Covering the Liberian Senate.
Yes.
And maybe just about the same number, a little more covering the House of Representatives.
Yeah, there may be more because they have.
Do these passes also include those who work at the press bureaus of both houses?
Of course, we have people from the press. You know already. We printed newspapers. Those papers need to be distributed, and so we have our people also who are inclusive.
So, about how many persons are a part of the press bureau of both houses? Because I want to know how many independent media institutions are here covering the event.
Well, actually, as I told you, we managed to work within the 78 passes. So if you,
so I can assume that a good number of those passes were given to people in the press bureau.
No, the press bureau we only selected 8 persons
from both
Yeah,
bureaus.
yeah, and two, yeah, 8% for my bureau and 8% for my house.
So there are 16 number.
Yes.
8% from the House of Representatives Press Bureau.
Yes.
8% from the House of Senate Press Bureau.
Yes.
Excluding the directors.
Including the directors.
Including the directors.
Yes.
So of the 78 passes, 16 went to the Press Bureau. Office.
Yes, the two press bureaus.
So we're assuming 62 of those passes went to journalists.
Yes.
And about how many of those passes were all access?
For us, you two access passes. One for the director and one for the cameraman that will be in the chamber.
And it was the same at the
It's
lower
the same
house.
at the lower house.
Okay, so the rest of those all access passes.
They're
went to
all
journalists.
regular passes.
Okay, director. Away from the passes now. The job of journalists who call the Capitol building is basically to report what happens here. Can you give any assurance or assurances that there will be no impediments in their job, in their functions on today?
Yes, I want to give you that.
How closely
assurance.
have you worked with the securities to ensure that journalists covering this event do not face some form of embarrassment?
As I told you, once you come with your third, you will not be having any problem to enter the facility of the building. But if you don't have a third, definitely then you will have yourself to be blamed. That's the reason we put it on the radio that those that will be covering here. As you sit now, you have your third with you. So anybody that comes here, you must have your third. Or in that, then you will actually be in a disadvantaged position with the security.
My concern is basically with cameramen, those who will be doing visuals, assigned in the John Chamber. Of course, they will have to get pictures. They will have to come close to get good shots. I mean, with the president in attendance and dignitaries and all these different VIPs and VVIPs, what is the protocol like, so that journalists covering an event do not overstep their bounds?
Yeah, but basically, this program is not new arrangement. This has been from time to time every year. So those that go in there, they will not be carrying any strange movement, any strange arrangement. You went to that place to play, will be posted. That's why you go there before the time. We'll have them posted so that you don't have any problem with anybody, except those that are going there very new. If you are that's the reason we try as much as possible give the test to experienced people to go up there. So it is not
have the
very.
security informed you about what is allowed and what is not allowed in the John Chamber? Like, you are a journalist now. It doesn't mean that you can just take anything to the John Chamber, right?
No.
Can you just take
Your
any
bag. No.
Will journalists be searched?
No. You have to be searched. You have to pass through myself as a director before going up there. I have to be searched. I have to go through the normal security protocols.
It's important that we say these things.
Yeah,
so that
it's very, very
journalists going
important.
there-
You are a journalist. It doesn't mean because you are a journalist, so you will not be searched. No, you are a journalist. You have to pass through the normal protocol search of the security. Other than that, I mean, we'll only be there to see something, but you have to actually pass through the protocol search.
Okay, let's talk about the event itself, the message. This is the fifth time. Is it the fifth or sixth?
This is the sixth time.
The sixth time that the president is going to deliver this message. He has done so for 5 times now, and at least all the different 5 times he has gone without any major scuffle or any issues. Today, do you expect something different?
You mean from the president's
Yeah, from the
speech?
event as a whole, do we expect something different?
No, I don't think so, because those protocols are already done. Normally, we go into the joint chambers. The joint chambers is presided over by the presiding officer of the House of Representatives. In this case today, because I saw Dr. Bofoshin was here, he will be presiding. If we're not here, all person who are present also, that's why the question says that the presiding officers are presiding. You see the speaker. Said presiding officer. I can remember when we were covering here sometimes ago. Abu Gabo from Lofa County, he was there, foreign affairs chairperson, presided over the joint chamber, because he was presiding when the speaker was sick, and at that time the chairman on security on executive travel, and so Mr. Gabo, who was from Lofa County, he was chairman of foreign affairs, he was presiding, and at that time he presided over the joint session. So any other person can preside once you are presiding at that time.
Okay, so the law is clear. Law says the presiding officer,
president,
not necessarily the
speaker. Yes. Yeah. So if it's a good clarity, because people are seeing that here, because this is happening. The speaker, no, the constitution made clear that the presiding officers are preside.
Okay.
Now, he will preside and take on the gavel. Then he will resolve it into a joint section of both horses. Then he will mandate the chief clerk to have a roll call to ensure that the people are there in the numbers. I think that you have a quorum. Therefore, now the chairperson of both horses on executive will now escort the president in the joint chamber. It's just normal protocol. It's
Talking about ensuring a quorum, you are from the Senate, and of course, there are ruling party senators and opposition senators, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard, noticed anything that would make you think that there would be boycotts?
No. I mean, they will attend the program. There's nothing that will.
All of them? Are you sure about that?
I would not say all. The word all is relative, but they will meet the teacher of both of us will be here.
Can you confirm that senators will be in the
I
numbers?
can confirm that, yeah, they will be in the numbers.
What has been the general mood from the Senate regarding this event today?
The fact that this is the end of the year this particular annual message is the last annual message, and eventually it could start with the electoral year, and so they are very happy because from here now, from the message, they will go back in the various chamber as of tomorrow. Like for instance, the budget. See, we receive the budget as of tomorrow. The House will start. As you know, you cover it before. You know that the issue of the budget emanating from the lower house. They will start the deliberation. So I mean, they are very happy because from now, all the agenda that will be spread out. We'll look at what will be done. Therefore, then we'll go into it. And now I want to be quick to say that the Senate was very, very magnanimous this year. They have broken down the year into because according to the new electoral law now, the new financial law, we have to go for break for 3 different times. So as we open the gun 16, we're already in the 6th session, and so we'll be closing on the 17th of March. We'll go for our first adjournment. Then we'll come back on the 12th of May. Then the second adjournment will be on the 21st of July. They will come back on the 13th of October, and that will be after election. You understand? And so they have just given all the calendar event for the Senate. And so I just want to say that I mean the day where so you can now plan your own program as a senator. You know when you be in session, when you go, when the application comes. So all that will happen. No. It was not relevant that we close the same day. He knows so that we close, but the law provides that you cannot close beyond 7 days when the all house closes. So they have their own calendar event.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Alfred Johnson, the Director of Press at the Liberian Senate. It was good hearing from you. As we go through today's event, we hope that we can have another time to talk about unfoldings here.
Thank you very much, Vesely.
Okay, so folks, if you're listening, certainly you're listening to a joint broadcast, Voice of Liberia 104.1, Prime FM 105.5. We're here from the grounds of the Capitol, here up Capitol Hill on this day, the 30th day of January 2023. And the function that we're performing here today is on the basis of this constitutional provision. The Constitution provides in Chapter 6, Article 58 of the Liberian Constitution, the 1986 Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. It reads, the President shall, on the 4th working Monday in January of each year, present the administration's legislative program for the ensuing session, and shall once a year report to the legislature on the state of the Republic. In presenting the economic condition of the Republic, the report shall cover expenditure as well as income. So that is the constitutional provision. It's here in Article 58, and it's on the basis of this constitutional provision that His Excellency President George M. Weah will come here on today to do just as the Constitution has said. First, that the President will come and present his administration's legislative agenda for the ensuing session, meaning all the things that the President wants the legislature to do in the next year is what he's going to present here today. And in addition, the Constitution says that the President shall report to the legislature on the state of the Republic. And that is why this address is called the State of the Nation Address.
And they say, in presenting the state of the republic, the president shall present the economic condition which should take into consideration expenditure as well as income. So a big part of what the president will have to say here today will be how much money this country generates and how we spend that money. That is exactly what the president will have to say on today. How much money Liberia as a country
And
currently generates and how we spend it.
Vesely, I'm trying to scroll through the last annual address of
Mhm.
President Weah to read an excerpt from there that talks about expenditure and income as well. Hope I get it. But when you were in flight, we noticed the appearance of a guest. You want to start from that end as soon as I get this
Yeah. So
portion.
just before you can come in with that, we have with us a staffer at the legislature. I'd like to start with that. I'm sure he's here on the basis of being a staffer at the legislature. He works in the office of Senator Senator. Are you not a staffer in the office?
I provide consultancy for
Yeah, you still do work. Yeah, you get paid by taxpayers' money, don't you?
No, I'm
Okay, he works in the office of Senator Steve Zago of Lofa County. He says he's a consultant. I don't know what he consults on what basis, but he's here. He is Emmanuel Azango. Emmanuel Azango is from the Liberty Party, the opposition Liberty Party. So, Emmanuel, it's good to have you. Good morning and welcome.
Well, good morning and good morning to our listening audience. It's also a pleasure having me.
How have you seen today? I mean, I know you've been here for maybe a couple of hours now. How does this place look to you?
Well, it is just a normal, as required by our constitutions, by law. The president is supposed to address the Liberian people on the 4th working Monday. I don't know. We are in the 5th today, or today is the 4th. That will be debate as well.
No, it's not a debate.
Okay.
The constitution is clear that the 4th working Monday, the first Monday of this month was not a working Monday, so it means that we start accounting from the second.
So we start accounting for the second.
Yeah.
That's good. Things appear normal as the way we normally converge and see what basically happening.
Things appear normal.
Yeah.
I want you to put into perspective today and previous addresses given by the president. Does this day feel any different?
Well, the part of both people in position or no position, we all converge to see, because today appeared to be the last State of the Nation address by Ambassador and President Weah until he will be going to seek for another mandate. I don't know as whether he will get a mandate or no. So it behooves us as people to come here today and listen to the last message he had for the Liberian people. What over the last 5 years, the mandate that was given as whether he executed it properly or not. So we are here to listen. As he may know, you got less than 10 months, some days to elections, to go and get his paycheck, as whether he performed well, that the Liberian people will be rewarding him as well.
What do you expect from the president's message today?
It's just a regular, normal political. You may not be surprised today if the president declared that he will be contesting today, because I previewed Madam Sadi did it. So we may not.
She was condemned.
Yeah, but I said we may not be surprised. So I expect nothing less than that today, that he will be telling the Liberian people, say he will be contesting.
I mean, is that all you expect from the president?
Well, the number thing is that the economy speaks volume. You have insecurity that have engulfed our country over the last couple of years. You have our economic condition, which of course have not been relatively good. You talk about governance has been a major challenge. I'm hoping and believe that even if the president come and give all the things we want to hear, we will be looking at it from our perspective of examining the president's speech from what he's telling us and what is basically happening. So I do not want to jump the sky and think this is what he's going to be. But as a required, I think the president's speech should address the issue of insecurity, the economy, by governance that have engulfed our nations over the last 5 unbroken years, and the challenges and the prospect we have as a country. That should be something that the president must actually capture to tell the Liberian people. It is based on that we require as whether we will be giving another mandate or not.
Should the president be solely blamed for, in your words, the poor state of the economy?
Well, the president was basically elected to provide a solution to a problem.
As an individual?
He was elected, he has lieutenants. There are 3 separate branches of government that operate. But as the doctrine of separations of power requires, who appoints the Chief Justice. Over the last 5 years, President Weah have got opportunity to appoint 1 Chief Justice and 2 associate justices. No, 3 associate justices. So it speaks to volume that those appointed in the legislature, because associate justices and Chief Justice are principal administrator of the judiciary. So if President Weah did not have confidence in those people who now have been appointed, you come to the national legislature, you have Dr. Buford Chambers, who is also of seditions. If you look at the rank of the lower house, you have Dr. Buford Chambers, Speaker of the House of Representatives. You have Councillor J. Funati Kofa, Deputy Speaker, another sedition. You have Honorable Moses Akara Gray, Chairperson of the Executive in the lower house. You have Honorable Johnson Gwegro, another chairperson of Rules. So if you look at the statutory ranking in the House of Representatives, they are all being controlled by NLC as well. You get to the Senate, you talk about Senator Pro Tem Abachi, another sedition. Sir Joseph, in regard, you will see some measures of composition in the Senate. So I believe that he has a very full package of things that are gotten what you should deliver.
How much of the blame of the poor state of the economy, in your words, should the legislature take?
Well, because
I mean, they are the ones who
appropriate and do otherwise. But when it comes to the executional functions of the budget, that's why when the budget is before the national legislature, it becomes the president's budget. It becomes the president's budget. Once it is passed into an instrument presented, he signed it, he executed as well. That's why normally my days at the General Auditing Commission, you do a risk metrics. I've usually told my colleagues at the level of the General Auditing Commission, it will be a complete waste of time come here auditing the legislature, because what they appropriate and submit it, the executive right and just give their salary. What do they have in terms of operation?
Are you saying that auditing the national legislature?
If I were Auditor General, I won't waste my time because
they collect taxpayers' money.
They've been paid. They don't collect.
I know. I mean, they are being paid taxpayers'
money. They don't collect.
They expend taxpayers' money.
They don't collect. It is a executive.
They don't collect.
It is
I did not say that they collect. I'm saying
it is the executive that collects.
It is the executive. Don't they spend money? The legislature spends money. No, the legislature has a budget.
On what?
Doesn't the legislature have a budget?
On what?
The legislature has a budget.
What is a law item? What is a law item that clearly indicating that where there is a budget for a senator or representative that you say the government has given 50,000 from the budget that I'm going to do this? I'm yet to understand. I'm yet to believe. I'm not saying that, except you correct me on that.
Are you saying?
The point is
because I know that you've been around the legislature for quite a while.
Listen,
are you saying that there is no money allotted to the legislature that they spend on their own?
Project in the previous regime.
I'm not saying lawmakers. I'm saying the legislature. The legislature has an administration. They run this office. They are giving monies to run the legislature.
Well,
so when people say audit the legislature, you're not saying audit individual lawmakers. They're saying audit the administration of the legislature.
I have not seen officers of the legislature when one were appeared and make it to believe that I'm coming here, I have money. A central administration will attend to it. They are most often and most time you come here as an tell you saying, I don't have money, I have not. I'm here to be corrected, though.
No, so because the public is listening, we have to get this straight. The legislature.
I'm not in land art and except you show me.
The legislature runs a central administration. That central administration
You
receives
pay
money.
them. No, listen.
They don't just receive
We have-
salaries,
listen,
they do
listen,
receive
listen.
monies that
So
they
where is the-
expend.
Where the legislative project that you talk about they have been initiating? I'm talking about land arting. That the way in the executive, you know that a ministry or agency has a land arting to actually pay days or 2 days. That does not work in the legislature. What happens is that they pay staffers, or either they got minor thing like buying water and they got transportation and they give end to staff.
But these are monies they receive from the
do
national
not
budget.
have a- on what?
The
What they
mo-
are paid?
The monies that they
No,
use
there
to
are
buy
two-
water.
No, there are two different arguments. that you impose.
No, I think you're
No,
missing the
there are two
argument.
different arguments.
You're missing the
Okay.
argument.
Okay.
The monies that we are talking about here, where do they come from?
It is taxpayer money.
So why shouldn't they be
On
audited?
what? Salary. So I say if you're looking at risk metrics. So you want to go audit. You want to audit, let's say, or civil servant of their salary?
No. The legislature does
You
not
want
want to
to-
receive
Do
salary.
you want to audit a civil
The
servant for their
central
salary?
administration of the
I'm
legislature runs the
saying
budget.
what I'm telling you, what I do know, because I work with this particular one of the General Auditing Commission. I know how do this functions. I have said, if you are looking at risk metrics, that you see where risk could be applied, giving millions of dollars to the executive in terms of executional purposes, I will don't waste my time in terms of coming to the legislature because what they receive is very minimum. About 80% of their salary required a jet paying salary.
At least I know now that you are alluding to the fact that they do receive monies.
Yeah, they've been paid. They bought a car.
No. Azango is not about what
is their
they are being
argument?
paid. There is no argument. In fact,
What is the argument?
there's no argument. The reasoning is that this is
No, listen. I'm not saying no. Listen. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that the legislator cannot and must not be audited. My point of argument yet is, hey, if I was Auditor General, do my risk metrics and look at the high risk area. Agencies that receive money wholeheartedly, that are executing for the purpose of good of our country, I go after them. I will not waste my time coming after people who get their salary, that other thing that you see coming here, that is off record, that you cannot actually twist it. It is from that particular perspective I'm speaking from. I'm not speaking because they got their, because even in your entire professions, if you were to interview, what makes use is what you go for. You don't just go for any other person because you say you want to talk to. There are something they want to prompt a media institution to go to the street to get ordinary people view. There are issues that actually prompt media institution to invite experts instead to provide their expert opinion. It is from that particular regard I'm talking about. If I'm to set my risk metric, what after I will do, I don't waste my time coming after salary of the legislature. But I'll go in where you have 80% of the money being approved and being executed by the executive, then I will decide to go.
In relation to what we are talking about, too often or on many occasions,
Okay.
The public, the media, everyone, almost everyone in Liberia, especially the opposition community, who blamed most of the problems, the challenges that we face in the country to the legislature, that they are not doing well, to mitigate some of these challenges. You want to carry the microphone on?
Yeah, we got to be fair now enough because as a legislature, they have their responsibility to play that as well. As executive, they have their role to play that as well.
Okay.
As judiciary, they have their role to play that well. When you see the public crying, public all crowd, as the legislature is not doing well, it comes from the background that they do not flex their muscle. How many times you saw the legislature inviting a government official that is engaged into corruption, asking the executive or the Minister of Justice to move after the particular individual because this is the Liberian people money. It is their citizen public okra come from. That you are the father in the house. You appropriate and they report to you. How many times you see that there's lecture?
So you
I
are
tell-
alluding to that fact as well, that session.
Yes.
Okay.
And we got to we got to balance it because there are some of them like what is basically happening. Senator Dillon raised a critical issue
Okay.
that the president of the Republic of Liberia is a visitor to the national legislature. Will come to provide briefing on the state of affairs in the last 1 year. They should not control. We the ones supposed to provide security and do everything, protecting our guests. But the other way around, there are some of them that are very smartless,
Okay.
right? Like today, if you see what is basically happening at the level of the various girls, you see that they say they have an EPS yet. They are also, but that must work in line.
They
because
form part of the National Security Task Force.
The president is like the guest of
Okay.
the legislature.
Okay.
So who protect the guest if I host you? If I come in your studio, so I should go protect myself? It is just at the metro that we all got to understand. If you invite me in studio, why you say that most often we are in studio, like you hear Vesely say, you got to protect my guests. I won't allow you moving with my guests. I will not take that particular call from you. It should be the full responsibility of the legislature to do that.
Any
But
final
because
thing?
of, because
any,
because
yes.
that's why when they are the public all crowd,
Mhm.
that the legislature is not doing well. That's why I said to you, I intend to agree with them.
Okay.
They have their responsibility of doing.
Okay,
Like,
sir.
you come, you got a budget, the budget has passed. I'm not then go after budget oversight.
Okay. Chief,
I'm not them.
thank you so much. Any final thing you want to say in a minute for us to go?
Well, we are here from the opposition community to see the last annual address of our president. We are today.
Okay.
I do not think the Development people are going to renew his mandate, and we call our supporters to remain calm.
Okay.
As President Weah delivered his final annual address to the nation today,
Mhm.
we are hoping that and praying that he should not return next year, 2024, to address the Liberian people.
Thank you
It
so
should
much
be
for
somehow
coming.
in the opposition community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Vesely, I don't think your closing statement. I just want to talk a little about it. I don't think politics has anything to do with prayer. Politics is number, is physical. You have to convince the people, present your manifesto to them, and then they can be convinced to follow you. So if you keep praying, maybe divine intervention can take place at certain time, but not usually in the political setting. Let me welcome Chief Chojan Kiazulu of Prime FM. We also have Sampon. Sampon is also here. We will speak with him shortly. Chojan, welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Emmanuel Davis. Of course, it's always good when you're doing what you love to do, and that is what we're doing here. The act of informing our people, educating, informing our people, as well as entertaining our people. We shall shortly be talking about some of what the president said in his past sona, and try to give an analysis of or preempting what he's going to say today in his final address to the nation. But I just like to, I was listening to you guys when you interviewed the secretary of, the press director there from the end of the Senate, when he was trying to talk about the presiding, who presides, when the joint chamber meets, and he said the presiding officer. But of course, the presiding officer normally of the House of Representatives is the Speaker, and so people are not wrong when they say it is the Speaker who is supposed to preside when there's a joint chambers.
Okay.
In a joint session,
Mhm.
the Speaker is the presiding officer, except where he is not around, then someone can deputize. In the case that the Speaker is not around, the Deputy Speaker will preside. If the Deputy Speaker is not around, the
chairperson
on
on executive
will preside, and it goes down. So it has a chain. All right, it has a chain. But the first person that will come to your mind when you're talking about the presiding officer is supposed to preside when there's a joint chambers, when it's a joint session, rather, it is the Speaker.
Mhm.
All right, so people are not wrong when they say, like he himself said, if the the speaker is not around, then of course somebody else can preside. But because the business of the day must go on, all right. The other thing here is
which is constitutional.
Which is constitutional. The other thing we need to provide some clarity on here is when our guest, just a while ago, was informing the public about the invitation, or whether a guest or what have you. But the fact of the matter here is, wherever the president of the nation goes, let's take for example, the president travels from here and goes to the United States of America.
Mhm.
The state security in America takes over immediately
Yes.
the security of the president. All right. So in Liberia, wherever the president goes, of course, the state security, his security, takes over the entire security of the sector. So this legislature cannot be the one providing security for the president whilst the president is here.
Especially,
Yeah.
when the president has his
So
immediate
the-
security.
So you can't say the president's security should stand down,
and then you provide
and then
security.
the security from the legislature will provide security for the president. That's unheard of. All right.
You
So some
know,
of these things,
that's true. Though people are entitled to their own opinions, but you would expect some of these comments or statements coming from opposition political
definitely. So when
figures.
they do it,
So,
then you provide
so
the
that's
clarity so it does
the
not
reason.
become
So it is good that
to the public.
it is good that we're here to provide some clarity as people come to our commentary booth to make statements or remarks relative to the state of the nation address that will be presented by President George Weah on today at 4 o'clock. Well, let me just briefly cross over to some points. I will come right back to you for us to continue, and we will start with the very first annual message by President George Weah when he took over 1 week following his inauguration. Stephen Sampon of Prime Communications, welcome.
So, Emmanuel, thank you. And let me say thank you to the team here providing information across the length and breadth of our country as it relates to His Excellency, the President George Amani Weah, who would on today later delivered his State of the Nation address. And that is the start of affairs of the country, and that of our someone in other communities who say this should be as his last address to the nation, or someone would say he might return in 2024 to address the nation. So quickly, if you are following us and wherever you are, I'm in my capacity here today as the assigned reporter at the Executive Mansion for Prime Communications Network Incorporated. So, Emmanuel, it is good to join the broadcast. And quickly, rumbling through the president address, then President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, her last State of the Nation address, there is something when it comes to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, she made mention of in the hall at the time, unknown accounting for stewardship of the state of, she said she failed to tackle corruption because we are living in a correlated society where visually everybody knows each other. So and when she made that particular statement, the entire hall went wild. So today President George Weah taking over the nation in 2018. He talked about so many things. So Liberians today, from every length and breadth of our country, we want to hear why as it relates to tackling corruption.
Okay, that's a fine one. So we will just go straight into the very first one. We can talk about it. The first one here has to do with a few lines. Let me just read these lines, children. He says, exactly 1 week ago, we witnessed and participated in a historic and peaceful transition from an incumbent administration to a newly elected government. The first such event in our history for more than 70 years. Liberians have received commendations and congratulations from all over the world for the civility and maturity demonstrated throughout this long process, which eventually ended in the passing of a baton from one generation of leadership to a younger generation. I remember quite friendly when the president made this remark, he received an applause from the people in the joint chamber. Children, by then you were reporting from here.
Yeah, and I was present when the president made that address. Of course, the thing about what the president was stressing there was that for a long period of time.
70 years plus.
Yeah, for a long period of time, two things. There have not been a transition in Liberia.
Mhm.
The last time we experienced that, of course, was when Barclay, Todmont took over from Barclay. And since that time, there hasn't been a turnover of leadership,
Democratically.
democratic leadership until 2017, when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who became Africa's first female president, and of course, Liberia's first and Africa's first female president,
Mhm.
turned over after her second term to President George Weah. And that was the first point he tried to stress in that statement. The other point he tried stressing in that statement is that he said that a new breed of leaders, so to speak, because
Generational change was
all of
something he
those-
was
all of
alluding
those in
to.
the past, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was one person who has been in the vineyard of politics for a very long time, so much so that she's referred to as the Maradona of Liberian politics. Of course, so she was now stepping aside, and of course, someone who Liberians saw as a representing the youth of the nation, someone who, of course, came from the clutches of the ghettos, or the slum communities and what have you. For that kind of person now
Representing
to come,
the youthful generation.
yeah, taking over the presidency of Liberia, it signified that there was a new generation of Liberians now that leadership was being shifted to. And so I think that's what the president was trying to say in that particular comment there in his statement.
And so it came to pass as a result of this process that, I'm quoting President George Weah, that I, George Manuel Weah, your humble servant, took the oath of office and was sworn in as the 24th president of the Republic of Liberia in the presence of most, if not all of you. I swore, and this is one point that we should take into consideration. I swore that I would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of Liberia. And in the process, I asked the Almighty God to help me to do so to the best of my abilities. So, at some point you listen to it, the president took oath of office and said that he will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. So far as governance is concerned, has the president lived up to that promise?
So again, thank you, Emmanuel, for joining me. And when it comes to living up to the constitutional responsibility,
upholding
for
the Constitution,
upholding the
preserving
Constitution,
it.
that is a final law of our country. I mean, there were some laws violated by the president, in my opinion.
Okay.
And that is on the book, number one, as it relates to the census. You aware that the Constitution states that every 10 years there should be census conducted.
Okay.
But today, the last census Liberia had, I'm not just talking about this, was in 2008. And this president took over an office in 2018. And by that time, there should be census conducted.
Yes.
Yes. So that's some of the violation of the Constitution. So by this president living up to the Constitution, I mean, there are a lot of lapses. And Emmanuel, now maybe probably some other people might think that I'm trying to go that route because I'm against this president. No,
But aside from you being a journalist, you are here. You are one of the many eyewitnesses, and of course, you are a citizen of the Republic of Liberia as well.
certainly. Yes. So looking at the president, there are a lot of provision within the Constitution. The president violated during his term. So I don't think the president lived up to a promise as upholding the Constitution of the Republic, in my opinion, Emmanuel.
Trojan.
Yes, we can say that as a fact. Yet there were some, although it was alluded to, like for example, the issue of the census. For every time it came up when it was supposed to be held, it was postponed, and the problem was due to finances. We are talking about, the issue of the pandemic coming in as well, which also caused a serious problem that might have been a factor for the postponement of the holding of the census and all everything due to lack of money and all of that. And then the president, of course, democratically speaking, I know, and I'm sure that's one thing that's going to be in this State of the Nation address is that democratically speaking, there was no, or there is no political prisoner as we have. There is a fluidity of politics going on where people are speaking either for or against, and you do not see opposition being chased and of course jailed if you may for speaking their minds. I think that's one of the positives of upholding the Constitution that the president is going to be speaking to, talking about the freedom of speech and where everyone has a right to express themselves whichever way that they think. And so yes, that's one of the aspects of upholding the Constitution. Yes, we agree. Talking about the census was delayed. That was a constitutional violation. Plus other times, let's take for example, we might overlook it, but even the submission of the budget at times it is delayed, but when constitutionally it's supposed to be given at a particular time according to the law of the country.
Now we do have a new fiscal period.
Yeah, we do have a new fiscal period now, which begins January to December. Before it used to be from July to June. So all of these things have come into play. There has been challenges though, and he's going to tell you that there has been challenges. But on the overall, the president will be reporting that security-wise, the country is safe.
So I know it is obvious that President Weah will speak to all of those things, and some people that we spoke with yesterday did say, especially members of the opposition, some political pundits were saying that this will be a decisive moment for President George Weah and his CDC government. This speech will have to be well written to convince people about the operations of the president for the past 6 years. So with us now, can he come in the middle?
You want to come in the middle? Okay.
Yes, okay. Deputy Information Minister Jalawa Tumpo.
And he used to be here. He used to be here at the legislature.
So who is welcoming who here?
No, we have to welcome him because we are now here. This is our studio. He's coming in our studio here, and so we need to welcome him here. So welcome to your old ground.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Trisha. David. The two of you got me laughing. But I have been welcoming people as well. You can never take this ground from me. I know you will stay the rest of the time here, but I mean, just imagine, as a professional person, I stay 17 good years here.
Wow.
And you join me here. So the rest of you join me here. So welcome to the three of us.
Okay, Minister Tumpo.
I see Kevin.
Yeah, Kelvin is here. And Sekou usher you in. So obviously,
fantastic.
Yeah, it's Prime.
Prime.
Also, let me just officially welcome you to Prime and Prime FM and Voice of Liberia. There's a joint broadcast right here. It shows to you that the young people in the media are willing to collaborate
and those are people
and coordinate.
I got high regard for them. So much more respect for them. Yeah, I know sometimes the criticism and the talk can be so that kind of way, but hey, look, when we're meeting,
or very, very objective.
I know. You have to decide whether objective or. But when
that
we
kind of way could be relative.
When we meet in the streets, when we meet outside of our profession, I mean, we share the joke, and
yeah,
I'm glad that you also have your madam who is also a trained.
Okay, all right, thank you, Minister. But let's go into it. But the president is expected to address the nation today. This will be his sixth and final sooner until elections are held. If from the government's angle, which you represent, for which you are the chief spokesman, the deputy chief spokesman of government, tell us, what are some of the things that the public should expect in terms of successes? Because I'm sure those are the things that the president is going to outline, or those challenges will be there too. What are some of the things we expect to hear from the president today?
So I know so much more. It depends. It depends who you talk to as a Liberian, and as a Liberian, it depends who you talk to and their expectation. I know the expectations from the Liberian people are so huge, especially so being a president for this country, and then you bear the burdens of everybody. Everybody looking into different direction. You could come from the media angle. You say you expect the president to talk about the media, the freedom of free speech and expression. Somebody who comes from the medical field say they expect the president to focus his attention on the health. If you look at somebody like all of us who come from our community or area, you expect the president to talk about the road, which of course he have, talk about so much more, pay attention to the road. So it depends who you talk to. But if you talk to me, I say the expectations of the Liberian people are huge, and His Excellency will address the expectation today.
How has he, in your view, as the deputy spokesperson of this government, how has he managed the expectation of the people?
The presidency?
The president, how has he managed the expectation? You would say in the expectation of the Liberian
So
people.
and like he said from the onset that people should not judge him by the eloquence of his speech, right? But his action. So if you look at his development, his initiative that he has undertaken, you look at the health sector, you look at the education, you look at the roads network, the infrastructure, and the security sector. He has from one step to another step managed the expectations of the Liberian people. You will not be the one to have that 100% money that you want in your pocket. But hey, as a market woman, as somebody who was struggling to go out of university, he has addressed our aspect of the students of Bali. As people who have been suffering from the issue of the health. I mean, though not across the country, but he has touched so many lives when it comes to the Emery Hospital, the 14 Military Hospital, the media hospital, referral hospital in Riverside, the dialysis machine we're just talking about, the oxygen plant when that has to control the oxygen when people are suffering here and there. He has to touch so many places. You come to the education, like I just told you about education, the infrastructure, the TVET and what have you. So he's touching every life, every aspect of the country. You talk about economy, that you will also be having people invited here talking about the economy, the economy as we, where he took it from and see where he has brought it from. I'm not an economy, so I will not go in detail about the economy, but what I know so far, so much more is that the economy, I know people always say things are tough. I agree, but he is managing the economy, moving the economy from one step to another step. Okay, and then moving the education from one step to another step, moving the health sector from one step to another step. The security now, Liberia can boast of a peacekeeping mission in Mali, in any part of the world. So I mean, he has managed to some extent. He has managed the expectation of the Liberian people. But again, even at home, the expectations of your family will not always be met, but it is always addressed. And as a president, he has managed to address the expectation of the Liberian people.
Okay, now you come from the angle of the information ministry, where we talk about freedom of speech, the media.
Now that's your interest. So you see what I was talking about.
That's my interest. And so people judging this government based on its level of allowing, according to the Constitution, the right to speak and all of that, not just within the media, but also with opposition. How will you grade it? And what will you say? Is this government level of press freedom or the right to speak in the country?
You are one of the prolific talk show guy in this country that because you're good at sports, you're good at politics, you're good at economics, you're versatile. When it comes to not to flatter you, not because you are before me, this is something that we talk behind the scene. For you are versatile. So when it comes to the issue of the press freedom, I will want you to be that one to lift it up and not for any other person where the government has gone wrong in this republic. Because His Excellency, the first thing he has done is that the KAK Act. You know more about the KAK Act. To decriminalize the free speech to the extent that everybody talk. Everybody. There is nobody in this republic that will, no government official that will go that will go against anybody, that will go after somebody because you castigated the person, you talk against the person, you criticize the person. There is nobody. The freedom of speech and expression has been practiced, but again, it comes with responsibility. So all of us who are in that line must always live according to that aspect of the freedom of expression, the free press and free speech. He has exhibited the level of tolerance that to the extent that all of us, I mean, you can just, the only thing that people don't do these days is that they don't go in people bare rooms to videotape them, to, you know, to invade their privacy. But that issue of the free speech, and I always say if people should boast of anything, this is one of the things that people should boast of. I will not be the one to grade the government. The Liberian people are watching. They will be the one to grade the Liberian people. And the good thing about it is that I think there's three good big media institutions that have come together to do what you guys are doing here. So people listening to you across the globe, people listening to you across the country, they will be the one to investigate. I know when it comes to opposition, people will always be there. The opposition is a
So do
government,
you
is a
think-
government in waiting.
Yeah, do
So
you
they'll
think
always
they-
criticize.
Or is it
But-
unfair what they say, talking about the opposition, when they speak about the shortcomings of the government? Do you think that what they say
That's
is,
it. That's
is
it. What
unfair?
that is the primary objective of the opposition.
So they are right? Do you think what they say they are right?
They are not
or
right. They are not right, but they are fighting for a particular seat that somebody is sitting in. So they will do the worst. They will say the worst, but there are some of them who are always, I don't want to call him, but the opposition will always be there to criticize because they are fighting. Lieutenant Police said they are always running for the seat that he said that people sit in. But since you are sitting in that seat, they are running, so they will say the worst about you and they will say the negative about you. But does that in any way indicate that you are not doing what you're supposed to do? I said no, you are doing exactly what you ought to do. So you are talking about the freedom, the free press, the FOI law. Now we also talk about, you should take a statistics of how many politicians are in jail. Do we have any political prisoner? I said no. But people will go and cause His Excellency. That could not happen. I don't know how old are you. 90, 80. I don't know how old are you. Even when President Taylor was running this country. But then perhaps you are not in the mainstream journalism that you practice now.
No, I wasn't.
You are, so to the extent that, no, I gave you a scenario because of what happened, and I don't always like to blow the horn. I was arrested because of free speech. I was arrested, falsely arrested.
But there has been commotions. Let's talk about that. There has been commotions with the security and the media in time past. Where of course there was one point where the president had to set up a committee headed by Dr. Larry Bropler, and all of that, and we've still not seen the report though.
Well, I know you wanted to come to that. I know you wanted to come
exactly,
to that.
exactly.
So, these are things that are being worked behind the scene. I mean, if I should say, Rome was not built in a daytime. All of this issue of the report will come about, but what is important for us to understand is that the cordiality now exists between the security and us as a media has improved. That, I mean, that link between the security, you can just call any security. It has never happened before to even get close to a security personnel. So the issue of the issue of the report so important as compared to what is now existing between the security and the media,
So that people will know perhaps the caveats have been put in place so that everyone will know that.
So my take on this particular report, and I know you can quote me. My take on this particular report is that I know the report, the report, the committee did its work, but what is important What is important for me is the relationship between us, the media, and the security personnel. So that is the important things that I look out for now. Because right now, the security and us, we have a fair understanding of how we should do our work.
Okay. Now, finally, sir, you are the Minister of Information. We out there, we listen, we hear what people say. That there are some things that the government is doing that is not out there in the public glare. Meaning, the Ministry of Information is not forthcoming as to disseminating the kind of information that the people would need as to the workings of the government, those things that the government is involved with. What would you say to that about your ministry and its engagement with the public relative to what the government is doing, as you are supposed to be that arm of government that is supposed to disseminate these kinds of information to the general public?
You know what? I tell you, I know the librarian. I know certain group of librarians. If what we do at the Ministry of Information, because what they expect us to do. When I joined the Ministry of Information 1 year ago, my focus is to quiet and to keep the country calm, and that was one of the key things, even in my communication from the presidency. Be peaceful with the Liberian people. So our intent, and our understanding is that look, to communicate the government policy. So what we do at the Ministry of Information that people don't understand, because in the past, when they wake up to the radio, they hear, talking to this opposition, talking to the one for us to talk to those same guys, the one for us to talk to Joseph Baka, talk to Coming, criticizing to the go. They are not hearing us doing that. We are being more civil. We are being more polite. We are being more professional. So what we do is, look, we have 5 platforms. 5 platforms at the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism. We have 5 platforms. You have the Thursday regular press briefing. You have the mega half hour, the mega hour. You have the panorama, the Lena. Then you have the, how do you call it, the New Liberia, and then you have the mega Facebook page live. That everywhere the president went, we carry it live. So we communicate government policy, but because we are not a Trojan is saying Trojan is on ready and say, no, Tompo is not doing this, and people say I should come back to my colleague Trojan and say Trojan is XYZ.
Okay.
They don't see us being combative. They don't see us being combative. They see us being professional, articulate the policies of the government. So to their belief, in their wisdom, in their mind, they think we are not being so much, we are not being. But how do people hear? So how do people get to know that this 14 military hospital does exist? How do people hear that the Emory Hospital was dedicated? Again, I like to take it back to the citizen journalism that is now, taking over our country. So because somebody have their cell phone, by the time they start to project this, and then they say the information ministry is not doing this, they should have done this. Hey, the other established, that Ministry of Information says we are there, especially so my office, to propagate the policies of the government, not to attack Kezuru, who is an opposition, and not to insult him, but to say exactly. And this is why every time when I engage in civil society, we do engagement. We do engagement. Media engagement. Go out there to engage in civil society, talk to other people. How do you want for the government to see? And then we make those recommendations. So this is how we run that ministry.
Okay.
It is not the art is in my car. I will share that art with all of my media colleagues so they will read the art to the Liberian people. That art is not to be combative. Now, in politics, you have the political parties, media team that is there for propaganda. Then you have the government information, the communication team that is there to propagate the government programs and policy. So the ELBC, the state-run radio, the press secretary, office and the Ministry of Information combine, we catalog government policies, programs, and then we propagate them to the Liberian people. This is
Okay.
how the Ministry of Information, Culture and Affairs communicates a policy to the government or to the people of Liberia.
Director, I want to say thank you for, of course, coming to our mini studio here at the grounds of the Capitol. And
Director,
sorry, Minister. You know, I'm just used to when you were here as Director of
17 years.
of Press for 17 years at the Senate. But of course, he's now elevated though. He's a Deputy Minister. Minister Jalawa Tompo, thanks a lot for sharing our platform this morning.
It's my pleasure, and let me thank the management of Prime, Voice of Liberia, and which
No, those are two entities: Voice of Liberia and Prime.
Voice of Liberia and Prime.
Yeah.
Also, Kevin
Demi,
comes from
Sekou
Prime.
Sharif.
Sekou Sharif.
Yeah.
Those are the guys who always give me hard time anyway. They both of them come from. So I like the collaboration. I like what they are doing. And I think we need to, and I need to, where is Kevin? I need to partnership with them, so I'll bring some of the government officials here.
Yeah, definitely.
That is my responsibility. So I can assure you that I'll bring some of them here.
Thank you. We appreciate.
While they are talking to ERBC, they'll also talk on this platform.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate that. That's the face and voice of Deputy Minister Jalawa Tompo. He's been here with us. Kelvin, you care to just join us for a couple of minutes so that we can, maybe further discuss some of what we expect to happen here today. Kelvin Demi is here. The microphone is there. Kelvin, of course, so far so good. Kelvin, what has been your own impression of the way things have been going since this morning when we began this broadcast?
Thank you so very much, Trojan Kiazulu. I'd like to start up for the day before yesterday, and I would like to specifically give my endless thanks and appreciation to the media team here. I'm talking about the joint media team to comprise of the House of Senate and the House of Representatives for the kind of splendid job done, the kind of coordination. I know that some of our friends could be disenchanted that they are now part of to this event. I thought that it was intended to slice the number of persons inside the rotunda and even outside here. Again, we want to say thanks to the operatives here at the Capitol building for permitting us to do a setup. I also like to use this time to say thanks to the both institutions for the partnership. These are exactly what we should do. It is very rare, to find something of such being done, but at least we've done it. In terms of I don't know whether you've gone inside.
Yeah.
I did visit the rotunda and that of the joint chambers. Is that how you guys call it? The beautification is splendid. The setup tours as well, perfectly done. If you look at the exterior part of the building, I was particularly concerned about the electricity issue here, and I was told by authorities of the legislature that they have done everything in making sure that LEC uphold to
that LEC does not blink.
stability. Yeah, that's the right word. That LEC does not blink. So you can be assured, according to Myers and his team, that we did not need to use a generator we brought as a backup. We did not need to use generator. You know what time it is. If whatever happens, you know what I'm talking about.
Especially there's a dry season.
Yeah, there's dry season.
And of course, there is this power outages during the
Especially
dry
recent,
season because of the drying up of the hydro, Mount Coffee. And so, but we have been backed up now by the CLSG project. You know about that.
And then we're doing shading.
Yeah, we're
So
doing
it means
shading.
that
So
there's privilege given. this
yeah,
entire
there's a
facility.
priority now.
This is a priority for today.
Yeah, sure.
So this is a priority for today. So using your word, we may not experience blink.
There will be absolutely no blinking today.
blinking on today. Yeah,
especially
so
from
far is at a fairer note. I like it when we are forwarding our microphone to all sides. You heard the folks from government. The key key actors responsible for today's program. At least we've given a fair share to everybody to speak. We also want to say thanks to the office of the speaker. You heard him. This part of the pie was delivered here early this morning. We heard the official spokesperson of the Liberian National Police say out the things in relation to today's program. We also heard the communication arm of this entire edifice, the legislature, say to us the itinerary for today's program, the protocol for today's program, all of the regulations, in place. Those things were explained. We also afforded the microphone, an opportunity to the folks in the opposition to have their say about how they perceive and how they see, and presumably what they're forecasting for today's program. Did they say their side? And so we are here up to, I'm told, most likely 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
today.
7 o'clock. So it's a whole day of work, of course, for us. But that's our job. That's what we sign up to of course, inform the Liberian people. They are the ones we are working for. They are the ones whose interest, of course, we are here. And so we must ensure that the needed requisite, if you may, information from here where President George Weah will be speaking to give his final state of the nation address. But there has been this hold and pull about whether or not talking about some of what the president is expected to say today in his final state of the nation address. There has been, let's begin with, the attendees, those who have been either invited or those who are supposed to be here by virtue of the Constitution. By virtue of the Constitution, of course, we know members of the legislature are supposed to be here. He is the one the president will be speaking to. But there has been also this thing about some of those who are invited or not, and I heard some of the guys from the opposition bloc saying they were not invited and all of that. But we did hear from Representative Gray this morning, and he confirmed from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that invitation was sent out to even opposition leaders to attend, and that has been the normal protocol.
Yeah, that was his word versus their word. So it was a good thing to hear from them. Obviously, Akaro's Representative Gray is the chairman on the executive. He is part of today's program. It's one thing to say that invitations were given the opposition. It's another thing, to find out as to whether it did happen. It has to be authenticated, but that can be authenticated by the records to show that yes, indeed, they were delivered. They were signed for by representations of the offices within the different, opposition groupings. They are showing who also justified specifically from the people outside of the legislature, because it's obvious that, for example, people that like the opposition representatives and senators, by virtue of their statuses, obviously they will have to be here.
Mhm.
So they did not need to be given an invitation officially for today's program, in my thinking. I don't cover the House of Legislature, but in our conversation with Representative Akaras Gray, he mentioned that they were not to be given official invitation, rather, except for their spouses.
Spouses, yeah.
That was exactly what they said. So in short, folks, when you are a representative, a male representative, or a male senator, they will give you an invitation for you to bring your husband. Do you understand? If you're female, it means that you should, if you're male, rather, is to bring your wife, rather. Sorry, you should bring your wife. If you are a female,
To bring your
senator
husband.
or representative, you should bring your husband. Maybe by extension, if you got courtship going on,
But
you can bring. But
let's Kelvin, let's look at
I do not expect in regards to your concern, I do not expect that even if the opposition were given,
you do not expect them to be here.
no, not that I don't expect them to be here. Even if, and that was exactly what I was coming from,
Mhm.
even if the opposition were given invitations, all opposition blocks were given invitation, I do not expect them to be in higher number
Yeah.
as opposed to the people who who are supporters of the government.
Okay, but let's look at some of those, of course, who are, in the opposition. Some of them are already here, like you said. Some of them are representatives and senators already. Senator Lawrence, Yombi Kanga Lawrence is an opposition. Senator Darius DeLon is an opposition. He's already here. But the vice president, and one thing Representative Gray said was that all former leaders, including former presidents, former vice presidents, were all former speakers, former Senate Pro Tem, they were all given invitations to be here. So by virtue of that, the vice president, Joseph Newman Boakai of the Unity Party, who we know is in America right now, should have been given one. But because he's not here, he might not be here. But when we see the likes of Alexander Cummings of the ANC, the likes of Benina Ure of the All Liberian Party, where we see, I don't know whether the Liberty Party, I heard Daniel Sano talking about he didn't.
Sorry, we have to interrupt. I'm told,
Okay.
one of us is in the rotunda.
All right, let's join our guys for the rotunda there. The joint chambers invite. The joint
Okay.
chambers, where Gibson is there. Gibson, if you're getting us, you can take it from here.
Okay, thank you so much, Trojan, and thank you to Kelvin and the rest of the guys. It's a pleasure to be at the Wale Narrowtarbot Joint Chambers, where the Liberian Senate and the Honorable House of Representatives, where both usually come together to have section in the interest of the Liberian people. And today, this is the place where the president will be addressing the national legislature, same being his last and address for the first 6 years of a ascendancy as president of this country. Probably he might come back, or no one knows otherwise. So, like we told you previously, have been reported, the seats are well in order, decorated, and we see names at the back of the chair, in the chair. So we see judiciary reserve, judiciary. You have you see RMP, IG, you see the fire service, the LIBA, the AFL. That is, those seats are especially for the Inspector General of Police, the head of the Armed Forces of Liberia, the General Prince Johnson III. You have the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. So that particular seat is squarely for security apparatus, both from the fire service, from the LDA, the LMP, from the AFL, from the RIS. They are all for that seat. Is just in a chair. You have all white, and the rest of the seats are decorated with newspapers, because if you have a guest coming in on the sit, they will have to get to know what is actually unfolding in the country, especially reading from the newspapers. And so the newspapers are being placed right in front of the chairs that guests will be sitting in. So once you come and you sit in your chair, you have a newspaper to read on. And also the two seats for the president and the vice president is also decorated and has been placed, seeing the table, and where as you see in the seal of the Republic of Liberia, and where the president going to be reading, we have two microphones along with the state broadcasters microphone also being placed there. In front of you have the seal of the Republic of Liberia, and they those decorating this place and receptionists are all making sure that the place is well decorated. And we are here to make sure that we bring you the entire overview, the view, imagery, and the video destination, and every other stuff going to bring you this afternoon on the Voice of Liberia. So those that are responsible, that having the entire program already being placed where it should be, they are making sure that people that are coming in, guests that will be coming in, will not have going to different seats. And so once you come, you go definitely to your seat. You don't have to go to A seats or B seats. So every seat had name on them. So once you come and you from the Liberia National Police, probably the police inspector Patrick Sudu will come and he has a seat here, and you have the era as you have the LD8 bosses and then 8 bosses, all of the security apparatus heads. They had their seats in line in a row. You have Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. You have Ministry of Justice. You have Ministry of Health. You have Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. You have Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and lots of ministries and agencies and commissions. Their seats have been decorated with their names. So once you come in, the receptionist or those organizers will just take you straightly to where you're supposed to be sitting. So it will not be like something where people will just come and sit in seats. Seats are arranged. We also see the Deputy Presidential Press Secretary Smith Toby, who just came into the William Arotaba Jr. John Chimert to making sure that everything is well in place for the press from the executive mansion that will be covering this particular place. Since also, yes, Smith Toby is the Deputy Presidential Press Secretary. We also see Mr. Axel Red. Axel Red is the Deputy Director General as the Liberia Broadcasting System is also here, and they are making sure that this place is orderly conducted, that people will not just come in and just to sit on any seat. So different newspapers, one from the legislative newspaper, that's Legiscope, is also here. Different newspapers from different outlets that are bringing you up to date of to what's happening in our country, and is also they are also each seat had about 3 newspapers. So once you come and you sit down, you will have 3 newspapers to read. Probably one from the legislature, from the legislature that covers the legislature and other stuff like that. So Africa Tinker is one of the newspapers that are here. Also, Africa Tinker is one of the newspapers that will be read by either of the guests that will be sitting. Asik Red is Deputy Director at Liberia Broadcasting System. He's doing distribution along with Smith Toby, the Deputy Presidential Press Secretary. So we making sure that we give you the entire overview of what is happening here. So Trojan, Kelvin, Vesely, April and Parker, Seku, you'll from outside, once you're watching, you know exactly what's happening within. So all of the seats high numbering with names. So once you are international partners, because we've seen lots of international countries. We see South Africa, we see Nigeria, we see Ghana, we see France, we see United States, we've seen Algeria, we see Gambia, we see Africa. So lots of diplomats from the diplomatic corps were going to be here today to watch the president giving his final State of the Nation address, or SONA as you may call it shortly. For the last time in his last first 6 years in office as the president. Lots of things will be talked about, ranging from agriculture, ranging from education, ranging from health, transport, and the well-being of Liberians will encompass of the president's speech, especially with how the country has been run, lots of difficulties that the country have faced with, lots of challenges the country have faced with. The president will have everything encompassed with his speech, and there are lots many concerns with Liberian citizens wanting to know what the president will exactly say in terms of cutting across all of the sectors in the country, and the president will speak on that. It's expected to start about 2 o'clock, as been told. So we making sure the outside we see one of the sergeants at arms, or doormen, as you call it, the lower house, the House of Representatives is the doorman. One of the doormen is at the exit end. We've seen journalists from diverse media institutions setting up their equipments to make sure that the president's speech is brought to you with quality sound. The president's speech is brought to you with that visual that you need in terms of quality, high destination. So we here to making sure that we bring you the best of what it is. So uh, Emmanuel Kotu is also here, he's a Liberian journalist. Emmanuel Kotu is also here. Amos Momo from KMTV is also here. Emmanuel Wakotu County Diary is Liberia's journalist, and he's also here. So we bringing you the entire overview of what's happening from the William R. Tupper Junior Joint Chambers. Everything I can say, let's say, is in tight. The Deputy Presidential Press Secretary Smith Toby is here to coordinate everything for prize members coming out from the executive mansion and actually right from the Liberia Broadcasting System and lots of journalists here from our end. My name is Gibson G for the Voice of Liberia Television, and Joseph Soko Conan Jr. is the mastermind and the brain behind the entire setup. And many thanks to him for being so fast-hearted. So, like we told you, lots of newspapers, the Africa newspaper, the Legiscope newspaper. So we just take a few shots around the William R. Tupper Junior Joint Chambers where things have been set up. We're still seeing lots of newspaper, and that's the president and the vice president seat. Okay, the speaker and the vice president and the president, the speaker and the president. Sorry, we want to get everything straight up. Yeah, yeah, you have to bear with us because someone asking what exactly the address. The address is 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock prompt is just address. So the speaker and the pro tem. So these are the two general overseer of the Liberian Senate and the Honorable House of Representatives. So we will get a word from Emmanuel Wakatu and Axe, right? This is these are the 2 seats for the 2 high seats here at the legislature for the pro temporary Abbott Chie and the 54th legislature speaker, Dr. Boafai Chimans. So it has been stated constitutionally by law that when the 2 houses meet in joint chambers, the speaker of the 54th legislature of the house, the HORO, the Honorable House of Representatives, presides over the particular section. So you see the judiciary, the chief justice, and the associate justices of the Supreme Court of Liberia, that's their seats. So like I told you, Emmanuel Kotu is here. We want to get a little word from him. So experience and popular Liberian journalist, I counted diary, and so yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Ra.
Good afternoon, bro. And of course, it's good to be, on Voice of Liberia TV. As we look forward to hearing the president deliver his last State of the Nation address for his term in office as the president of Liberia from 2018 up to 2023. We have been here. We've done this for the past, years, and today we are here to, hear from the president.
Today, there are lots of concerns that people say the president is addressing his last address in his first 6 terms. Probably he might come back on that. What, as a journalist, you follow lots of things the president have done, lots of challenges they faced. What more do you expect in terms of security, in terms of journalist protection? Because even a day, sometimes you have journalists being brutalized and all that stuff like that. What you expect from the president and also the entire SONA?
I think the president has done so well when it comes to the freedom of the press. Under his administration, we have that part. So what is more important now? We need to prevail on those who are implementing these things to be able to make other people to understand that the press has the freedom, has been passed. We're talking about the Abdullah A. Kamara, stuff that he passed. And then over the years, people have been brutalized by those who are ignorant to some of those things. I'm one of those who is a victim of brutality. The last event for 2022, you saw what happened at the Legis on me, and we also saw some other folks that recently we saw Moses Kassi who was attacked by a former coach of the Lone Star, James Diba, because of some of his expression or some of these. But I think what is happening is that people are not aware of these things that have been passed already, and so they are ignorant to it. So we just need to, make them to understand that the government of Liberia give the leverage to the press to be able to do their job.
It's a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Rowe, as I usually prefer to call you.
Thank you, and I'm looking forward. Like you were talking about people saying the president lies, State of the Nation address is constitutional, and he has to do it. Whether he will come back or not, that is going to be left with the Liberian people.
Their decision.
Yeah, their decision. They have to now check out what the president has done over the years. I have been traveling from county to county, and I see a few things that he has done. I don't know if he's able to convince the rest of the Liberian population as to what he has done, so that it will give you another 6 years. But let's listen to what the president will say today.
It's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Roy Emmanuel Wakotu. It's an experienced media outcome journalist from Liberia who's been so making sure that they, in terms of journalism, he's been taken to this section. So as you see from our cameras right there, you see security officer from the Liberia, that's the executive protection security EPS, and they're making sure that everything is in tight, that every individual coming out from without and coming in will make sure that you well properly checked, that you don't have anything that will have disturbance or very harmful to the president's presence. So we have this Voice of Liberia by 104.1 Prime FM, 105.5, and Voice of Liberia television and Pride FM TV. We bring you this joint broadcast today for the President's State of the Nation's address. Constitutionally is demanding that the presidency should report to the legislature the fourth working Monday in January. And many people have been so concerned about why the president is reporting not the fourth working Monday. And something people fail to know that the first fourth working Monday was on a holiday. The first working Monday was on holiday, so it's not working Monday. The first Monday was on holiday on New Year Day, so it is not a working Monday. So once you say working Monday, it is a Monday where people go to work, execute their job properly. But the first Monday in January was on holiday, so it was not a working Monday. And you see where the camera is there where the armed forces of Liberia will come be sitting, as we've been told. The armed forces of Liberia bank unit, there where they're gonna be sitting, where the camera is, and there where the bank unit will be sitting. So the bank unit from the AFL, they gonna be showcasing their bank talents and syncing with the bank and other stuff like that. So we're gonna report to you on everything that might be happening. And security officers, this place is well secure. So if you're watching, you're listening probably by radio, you're listening, or you're watching probably by the video on the television, just have it at the back of the mind that this place is stacked with security. So if you don't have an access pass, be a regular or all access, you need to get your access pass before coming in, because the security here is very tight, and security apparatus, they're not taking anything for granted, because the president will be here, the vice president will be here, the speaker will be here, the Senate pro tempore will be here, the chief justice will be here, the general of the armed forces of Liberia will be here, the police inspector will be here, the head of LDA will be here, the head of fire service will be here, the head of all security institutions will be here. So lots of security intact to be here this afternoon, to make sure that the places are queue, that you not have bulk of individuals intruding the grounds of the capital. So let you listen to our guys. I just hope we can go back to them, and we can go back to our guys. I think they have a guest over there and to talk to them.
Sorry for that.
How many years? This is the fifth. So, Miuba.
Nobody's talking. Actually, you see, we should let you when they're talking. They're not talking. They're calling me. All right.
The media and state actors when it comes to this freedom. Of course, we're talking about the KK Act. We're talking about the Table Mountain Agreement and all of those. But are there still some challenges that still needs to be tackled? And talking about this report, Deputy Minister Jalawa Tompo was here a couple of minutes ago, and I was asking him about this Larry Broppler report, which we've not gotten. You care to speak about those issues, challenges, and maybe this report?
Well, the challenges we have is about confrontational interaction, sometimes between the security and the media. You know, the media is always on time and want to meet deadline for reporting their stories, going on base. Security too, providing protection for life and properties. So in that event, there can be a confrontation. So to address that challenge, we have been putting into place some mechanism. Last year, December, we concluded what we call SOP, Standard Operational Procedure, between the media and the security sector.
The state security.
Yeah, the state security. That there will be mutual respect for each other.
Okay.
And then whatever happens, it should be resolved. Whoever is wrong must be punished by the institution, but there should be no brutality against the media. So we have faced our signature representing the media. The joint security to sign that paper because that's the only problem we've experienced. You know, security and media, some security member attacking the media during major events. So to overcome that challenge, we try to put people to pen. So we have done that. We hope that it will work out because you made mention about the report. The reason for which that report issue came about was attacks. Dozens of journalists were attacked that year. You remember it was COVID time, you know, COVID time while we're struggling.
And I was one of the victims as well.
Yeah, exactly so. While we're struggling to educate the Liberian people, to provide information, some of the places are landlocked. Only the media can create a sensitization awareness. Some of our colleagues were attacked. So that was very grave. So we decided to bring this to the attention of the government when they constituted the Lawrence Broppler Committee. As we speak, that's one challenge. He has not released a report. But what we intended doing, we achieved the result. What the union was to bring that to the doorpost of the presidency, create the awareness, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, and the media is a very important component of democracy. And journalists are not to be attacked. That was achieved, but we still request that report, and we have not seen that report.
Yes, it is good that you touched on that aspect of what we are discussing. Have we, as journalists, I mean, the entire country, have we been able to exert efforts, to get the Lawrence or the Dr. Larry Broppler report?
Yes, we are exerting front efforts on many occasions to get that report.
How?
Communicating with them, reminding them, at another point, we issued a release that we were now going to, even though we said in the data report, but in the event of such case, we're going to take judicial action because we're very concerned. So we've been making efforts on that. But there are other issues.
When do we take that?
No, I said in the event that something happened to General, but we have dealt with some issues. Some of the issues that were part of the report. The Salon Television, we pursued that case, went at the police station. Few of the general issues were resolved, but that was not on the general report issue we're talking about. But generally, we think some of these instruments we put into place will help us in the process with the SOP, because we can't just say security brutal large journalists, we just protest an issue statement, then we just leave it that way. But the fact that we have come up with a document that all of us sign, I mean, it creates a compelling need to base security, to abide those documents. Because a detail that I can, explain here, but a detail as to consequences for a security personnel who will infringe on the rights of the media, pressing, even more detail were discussed on the electoral process. So there are a lot of things trying to put into place a better that will prevent attack than to come on the offenses.
Okay, now let's draw attention to ourselves. This election that was held, of course, brought the media under the limelight, so much so that there were a lot of people, or some people, if you may, who were trying to discredit the media in the sense that we are not democratic, or we do not, we were not living up to the tenets of democracy, if you may, and that we were allowing things that we condemn government for doing. We were allowing these things to happen. They're talking about the process of our own elections. And of course, there were a couple of court cases that stopped first the election, and then it went on. And then, of course, the inauguration was stopped. Up till now, we've not had a date set for the inauguration. What would you say the media coming under such a spotlight that is supposed to be, in fact, the watchdog of society, coming under such, what sort of effect do you think the elections of the PUL had on us, the media, in the eye of the public?
Well, it is sub judice, so I don't want to go in depth discussing it. But elections globally, whether on a institutional level, on the country elections or legislative. Remember, the United States had to go for election for 15 times for the speakership. Once it's electoral process, and the media resolved to go for election, and then some people had issue, they went to court, saying we subscribe to the rule of law. I think they have to give us praises that we did not engage in violence, and the media will never engage in violence. Under our law, once you agree or you disagree, the best place to go is to the court to seek redress. But I think we did our best to hold elections by the Constitution of the President of Liberia. But I have said over and over, call on our colleagues, every member of the union, media workers, that let us reflect on where we come from, the purpose for the establishment of the press union. This is about fraternity. This is about ourselves. Elections will always be elections, and one leadership will come, another will leave. Said 1964. Some of us were not born, some of you were not also born. You have leaders, and people will always come to be leaders. But the reason for the press union is for us to work together, be one body to protect each other's interests. So let's reconcile ourselves and make sure that once the court issue is settled, we can move ahead. How long? For 3 years to finish. So I will always call for reconciliation as head of the institution. People will always blame, when you are a leader, you agree to accept all of the blame, because by your ability to make sure that we resolve it is matter. It's just that it's in court, and I learned we went before the justice in chamber the second time, and we should have gone to the lower court for reading of some of the medical from the justice chamber, and the judge is on medical leave, as I heard. So maybe that's another delay in the process. But generally, I think we can move ahead. We can remain united and resolve that so that we can continue the press. The press here is the common denominator. None of us above the union. Even today, if I agree, say I don't want to be member of the union will exist. Those who ran for various positions, they just running to be leaders of us. But we are the members of the union. It's an institution. The philosophy of the union is the leadership is the philosophy of the union. It's not the individuals. That's why we have time limit. After this period, another person will come. It's that philosophy. So, but I call for reconciliation. I call for peace and unity, while at the same time we subscribe to the rule of law.
Okay. All right, Mr. President. Maybe a final word to your media colleagues out there, as we've just started the year 2023. This is January 30th. The first month is basically over, but we still got 11 months to go. In 9 months' time, there will be elections in the country. What will you say to the media as president, outgoing president? What will you say concerning what we do in this space of time?
Well, it's to commend the media first for the period under review. Money. So the first thing we should have at the back of our mind, while we have the right to expose ills in society, but our way is to ensure peace, stability in our country so that we all can enjoy the democracy. But thank all of you very much for the hard work.
All right, thanks a lot. That's the president of the Press Union of Liberia, the outgoing president, if you may, Charles Coffey. He's been here with us. This is Voice of Liberia and, of course, Prime FM. We're doing a joint broadcast here from the grounds of the Capitol building. Sekou Sharif, Kelvin Demi, of course, they are the two managers of these two stations, and they are here with us, working with us to ensure that we reach out to you out there. We now have within our mini studio, of course, the president of the Legislative Reporters Association here, Legispool for short. Of course, he works for Front Page Africa. Of course, Henry Kamor. And we also have the Secretary General of the Reporters Association of Liberia, who also worked for. All right, so we're told to hold on with them. So we talk with. All right. Okay, so we will talk with our colleagues very shortly. But Representative Yeke Koluba, Representative Yeke Koluba is now.
And
Okay.
you can see
Honorable Yeke Koluba
Trojan,
is dressed
Honorable Yeke
white.
Koluba is neatly dressed in dominant white. He wears today. He has a little smile on his face. We want to say good afternoon and thank you for joining us here in our joint commentary booth.
Pleasure being here under the sun. Happy,
What do you
happy
mean?
New Year too as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Wishing people the same. It's a pleasure being here under the sun.
What you mean under the sun?
Look, there were money allocated for something good to be built here for you, but not for you to sit under the sun. So it's a disgrace. It's an embarrassment. Look, according to information, they got almost 300,000 US.
Even
for preparation. So you supposed to be sitting under the sun? That abusing your right.
But are you seeing what has
happened to you tomorrow? What will happen?
Are you seeing, Representative Koluba, are you seeing some of the work that has been done here to give the building the facelift inside where you people will be in the rotunda and the yard? Have you seen some of the work that has been done?
Look, all I see here is the president photo being placed around with hospital bed, project he have done. He have not delivered to the people. And so we came to see what he would say. You took up a hospital bed on banner and put your picture there auto it.
Honorable Yeke Koluba, you made a very big allegation. You said they should have done more than what they've done. Is it that you want all the areas to be built differently from what we're seeing?
That what money was allocated for. Not for
How you think it should be?
Bossman, if you feel good sitting here, then it's okay. You can go ahead with it.
No, I'm asking you because you're saying it.
Good sitting on the sun.
I'm asking you, Honorable Koluba.
If you feel good sitting on
It's not about me feeling good.
So can we go ahead now? Because I
just want to ask you, what do you think should have been done?
Proper arrangement to be done. For proper things to be done. Not
Proper in which sense?
My man, you saw the be sitting on the sun? Okay, sir.
We are private
Let's
institution.
move to
We are
something
private
else.
institution. We're not government institution, though.
Let's move on to something else. You're a member of the opposition. You were invited here. You have come to grace the occasion. What is your view about what you've seen around here?
Look, what I see here is this place is not for cheering squad. If cheering squad have been coming here for the last 5 years, this place is not for cheering squad. And I want to challenge the speaker. If they put cheering squad in there to cheer for Ambassador Weah, that have not done nothing for the country, I will cheer for the ANC and cheer for the Unity Party.
How will you cheer? They're not going to be speaking. How will you cheer?
You are being the capital building for your reporter. You know cheering squad has to be in our hall, right?
Is that a cheering squad?
Cheering squad has to be there.
What do you refer to as cheering squad?
States that should not happen. I want you to just quote the violation of the law. What the law says about it.
You're not a code.
No, it's not about code. You make the law. I'm asking you what the law that says that people should not.
Okay, let's agree that there's no law. People are supposed to cheer, right? I will cheer for the ANC.
How,
the Unity Party.
Trojan asked a question. How
What?
will you cheer?
Yeah.
One person?
No, let it turn reach. You don't know how to cheer.
But
How
what
you do it?
what do you
I will
refer?
do it in a peaceful way, the same way they will do it.
What do you
wake up by
refer?
yourself and be shouting?
If they wake up and be cheering, I will wake up and cheer.
You could be laughed at.
What?
You could be laughed at.
Oh, what you mean?
Because you alone saying things, doing things by yourself.
We have brought the place to public ridicule, right? That means we have brought the place. Look, the president is coming before us. There will be dignitary here. You understand what I'm saying? There will be people here, ambassadors.
So you don't expect
our partners will be here to listen to the president's messages. Any attempt for clapping or cheering, there will be distraction. We're not listening to our coming. We're not listening to what the president have said and what we told. We tell our people. So in this light, we'll be appealing to them. You can keep your cheering squad. Look, people don't have to be selective in the country. We see the post stop our staffers from coming here because they say no invitation. I saw a group of women coming to carry cheering squad. We appreciate them. But in our building, no cheering squad will enter our building. Watch the process.
Representative Koluba.
If they enter the building, I will be asking the speaker that this place is not for cheering squad. And the president know, the vice president know that this place is not for cheering squad. The cheering squad should please excuse us so the president can deliver. Look, I cannot listen to the president's deliberation. You understand? So can we listen to it without any distraction?
Honorable Koluba, on these kinds of occasions, the president's security takes over. And I just listened to you that when such is being done, you will ask the speaker to do that. You might not be having the means to do such, or you could be held in contempt.
You lie. On this situation, the president is coming before us. He don't control me here. The security do not control me here. That what the speaker will be presiding. Will the president be presiding? If the president presiding, he will come here.
Two questions.
I don't go to where he's.
When the president enters, you don't have the right to even talk. You listen to the president.
The thing you're talking with your mouth. Let
All
my
right.
mouth
That is what the law says.
No, just wait. Then you have to put lock on my mouth.
So it means you're going to violate the very law that you.
What the Lord has said. What the Lord has said.
Whenever the president enters, you listen.
You listen. So I do not have right to tell to tell the speaker to give the speaker information.
When the president is on the stage speaking.
When the president is on the stage, let me tell you something today. And I want this for the Liberian people to listen to me. If the president is on the stage speaking, we'll listen to him, we'll give the president the respect. Any attempt for cheering squad, I will tend to cheering squad.
That's why I want to come in. This is why Representative Koluba. Do you expect
respect the president? We said
Representative Koluba? Representative Koluba,
we respect the president. Our president.
do you expect? So your expectation is that when the president is speaking, there should be no clapping.
I'm not saying there's no clapping. In the first place, in there, only the president, minister with invitation supposed to be there. Only member of the Senate supposed to be there. Only the diplomatic corps, part of the diplomatic corps supposed to be there. Our business partner, the House of Representatives members supposed to be in there. You understand what I'm saying? But we're coming, look, we respect the CDC. CDC people can come. I know they gather support us, but they're not inside here. Today is a different day.
So if people clap for the president, if people clap for the president, if people clap for the president, you will disturb. If people clap for the president, you will disturb.
I said when the chair will cheer, they say disturb. Did I say disturb? If I want to say this, I will say this. You can't do nothing to me.
Honorable Koluba, why is it you always jittered when you hear about CDC and other things about the government?
Look, let me tell you something. Don't be selective. You say our staff shouldn't come here because there's no invitation.
Who said that to you?
They gave out to the invitations. I mean, to the card.
But that's how it is done usually.
Also, all the people are coming to getting card.
That's how it is done. That's how it is done usually. I have covered this.
I have come to grace the president occasion, and I respect the president. He's our president, and I will listen to him keenly. I don't want to be distracted. Any attempt for me to be distracted, people will be distracted.
How will you?
it doesn't work the way he says it, right? The organizers of the program, they did what they could do. Like, you listen to the people inviting like 3 persons, and like you've covered this place, it is the normal procedure. It is nothing new. But I think, like I asked the honorable man, whenever he hears about CDC or maybe the president, he gets overly angry.
No, you have to you have to contextualize Representative Yeke's point. Honorable Yeke did not say that they were given 3 UNE as staff.
No, he said their stars were denied.
No,
so that means
I'm coming. So Honorable Yeke said we were, as legislative staff, given 3 per office. That to include, I'm quite sure, the opposition and the ruling, the entirety. He said 3 stars.
Once you are a lawmaker, you're 3 star.
Is you keep be giving us three invitations. When we are more, we don't have a problem with it. But you brought supporters.
No, but Kelvin, here's the thing.
No, I'm not saying that he's right or he's wrong. I'm trying to send out the message on how he presented it. So you cover the house.
Yeah, sure. But Kevin, here's the thing. Usually, and this has been a thing here, even when the CDC was not in power. All right? When you had the Unity Party government, of course, whenever the president was coming to speak,
Under former President Sirleaf.
Whenever
supporters too as well?
no, I'm not. We'll get to that part. Whenever the president was coming to speak, you do not have all of the staffers working at the legislature coming to work on that day. Of course, it was always restricted to a certain number, and in fact, at times it was 2. Now I think they made it 3. All right.
He said
Yeah. So this day is not a regular working day for the legislature. So that is how it has always been. Now with the issue of I was wondering, because no matter
certainly children, we need to let go what that man said. Let's move on with much more other things. He said what he said, you know.
Sekou, I know he said a couple of things that we need to authenticate, especially relative to, you know, our gathering here, our booth. We're supposed to have somewhere comfortable instead of sitting in the.
That I want to disagree, because we are private institutions, right? And even, for example, we wanted to use the place that they said you go through process, right? Even wanted to use the canopy. So I don't think we should even dwell into such, because saying if
against Sekou, Representative Koluba is at the Capitol building. Trust me, there are some information that he will have, and we will not have.
But
no,
yeah,
but Emmanuel
he said it that day. Even Honorable Grace said it that it was something around 250 to do this thing. He said it on the media.
Yeah, Emmanuel. I mean, we've all been here. Let's call a spade a spade.
Yes.
Since 2011, we've been here. We've been watching how these things have been going. All right. Now,
a change in the leadership style matters as well.
Yeah, but I've never seen an occasion where this entire place has been covered.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
There has never been a situation or a time where this place has been covered because the media will be here and they will cover this place.
Okay, children, let's go to what we're doing here. We just see the arrival of the armed forces of Liberia. They're in their normal, you know, one of the buses. Now you can see from the far right, Kelvin and children, Emmanuel, you can see hundreds of women believed to be supporters of the president, and I'm told their head is Nora Red from LPRC, and she's heading them. They were the ones that Honorable Koluba was mentioning that they were coming. So they've entered. They are in the number.
I went out, you know, I had to be doing this intermittently. I went out and I can authenticate this huge number of supporters from the CDC here, but in different facets. So like you said, the CDC as an institution, the party is bringing her own people. Other members, you know, at higher levels will be mobilizing. Like, for example, lawmakers, they'll be bringing their district representatives here, donning the same red, white, and blue to the colors of the Congress of Democratic Change, but in different but in different folds.
Kevin, before Trojan
Kevin,
comes in,
earlier this morning when we got here, when we were doing this the analysis, one of the things I said was that in the past we've seen people come in there to, of course, applaud the president and support of the president. More so in an election year. Do you not expect, this is an election year, 9 months from today, we'll be having an election in Liberia. Do you not expect supporters of the president to be here? Representative Gray was talking about all of the restrictions that was been put into place. And I was like, Representative Gray, this is an election year. And of course, everywhere the president goes, of course, you expect that people will go there to show their support to him, especially on this day like this.
Yes.
So it is not a strange thing that this place is crowded as it is.
okay, so like I was saying, Kelvin, from the onset when we were speaking with Daniel Sando and the other gentleman from Unity Party, you did your rounds, you went across this facility, and you informed the people that you didn't see the group of women that they were, speaking of, but now they are here.
Yeah, now they are here.
Yeah, so we can confirm that we've seen hundreds of women, yes, trooping in, believed to be seditious, and we can verify that. We can verify that later on to tell you whether they are supporters of the Coalition for Democratic Change. Shortly, we will be going upstairs. Let's join the man Gibson to give us a look. Gibson, you're listening to us. We want you to give us a look of how is it like up in the joint chambers.
Well, thank you so much, Sekou.
Gibson, if you're there, yes, I'm monitoring. I'm monitoring as well. Gibson, if you are there. But yes, let's describe for you what's happening.
Emmanuel,
outside,
are you getting me,
for
Emmanuel?
those of you listening by means of radio, this
Emmanuel?
is a joint collaboration. Voice of Liberia 104.1 and also Prime FM, Prime Communications 105.5, coming to you live and direct from Capitol Hill in Central Monrovia. Joint broadcast taking place here. Trojan and I stay in our we still in our studios here, our main
Emmanuel, you
studios
got
at
me?
Capitol
Emmanuel?
Hill. Instead of main studio, Chief.
No, this is a mini.
This is our mini studio. Thank you for that. But it is a colorful event as far as we're concerned. Dominantly, you will see the red, white, and blue colors depicting the national colors of Liberia. We also earlier on announced to you the arrival of the band of the Armed Forces of Liberia. And February is just a busy month this year,
Well, also thank you so much,
have the
and like we
Monrovia
told
Day
you,
event,
we're
you
here
have
at
the
the
Armed
William
Forces Day event
Arotobert
as well.
Julian.
And
I joined
Gibson-
chambers where they
Gibson, I'm
where
hearing you,
the,
but you
the
coming in very
president
low.
will be addressing the national legislature on issues of our country. The time is 24 minutes. I pass 1 o'clock. So, like we told you previously, the seats are well decorated, and we could see the names of commissions, agencies, and ministries, directors being on the chairs. And so if any individual coming in from the different angle of any ministries or commission or agencies, once you come, you will have your seat being with your name attached to it. So you will not have LMP going to LDA, you will not have LDA going to the fire service. So their names are on their chairs. So once you come, those receptionists will take you strictly directly to where you're supposed to be sitting. And if you can watch from the television, you could see the two chairs at the back there from the pro tempore and the speaker who presides over the joint section aspect constitution, the constitution that gives the right to the presiding officers of the honorable House of Representative, who is also the Speaker of the National 54th Legislature, Dr. Boyford Chimas. So the place is decorated, and I think our camera can go as far as where the AFL Bank will be. They will be here to sing from the bank, making sure that this place have the best of amusement, that people from outside the country The camera is going there where the armed forces of Liberia Bank will be. So wherever you are, yeah, Emmanuel.
Gibson, can you tell us exactly who are some of the people you have seen so far in the joint chamber of the legislature?
As far as we're concerned now, we only have journalists from diverse media institutions that are making sure they have their setup. Earlier on, we have the Deputy Presidential Press Secretary Smith Toby were here, and Deputy Director General for LBS was also here, and the head of the deputy here for the Executive Protection Service was also here. Matter of fact, these are top people that are here, but the only security apparatus from the EPS and other security backgrounds that are here, along with journalists from diverse institutions.
From your readings,
Well, like I told you, the media institutions and individuals that are here, they are all accredited because once you are now accredited, the security at the entrance points won't allow you to come here at the Wallen Arrow Junior Chambers or Joint Chambers. So before you entered, especially coming from the returner, before you entered, there is a particular scanning machine that has been being deployed at one of the major entrance points where you're going to be being scanned to know whether you don't have any harmful weapon or any other thing on you. They will search your bag to make sure that you are free and whatsoever in your bag is not harmful in the presence of the president has about to come to the to address the national legislature. So the scanning machine is right at the major entrance of the returner before coming to the joint chambers of the Wallen Arrow Junior. So before you come in, the EPS officers, no matter who you are, in my persons, one of these pastors who seemed to be the preacher man for the Honorable House of Representatives was discharged, and he was canned. And whether you are a journalist or not, whether you are a minister, they have to scan. You have to pass through the scanning machine to know whether you are free of any weapon within your bucket, your jacket, your bag, to make sure that you're free coming out. Because this place is really security restricted, highly secure, that people don't want to have unnecessary individuals coming in and going for. Even when you have the all access pass, there is still security restrictions, because the security are saying not because you have all access pass you'll be running around from different spot to another. So you have to be so secure. You have to be more restrained in terms of coming and going out, that this place is really secure. And the doormen, because that's how it's usually called from the Honorable House of Representatives, those guys that are standing to the door at the chambers of the Honorable House of Representatives, they are also standing to any exit point coming out from the joint chambers to the returner. So before you go, they will sex you. They'll make sure that you don't have anything harmful on you. So that's how it is. The place is very secure. So people who are coming, whether you journalist, whether you minister, you director, you commissioner, whatsoever the position, the people have to sex you right at the major entry points. They scan you. You have to take out even your belt, because once the belt is on you, the scanning machine will make a sound, and it will have you to have your belt. So probably you take up your belt and you go up and you redress, and that's how it is. But the security is very tight from where I am.
Which is beautiful. It's just that we should remain peaceful from the end of the joint security, session, and also, of course, citizens coming to grace this occasion to listen to President George Weah as he presents to the Liberian people through the national legislature, his legislative agenda, and of course, income and expenditure as mandated by the Constitution of Liberia. Article 58 of the Liberian Constitution calls for that, for him to address the nation on the fourth working Monday of January each year. And so, like we've been saying, this is Voice of Liberia and also Prime FM 105.5. We are coming to you from our joint collaborating booth, mini booth, here on Capitol Hill at the seat of the legislature, where representatives, direct representatives
of the people from the 15 political subdivisions of our dear country, our common patrimony, Liberia, converge to make laws, converge to execute their oversight responsibilities, and as well, help the state make laws to move forward. So we are here jointly making this to happen. We also have 88.1. Let me get it correct, whether it is the frequency. There are other local radio stations relaying us. Liberty Radio 88.1. I am very sure that is the frequency carrying or relaying from us here at Capitol Building. Thank you so much for doing that. Other community radio stations are doing this, making sure that our people consume the final information from the Capitol Building here on Capitol Hill in Central Monrovia on this 30th day of January 2023. My name is Emmanuel Davis, Sekou Sharif, Kelvin Demi, and the rest of the people making this possible for you. I think it is part of our corporate social responsibility to inform all of you, our constituents here in Liberia, and all of our people there watching from across the bailiwicks of Liberia. We want to say thank you so much for doing that. So we are still here. Gibson G, any information you want to provide from inside? I do have the president of the Legislative Press Pool, Harry Camo. Harry, just a word with you, please. Yes, please. Please, Chief. Harry is coming to have a word with us quickly, and then we will come back to you, Gibson G. Harry Camo reports for online, and of course, we want to say clearly for a fact, one of Liberia's best online magazines, the front page African newspaper. So Harry Camo, welcome to our commentary booth. Please, our technicians is Harry on, please put Harry. Welcome again.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you are live now. So, relatively to what we are speaking of, what can you say? What are your members telling you so far as we come here to cover the president's last State of the Nation address in his first tenure?
So, first, one of the major challenges we've met this morning is where the two bureaus of the legislature, in collaboration with the chair on the executive, who is Mr. Representative Akaraswe, had the manner in which they did the pass for the accreditation for people, specifically journalists covering the legislative members. I mean, it's been a very huge challenge. Imagine we hear every day, January to February, December.
To December.
And today the president is about to come to address the nation. And instead of having access to the joint chambers, the two bureaus went and gave us a regular passes that keeps us outside of the building.
Okay.
And this has been something I've continued to engage the two bureaus and the chair or executive, and they not giving me any positive response. And my members are disappointed. I mean, we can't have us as legislative press on a day where we should be exercising our duties, and then you take us the pass that is intended for us, you take it and give it to people from outside in the name of partnership. So this has been, it's very unprecedented. This has never been.
Is this the very first time?
Yes, it's a first time, and it's unprecedented. If you look on my neck, if you see this, there are two passes here.
Yes.
You see this is 2022.
Okay.
All access.
All access.
Because we cover this place.
Okay.
You see here today, they gave me regular pass.
Regular pass.
I'm not restricted to the year.
And especially as the president.
As the president of outside of that,
school.
outside of being the president, there are other institutions here. Most of the people you giving the passes to have representatives here.
Okay.
So they have their reporters who they trust, who they sent here. So you can't take our pass and give it a partnership. It's very disappointing.
So what's the way forward?
I've tried to engage all of those involved, and they've telling me if I every time I meet when I meet the chair or executive, he tells me it's all of the recommendation from the bureaus. When I meet the bureaus, they tell me it's the chair's decision. So I mean, we've out of
Why is this confusion coming about?
I don't know. Maybe people try to politicize the day. I mean, even if you intend to politicize the day, it shouldn't be at our death.
Sekou,
Yeah.
you've been following the discourse, but let's speak with our guests quickly before we can go into other issues.
Certainly, Emmanuel, you know, we having lots of things to do today as we do a bit of the president's State of the Nation address. There are lots of things happening. Like I said, when we the president,
And I
but you
would
see
just
the number of people though.
I would just add to that number of women
Yes.
flooding this place.
Certainly. And Nora, want to say good afternoon and thank you for joining us here. How you doing?
Please, Mark 3 is off.
You look very interesting, smiling. How is it with you?
We give God the glory. Everything is good.
Okay.
Today is a good day for us.
Okay.
From the coalition end,
Mm.
for us as women
Mm.
of the Congress for Democratic Change, and by extension, the Coalition for Democratic Change.
Mhm.
We are happy to see this day.
Now you are live on 2 radio stations in Liberia and the list of community radio stations across the country. You're live on Voice of Liberia and Prime FM. We saw a number of women. Were we to call numbers of them, maybe something around 2,000 or 3,000 that came in here. Are you the head of them?
Oh yes, I'm the chair of the Coalition for Democratic Change,
Okay.
Women's League. Office. And so that is why
Do you think the president going to be re-elected? Looking from the way critics are saying some of the things he's doing.
oh yes. In fact, overwhelmingly, more than even the first 2017.
You are on record.
Yes. I'm speaking in my official capacity as the Women's League chair of this county, Monserrado County, which happens to be the biggest in the entire country. I know what I'm talking
Nora,
about.
looking at the number of women you put out today, and someone they were saying to me, they said, but it's like this number has taken, half portion of the entire Capitol building. So it means for you to give us a, number of women here today, say around how much
5,000.
today?
Yes.
Are they all seditions or Liberians just support the presidency?
They are not only seditions, but they are women of Liberia who find interest in the work of what the president has done. They came to show their support. They said, Nora, we're not sedition, but we are part of this march today because we are well pleased with His Excellency President George Manneh Weah. So the conglomeration of women you see here today are not only seditions, but they are women, well-wishers, sympathizers
Madam Ray,
of the president.
I know you've brought, according to you, what, 5,000 women from different political persuasions to come and grace this unique occasion. What message do you take from here back to the rest of the people who are yet to decide, maybe to join your cause?
First of all, I want to use this occasion to give God Almighty the glory for great things He has done and greater things He will do. I want to say a very big thank you to the 17 electoral district leadership chairs from district 1 to district 17. The women's league leadership want to say thank you. They have stood tall over the period of time with us, and they remain unbending. They are all here today in their numbers. We want to say thanks to them. We also want to say thanks to His Excellency for making us proud, as I said previously. All the developments, all the good things He has done. We also want to use this time to encourage others that are on the bench to come forth. This is about us, Liberians, and not for a particular political party. Because it is not only Nora that is using the roads that the president is building. Other political parties are using the roads. Other Liberians are using the roads. So it is about Liberia. It's about the country. And we should find pleasure. We should find pride in what the president is doing. So we want to call on all Liberians. We want to call on our friends from the other side. Today, you will not believe, I have about 1,000 women from ANC.
You said 1,000 women?
Oh, yes, I can give you the statistics.
That could be political as well.
No, this is not political. It's happening. We're living in it. I'm telling you from what is happening right now. I just told you the women that you see here today are not only citizens, but they are women also from other political parties. Because it is not about.
Go ahead, please.
It is not about CDC. It is about Mama Liberia. This president has done so well that other political parties women have seen, and they said, Nora, we were you, Yama. We coming. In fact, we were campaigning for the president.
5 years ago, Madam Ray, 5 years ago, President George Weah was elected, and then he made a promise to have taken the Liberian people from, poverty, give them good hope, to make their hopes to remain alive. Is that happening actually?
We are living in it. It's happening. When you talk about taking people from poverty, it is not one day thing. It is not a 1 month thing. It is a process.
Okay.
And it's gradually taking place. It's gradually happening. So we must applaud this president, my brother.
Okay.
Things are on course. It is gradual. It is not an event. You hear me what I say?
I like your gesture when you turn to the camera and say.
You're hearing what I say?
Oh yeah, my people. Let's hear. They're not fighting.
Yeah.
That's small. The president tell us here, Today, he promised us heaven and he will give it to us today.
Some of the people say they tired now.
No.
They say you're going rest now.
The people
You're
that,
going on the bench.
the people that say they tired, the people they will not do nothing. Do nothing now, brother. That thing is scared.
Okay.
So you think President Weah will be re-elected come October?
Seku.
Seku, what answer do you expect?
No, I'm asking her to make a follow-up
Nora,
question.
please go ahead.
Amokpa.
What do you mean of
What
that?
does that mean?
Amokpa.
Is it cool?
Now pokra we.
Eh?
I say
Uh-huh.
we will vote for the president overwhelmingly come October 10th. That pronouncement was made by Election Commission. And they said October 10th we voting. Election day. October 10th, my people will vote for the man. In fact, they vote. The number of vote president we will get will even be more than what he received 2017.
Okay.
Okay, Nora, want to say thank you for stopping by. Is there any message you have for Liberians listening to you as we try to let you go?
Yes, my message is let's come together to build our country. It is good for one. It is good for all. President Weah is the only hope. He's the only hope given to us by God. Let's rally around him and give him the benefit of the doubt. The first 6 years has gone, and we have seen what he has done. Let's give him this 6 years to complete what he has started. And with the hope and aspiration that the Liberian people has expressed in this president, we are optimistic that come October 10th, 2023, this president will be victorious. And the Liberian people will rejoice and they will tell God, thank you for giving him a son in President George Manneh Weah.
Thank you very much, Nora.
Thank you so much to my women of Montserrado County, my 17 electoral district women chairs, district 1 to 17, my executive, and the entire Women's League of CDC. We want to say a very big thank you to you for always standing tall by the president.
Okay.
We will stand with him. We have taken him there and we're taking there again. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you very much, Nora. Emmanuel, you can just continue. I will join you in a jiffy, and
no problem.
Trojan will take over.
Trojan, please join
and we're
me.
going to start now the entire broadcast for
Trojan,
this entire sooner.
Trojan, thank you so much. We're still here at the Capitol building. Moses Koli Gaziewu joins our commentary, our mini commentary booth. And I will be very careful to use these words because Trojan has taught me, and I will continue to use the mini commentary booth because this is not a main studio. Moses Koli Gaziewu joins us in our mini commentary booth to talk about some of the activities, characterizing President Weah's final annual address to the Liberian people through the national legislature. That is the 54th legislature. My name is Emmanuel. Trojan is here. Moses, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Yes, shortly, just a minute, we speak with Moses and go back in the main chamber.
It's always a pleasure, Emmanuel. It's an honor to be with Voice of Liberia, an institution of young people. And I must say thank you to all of you for the great job you continue to do there at Voice of Liberia.
An award-winning Liberian journalist, you've cut across ministries, agencies, including this very Capitol building. Tell us so far, what are your readings? What do you see and what do you expect at the climax of the day?
I think this will be number 6 of Mr. Weah's regime. So this will be probably the final exam report that will determine his passage in October.
Okay.
So as we gather here, it might probably just be a summary of what has been said over the years from the second annual address.
An executive summary.
Yeah, an executive summary of what he's been able to achieve. And probably I think he might be rallying the Liberians about why he should be given another opportunity to go for a second 6-year term. So that exactly will be the reason why we will be gathering up this afternoon. But I don't think there's going to be much of changes as compared to what has been said over the years. But the main point will be, why should Liberians be giving Mr. Weah and his government a second 6-year term in October?
Moses, we hope to have you back in our mini studio. We want to go upstairs where we have Gibson G. Gibson, are you listening? Gibson. I know Gibson is trying to get on to give you an exact description. Let's hope that Gibson is
I'm
hearing us.
getting you, Emmanuel.
Okay, thank you so much, Gibson, for joining us. Let's hear from you. What's happening at the level of the joint chambers of the legislature?
Yeah, so thank you. As you listen from the background, is the band of the Armed Forces of Liberia, and they've just entered here at the Warden Arachobert Junior Joint Chambers. So as you listen in the background, you'll get to know that the Armed Forces of Liberia Bank have already entered in a preparedness for the President's sonat this afternoon. So we're still here, like we told you, everything is now in place for as ready for the President, like we told you earlier. The Deputy Presidential Press Secretary is also here, making sure that everything is in place as they direct a representative of the Press Bureau from the Executive Mansion, who's executing the job for Executive Mansion Press and other people. So if you listen from the background, you listen to the bang of the Armed Forces of Liberia. And if you also watching the television, you will see the Armed Forces of Liberia Bank sounding the band. This director, she's directing, and they've just done just a prerequisite to the President's State of the Nation's address. That Liberians are all ears. They want to listen what the President going to be speaking about in the interest of the Liberian people, especially his last State of the Nation.
Gibson,
Emmanuel.
Gibson.
Seko.
Okay, Gibson, I want to know, I want you to give us a clear picture of the joint chambers. Now, where the President is going to be speaking from, how is it like, and looking at seats for dignitaries, lawmakers, ministers. You want to give us a picture of it?
Yeah, the seats are being varied. Yeah, we have the first two seats where the President will sit along with the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, and there are another two mini seats that are there for the head of the Honorable House of Representatives, who is the 54th Legislature Speaker, Bradford Chima, and the Senate Pro Tempore. So these two seats are mini to the President and the Vice President's seats. And right before them, there are seats for the judiciary, one of the branches of government, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court seats is there, along with other associate justices.
Okay.
And on the other end, you have seats for invited guests, meaning those individuals, those representatives and other ministers. So if you are from different ministry and you have now invited, you don't have a seat. So as you can see, the first family.
In terms of the security now, how is it like? Is it that people still have easy entry, or some level of protocols currently taking place in the joint chambers?
The protocols here, Sekou, is very high. Even you as a media executive, if you try to come up here at the joint chambers, there are lots of scrutinizations you're going to pass through. They're going to scan you to accepting to know exactly that you don't have any harmful thing on you. So before one of the key major entrances here at the rotunda and that of the Warden Arachobert Junior John Chambers, before coming, they will scan you. If you have anything on you, like a bag, your jacket, your charge, your pocket, every other thing within on your body, they're going to section, make sure that you don't have any harmful thing, because this place is very secure. So there are lots of, even you're a journalist, you're a minister, and just earlier on, not too long, why the head of the preaching bowl at the Honorable House of Representatives, one of the preachers, he was charged.
Gibson, before children comes in, they according to Representative Gray and some other organizers, the likes of the speaker, have you seen the arrival of some of the guests apart from government officials like ambassadors, some international dignitaries?
Not yet, not yet. Just with less than 5 minutes to the time, what we've been told, the sooner could be starting. We've not yet to see any
No,
of those.
Guess him. Let me just come in. 5 minutes to 2. The president starts his address at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So you still have more
So
time.
We still have more time for our foreign guests to arrive.
Yeah, Gibson, and from what we've gathered, from 2:30, of course, we've got 5 minutes or 4 minutes up to 2 o'clock.
Mhm.
Then I will make it 2 hours exactly to the president's sooner.
Sure.
But what we are told is that beginning at 2:30, if you have a copy of the program, if you have a copy of the program, of course, you
will
will
just acquaint us.
you will notice that the arrival time for each invited guest is written there. The arrival time.
Yeah, so
like,
we're
for
trying
example, between,
we're trying to
2:30 to 2:45. There is a special group that will come between 2:35 to and
Yeah.
so. But from out here, we can see that some of the guests have started to arrive.
You want to? I don't know. We can picture that.
Yeah, so
vehicle that is
I
just
want
passing by
to-
us a little. I don't know who's in there. We're finding it difficult to know the main official or guests. But mind you, this gate is only for lawmakers.
For lawmakers
So when
and the president.
vehicles are coming from this end, it should be lawmakers coming in. So that person should be lawmaker. The lawmakers are coming in their numbers, like you've seen few of them early this morning. The speaker came in, but let's go back again.
Yeah, Gibson. But the lawmakers will come first because they are the ones who are supposed to open the session. Yeah, before the
They are the
president.
main host.
Yeah, they are the host. Yeah. So Gibson.
Yeah.
So tell us, in there now. Of course. Have you seen the presence maybe of some government officials? Maybe not the lawmakers yet because they will all come in at a particular time. But have you seen the presence of some ministers?
Yeah, we have been able to see some of our directors from different ministries, not minister proper, not deputy, not a 16. We could see some directors from like in the security sector. We see, one of the security personnel has been seated in a particular seat for her. She's been seated. We just hope to get the right name from that security apparatus.
What about Gibson? What about the number? Yeah, one will say supporters of the government, not in government, and they are all citizens, but they are in support of the presidency. Are you seeing supporters or also seditions in there?
Like I told you, they are coming in one at a time, and they are not in numbers. So probably maybe within a meaning of 2 to 3 or 5, we'll see some of them because we've been told they are coming in. But like I told you about the security scrutinization that's going on at the major entrances, so that's been one of the problems for them coming. So before you come in, they have to search you. Probably could take about 1 to 2 minutes. But many of them are coming, but they are coming in 1 to 2. So as they come in, who were setting to get their names, whether they are supporter or they are not supporter of the government, we would like to do that. I think Joseph kind of helping me in the process to do so, where I'm standing right at our station point to get all of the names and those that are coming in, whether they from the government angle or from elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Let's just hold you there. Let me come downstairs and talk to Emmanuel Davis. Emmanuel is just on the floor of the Capitol building outside itself. He's watching, knocking out of the areas to see what's happening there. Emmanuel, you want to give us a clear picture of what's happening out of the Capitol building in defense, not merely out of the area, but in defense of the Capitol building. You're watching right before you. What can you say to us, Emmanuel?
just to add up before answering your question, between twist and turn, with the microphone and as well helping with the camera, this is multitasking in the media. But it's good to do all of these because I saw you the other time trying to connect. I know like a rare connection you were doing. But it's good being here. Let me just describe what I do see from our commentary booth here at the grounds of the Capitol building here on Capitol Hill. I do see dominant red, white, and blue depicting national colors. And of course, those colors are quite unique in the global space. I do see, what? How do you call her in the red, white, and blue? Oh my word.
I don't know.
Trojan, you know her name. Amen.
She's just far from every one of us.
Doing there used to be the president's puppet.
No, she's the lady wearing all over red, white, and blue. I'm trying to get her name. I will get her name. She's also here. RL, thank you
that's
so much.
RL.
That's RL. Well, she's wearing the Liberian colors, and as well the umbrella she's using also the same colors, red, white, and blue, with a cream sandals, pair of sandals to match her dress code on today. It's quite beautiful for her. And I see also the joint security members of the joint security task force leaving one place to another, making sure that there is security all over. Journalists themselves are doing their work. The hundreds of women that were brought by Madam Nora Ray, they're all here. But there is a little calm at the moment. Trust me, the euphoria, the steam will build and build more and more and more, especially as we approach 4 o'clock. When dignitaries and other
But
officials...
mind you, Emmanuel, 4 o'clock is nothing else but the president. And so all of what we're doing now is just something, even the very people that are coming in to support the president or those who are going to come in, we're going to do all within this time.
Yes.
Hitting towards 3 o'clock, you will have a very tight movement in here. People will not be allowed to move so easily because by that time, things going to be put in place to have the president arriving here. And so just 4, we will be bringing you live the president's State of the Nation address, and nothing else going to be, changed into that. That's the normal protocol, and that's how it works.
And I'm trying to predict. Maybe we could do that and see. I love predicting. So we'll see how long the president will be speaking for. Will it be for 1 hour? Will it be for 2 hours? I want to predict that the president will be speaking for more than 1 hour, pretty close to 2 hours.
The thing is, it's just easy as we all just to understand, because mind you, today, like many others will say, it depends on his re-election. Today is the last, and so maybe he's going to use today.
The reason I'm saying that, Sekou, is because I think the president will not want to leave anything untouched. All of the little things that the president has done and the big things, he's going to include them in his address. Probably he's going to start from day 1 when he started off as president, and then come to this last year, if he may, and what he did, and then before he sets the agenda for this year and what he will be doing before the election. So I think that the president is going to be taking a retrospective look at his time in power before culminating it with, of course, some of what is expected for him to do in his final year before the elections.
And I want to come in, Sekou, the predictability of President Weah's message relative to time, I think vary. Well, why do I say this? At this moment, like we've been saying, this is a decisive moment, almost like a turning point for President Weah and his re-election bid for the second term that he's wishing for the Liberian people to give to him. So my assumption is President Weah would go even more beyond 2 hours, counting from the very place he took over as president in 2018 and up to now, recounting successes successfully, up to now, and also challenges and prospects, or maybe the way forward that he might proffer to the legislature. So I'm very sure that President Weah will go a little over 2 hours. That's my prediction.
Emmanuel, the government has outlined some of our achievements. And if you don't mind, we could just, go into some of what they've said. Mind you, some of the achievements or some of the things they've mentioned could be just some of the things that the president spoke about before in one of his, addresses, or maybe 2 or 3 of them, like you said, right? So the government has done for ourselves, giving you what the government has done, even more. But what we have in our possession is what we're talking about. Okay. So, like you said, today's address, it is not just the normal annual address that you listen to the president about.
Of course, no.
Today's address going to be determined either going to determine the hope or the better future of the re-elections of President Weah, or will bring about such a feelings where people will say, oh, but they may not care, or everything just so. You would think that his address this time around would be more of encouraging, settling all the wounds,
to the consciences of people.
the consciences of the people, making them to understand, even though there are some problems, but he can still solve the problems. Looking at what he has done, they were you to do comparison. He thinks he has done more for the country, so he's going to be more enough in telling the people, because it's not going to be like the usual Trojan. Yes, mind you, we have months to go to elections. So all of what he's going to be doing is about, one would say, trying to get a bad sympathy to the extent where the people will understand, even though some of the things he said didn't happen, but yes, he can do it.
And I can see some people are entering there and being blocked. But I think, but Sekou, like I said, the president will be retrospecting. All right, he's going to be taking a look, a long walk, if you may, from where it all started in 2018 when he took over the first year. I'm sure the president is going to be speaking about the economy that he took over. Of course, according to this government, the economy was unstable, it was shaky, and all of that. They took a while, but then they stabilized the economy. He's going to be talking about this harmonization thing that, of course, his government was engaged with. That a lot of people think that a lot of people think. I even did see a report today that said that that a lot of people thought that the harmonization has caused more problem than it solved. But the president is going to be talking about what his government did, in fact, to stabilize the economy, to stabilize the exchange rate in the country.
Certainly,
he's going to be talking about those things.
Trojan, I was just trying to get something before we had a late interruption. Let me try to get it. I think I have a list of what the government said they've done, right? Okay, all right. And so maybe you will start from the health, then I will move on to education. Then we have it intermittently. You have the government say pillar 1, power to the people. They say achievements of President Weah. Pillar 1, power to the people. They got health. They got education. They got youth development, gender and social protection. Then you got pillar 2. You got macroeconomy and jobs. You got fiscal policy. You got stabilize rice and fuel prices. You have electricity. You have rural and infrastructure. So, Trojan, you will tell us about what they said in their document about health. Then we move on, and then on and on.
Yes,
what
we can tackle them pillow by pillow.
Pillow by pillow.
But
so
aside from that, we need to do a disclaimer that we are not economists, neither are we.
So what they said is what we're just saying.
Yes, okay. Right, so we will just look at them maybe at the face value, and what we do know, we can explain
health,
on that.
Which is pillar 1, power to the people. the Military 14 Hospital in Mangibi, and 8 hospitals under construction in the southeast. 100-bed Emirate Hospital in Bapolu, and newly constructed hospital in Riverses. The new Redemption Hospital under construction, increasing doctors' monthly pay from $700 to $2,000, adding 2,500 health workers to payroll even after donor health fund dried up. Specialist training for 19 doctors, for regularizing and increasing salary of 500 supplementary health workers, and of course, vaccination of 71% of the population against COVID-19, the best in East Africa.
Okay, so you just talked about the achievements of the government under Pillar 1, power to the people, which talks about health. So we go to education, and they said free public education that benefits more than 10,000 Liberians every year. I think they're talking about the university and also paying the WISE fees and everything. It is something Liberians, they've embraced greatly, and they've said all the cool in terms of the positive direction. The next one here is free wax that benefits 40,000 students yearly, and it's a building of 28 high schools and 18 early childhood schools around the country. And you go to the next one, they say giving 3,500 supplementary teachers permanent status, increasing the pay of 3,500 supplementary from LRD, 8,000 USD 125, and then adding 1,300 teachers and guardians, counselors to government payroll. So that is under education. The government says it is what she has achieved. Yes, under the achievements of President, we have Pillar 1, power to the people. So we'll go to youth development, gender, and social protection. Is going to be done by the Mayor Emmanuel Davis.
Thank you so much. And all of what we are reading exclusively, you do have the right, you reserve the right, the opportunity to make your own judgment per what.
Before you go ahead, I'm seeing the arrival of Chief Zanzan Kawa. He's entering the entry point to the joint chambers of the National Legislature.
And Chief Zanzan Kawa is the head of the National Traditional Council of Liberia. He headed the national that is the National Traditional Council of Liberia. Now he's the head of the National Chiefs and Elders of Liberia, and he's still running things from the native angle. When I say native, from our traditional angle of the country. He's been doing extremely well in that area, making sure that there is an abolition of female genital mutilation in Liberia, and other laws being repealed against that. Let's go back to what we are presenting to you. Like we said, it is exclusively yours to make your candid opinion or decision on these matters.
And it's also important to let you know what the government has done, like they've said.
Okay, so youth development, gender and social protection, renovating SKD and bringing up to international FIFA standards for under $3 million. Investing in technical vocational education training in 6 counties and expanding to all 15 counties. The third one says for investing in at least 1 million for transforming at-risk youth. Well, we can talk more of that later on. Investing in sexual and gender-based violence roadmap and establishing a task force and call center. Improved reporting on rape cases, which is often taken from an increased in the actual rape case number. And the final one says building trust amongst traditional leaders to reduce and to eliminate female genital mutilation. I think I touched on that just recently.
Certainly. So we go to Trojan. Trojan going to take on the flip side of it. What next? The government said they've done well in
Pillar 2, macro economy and jobs. And of course, under that, you have the re-establishing macro stability inherited from the past government on their improving and reforming governance at the central bank, adding monetary policies, rebuilding, and of course protecting net international reserves from the lows of the Unity Party government, printing of $48 billion in Liberian currency without inflation, exchange roll stability, that's exchange rate stability compared to other African countries like Ghana, with an inflation rate of 54% in 2022, and the largest drop of inflation rate from 40% to current 6.9%, the fastest and most spectacular drop in inflation in economic history.
That is it from Trojan there. So
And-
he's talked about the pillar 2, where it has to do with macro economy and jobs, meaning how many jobs they've been able to give out, everything. And so we're trying to see as well we can take one of our microphones way there and see if we can capture some of the jump sounds and how the folks are beating onto it. Dancing from the background is what we're getting out from the grounds of the Capitol building. We're about to give you a bit and
That's the
pieces
ambience,
of what's going to be happening here.
And Sekou, I will want you guys to try to connect a monitor from your end, because I will be there and we'll be having a conversation. But let's go up to Gibson G. Gibson, I know you are listening. What's going on, Gibson G? Tell us exactly what's taking place at the joint chambers of the legislature currently.
Well, thank you, Emmanuel.
Gibson, we're hoping to hear from you. What's
Okay,
happening?
until Gibson can come in.
Hello.
Before Gibson can come in, let me continue with this. And,
Okay.
Okay, Gibson.
Yes, I'm getting you. I'm getting
Okay,
you.
Gibson, you want to give us what's happening there now in the joint chambers? Have you seen the arrival of some of the folks?
Yeah, there are lots of people arriving right now. Key among them, there's I think a 60 minister who once contested for the senatorial seats of Masoro County, Polita CCWA, Chief Chair Centered. Lots of diplomats from the international community just coming in, and various directors at different ministries, and some members of who work at the national legislature. Some of them are consulting at various lawmakers' offices and working in the offices of some of those lawmakers that they are also here. And we've seen someone from the angle of the Alternative National Congress, one of the executive.
And so,
Gibson,
Gibson, sorry, let's interrupt you.
Okay.
Now we're seeing the presence of females. They having red t-shirts. They have a barracks red, black jean trousers. Some of them wearing the normal things the women call skinted, in a simple Liberian English. But let's go back to the government achievements here, Gibson. And you continue to watch in there. Let's go back to what the government has done. You have fiscal policy. This has the largest quantum of domestic revenue raised and budgetary allocation made ever in the history of Liberia. 695 million in domestic revenues and 641 million in fiscal 2020-2021. You have discovery of hidden debt to the Central Bank of Liberia left by the UP government, and rationalizing total government of Liberia debt obligation, fiscal prudence, and transparency. You have resolving all legacy debts owned to the Central Bank of Liberia, more than $107 million, and more than $66 million to commercial banks by the UP government, and thereby increasing the credit witness of the government of Liberia. You have improving liquidity and sovereignty. in the national banking system, left nearly bankrupt by the UP government. And it says ending borrowing from the Central Bank of Liberia by overdrafts to pay government workers' salaries. No more pay from the central bank. You have reforming a broken civil servant wages structure and saving the government of Liberia more than 32 million United States dollars annually, increasing the pay of over 15,000 government workers during the harmonization process to rationalize the government wage bill. And the last year, they said increasing the salary of 13,000 government workers since and after harmonization, rice and fuel prices. There you have it as we continue here. And you can see now the place is getting jam-packed to its capacity. You can see folks are coming. Gibson, I'm sure the John Chambers now is getting somehow interesting because from out here we can surely tell you the place is getting jam-packed to its capacity, seeing the presence of supporters of the government and also people that have come to listen to the president. Mind you, this place is going to be really jam-packed, or in a sense that it's going to be charged to have it done. But Gibson, give us the feelings of what you're seeing in there.
Yes, thank you so much, Sekou. And those from the government, uncle, they are coming in. Like I said, there is a hold on at one of the key major entrances because they are doing searching and scrutinizing people before coming in. So even though, as you said and reported,
Gibson, if you're listening to me, let me just announce the arrival of Youth and Sports Minister D. Zioga Wilson, all dressed up in his white attire, African attire, with a black pair of shoes to match, flanked by Deputy Youth and Sports Minister for Technical and Vocational Training at the Youth and Sports Ministry here, marching in now to grace this occasion. This is the time where you see officials of government start to arrive, to grace this occasion. Like we said, the entry right opposite the executive mansion is reserved for government officials, the legislature, and as well as the executive. So you can go ahead as you were explaining, Gibson.
No, before Gibson come in, let me just say this to the public. It is a joint, broadcast today. You have Voice of Liberia, and also you have Prime FM. And so we're doing a joint broadcast. But I love the position where we will capture almost everything happening. We have someone in the joint chambers, and we have someone just far right deep in the center half to give you what's happening all around here today. That's the man, Emmanuel. And I'm just sitting watching from the right and left flanks of the Capitol building, where you could just see in who's coming in, who's going out, who's moving, and who's saying something. Mayu, today is an interesting day where we're gonna have lots of things happening. Gibson, give us. I asked you the question. I want you to give us the feelings now, how the play looks like in the joint chambers. Were you to give us number of persons that have entered? You can tell us we have seen almost like 50 persons in the joint chambers now.
I can safely say now more than 50, but something around 25 to 30, 25, but not more than not even 50 that are up here this time. But like I told you, then I'll continue to say earlier on, more people are down around the return there. They're going through the scrutiny and the scanning process. So it will take a long time before some of them start coming, but they are coming in one at a time. But those here, I can safely say from my perspective, accounting prospect, I think they have not yet reached a quad 35, 40, 50, but it's still within the confine of 30. But more people
among the 30 persons you talked about, or maybe 25, because they have the sitting areas. You have some area restricted for government officials. How many of the government officials have you seen so far?
Like I said, I've seen a former Montserrat County senatorial aspirant Hippolyta Sisi Wee.
Okay, from
She's
the
a
Ministry of Internal Affairs.
yeah, she's one of the staunch supporters of the CDC government. She's also here. We've seen lots of youth groupings. They are not supported of the government, but from the angle of youth groupings, some of them
Are
work
they,
on.
are they in the joint chambers?
Yes, because they have chairs here. Youth institution heads, they also have chairs here. So they are. I think there's one person representing that, and this person is also here. And we are seeing lots of deputy directors, and assistant ministers. But the key people that should be here, I can tell you for free, the very first 40 to 30 seats are just emptied. Directly from the Wooden Arrow Trapper Union Hall, not up the hall, but down. Most of, I can say, about 30 to 40 seats are very empty. Those
Gibson, where the president is going to be having the address, you have that entire place. Do you see the presence of EPS officers? Because by now we should have a tight security system, particularly where the president is going to be standing to address the country today.
The Executive Protection Service security, they are here and standing right behind at the very exit point. So they are standing there. But to where the president, because we've been told as per how it should be by protocols, the president doesn't have any place to sit.
So he's not going to sit.
You're not going to
sit.
sit.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking Gibson as to where he's going to be standing, because the president going to arrive here minutes to 4, and then he's going to be welcomed by the two houses members on executives. They usher him in. He has a specific door of which he's going to be using to enter. That
Sure.
place is only intended for the president. He enters and he goes directly to the podium without any
speak.
sitting area. I'm just asking about where he's going to be standing, like what we've watched on our television. Is it you seeing the presence of security personnel like EPS officers?
Definitely to where the president will be entering from. That place is secure. No other person is allowed to pass through that gate. Security from the EPS, especially the president's own security, are there to make sure that the place is secure. So the place the president will enter and to exit from, the place is very secure. No one else enters and exit that particular place. So yes, as you said, the place is secure with EPS officers to make sure that this place is honored and that the president comes in very good fit mind, that people will not have disturbance, and you won't have that people coming in with weapons and other stuff like that, other material accessories.
I saw the arrival of the armed forces of Liberia maybe minutes ago. We want to say hour, maybe you could just say hour ago. Have you seen the presence of the band? Because they're going to be there to give us songs, and making us to feel the entire process today.
They were very punctual. Kudos to them. They've been here almost about an hour plus now, and they're still sitting. And earlier on, when we were queued in, you listen at the back of us.
Let me hold you there, Gibson. Let me go to Emmanuel.
Okay.
Emmanuel, you are just watching and you see vehicles are just passing back. And you want to tell us which one of the vehicles is just read before you? Say a government vehicle or maybe one of the gets?
I think one of the vehicles I do see, it is a private vehicle, and I do see another one that is carrying a government plate. The driver and the other security that sits at the front, they are EPS officers. So one of them just disembarked the vehicle, making way for that official of government to also disembark as other Liberians stand right in front of the banner or the billboard that was, printed.
There, that person should be. Is it one of the guests?
Maybe it might be a guest, but I do see an SOE. So let's figure out from my end. I'm close.
I'm trying to
the
give a
place.
long, deep look into it and see, so that we can see who's disembarking that vehicle, so we can give just what's happening here. Emmanuel, continue.
Okay, so we're still watching to see from my end here. I do see women dominant in their dominant blue hair ties, red, white, and blue on my left as well. You know, with RL still standing in the middle of the road with her umbrella, red, white, and blue, with a cream pair of sandals. to
Emmanuel,
match.
this is the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Minister Wise.
Okay.
Blamo, right? Okay, so he's the one. He just disembarked the vehicle, and so he just disembarked the vehicle. So it is the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. He's been escorted with, even though he's in a, private a vehicle with a private license plate, but he has made a U-turn. Instead of going straight into the joint chambers, he made a U-turn on the red flank, hitting towards the new building of the House of Representatives. And so maybe he's going to use another route to go into the joint chambers.
Yes, there are 2 entries there, so you could add up. In fact, 3.
So we got 3 entrances.
Yes.
Okay.
You could use the main place here where you have the banner carrying the footage of President George. We are the Vice President Chief Dr. Joel Howard Taylor, the Speaker of the 54th Legislature, Honorable Dr. Buffer Chambers, and that of the Senate Pro Tempore, Albert Tukpechie. So you could use that, which happens to be the official main entry now, or maybe you use the left flank that leads to the rotunda, or use the right that also leads to the rotunda. In fact, there are many entries here, Seku. Another one.
Okay, who's coming in? Emmanuel, you need to watch all the vehicles so we can get.
I see Honorable the Senate Chairperson on Executive.
That
now.
should be Sir Joseph, Senator
Honorable-
Sir Joseph from
Honorable
Monserrato
Sir
County.
Joseph of Monserrato County. He happens to be the chairperson on Executive. His vehicle just arrived, flanked by Senate 11 and another governmental vehicle, making their way, to park, and then
And
they
so,
will subsequently
Emmanuel, I want to
disembark.
give you a clear picture of what all of our guests.
Representative, sorry, let me come in. Representative 9. I tried to get him. Until he disembarks that tinted windshield, I might not get him at the moment.
Okay, Emmanuel, let me move to see as what I can see what Senator Sir Joseph is. I think he's trying to disembark the vehicle. He still sits in the vehicle, so we try to look to some other areas to give you a clear, understanding here this afternoon. But Gibson, what's happening in the joint chambers?
Well, people are still coming in, Seku, and like I told you, we've yet to see major government officials and even senators or representatives, but probably maybe they are still making a way coming in. But we've seen some invited guests here, especially from the angle where we see that's where youth should be, the youth institutional area. We've seen people there to the AFL Bank. We've seen the AFL. We've seen EPS officers at various entrance points,
Okay, so
making sure that the place is secure.
Senator Sir Joseph, he disembarked his vehicle. He's dominantly dressed in traditional attires. He wears a traditional a hat, and then he has something like blue under, but he has a very big traditional clothes on him. And you want me to give you the color? It has dominant dull white. It's not that showing too clear. And then he moves. I think he goes to his office as he gets ready to join his colleagues to welcome the president, or also they're gonna have a joint stuff.
Seku, let me just hold you right there. I do see a convoy coming in.
And that should be the
This is official number 14.
It should be the defense minister.
Defense minister. Also by the
It should be
chief of
Daniel
staff-
Zianga.
Chief of staff.
Oh, the
as
chief
well.
of staff, yes.
The chief of staff as well is also part of this convoy entering the main facilities of the legislature here on Capitol Hill. You were just a couple of minutes ago or seconds, you were describing the dress code, the traditional dress code of the lawmaker of Lofa County.
So
Senator
let me
Sir
just
Joseph.
give you,
Yes,
let me
I
just
see-
interrupt you, Emmanuel. I can see the Defense Minister Daniel Zianga, and all along he wears a blue coat.
Yes.
And he has a white, dominant white under. He moves on. Apparently, we don't see what's just before his coat, but then he has a black shoes, a little bit low tap, and it has no strings attached. He goes deep there. I think that's the area they're going to be using, Emmanuel, not the middle area where you have they're going to be having the I think after the address they're going to have lunch, or how you call it.
So this is a return of the Capitol building where they will have some refreshment rest after the president shall have addressed the nation. So that is a returner, and that is the main entrance for all guests entering to witness the excellence of the president.
And it seems to be
deliver.
you report from here.
No, not that I report from here, but I cover the legislature at times and other things. So I'm the assigned reporter of the executive mansion for Pram
Okay,
FM.
so all the people that come from the mansion and tell that.
So, Sekou, interestingly, the grounds of the capital are taking shape right now. Supporters of the government and that of opposition figures, they are all here to witness His Excellency the President deliver his State of the Nation address. And other critics must say, probably this is the last, something like that, as we gear toward our electoral process come October 10. Sekou.
Certainly, my brother. Let's go back to the joint chambers now. The man, Gibson. Gibson, you want to give us the feelings coming from the joint chambers? Gibson, you want to give us the feelings coming from the joint chambers?
Yes, thank you for joining us. I'm kind of finding it very difficult because Joseph have went down, and I'm alone here from the camera.
Joseph is on his way here.
Yeah,
Joseph
he's
is
coming
on his
out.
way. Joseph is trying to
put
do
some
the
st-
connection
sure.
of the cameras down. We're capturing all the areas. It's
Definitely,
not something easy.
definitely. So I've just came from behind the camera. So like we told you, there are lots of individual coming in, but as per what we want to know, especially major government officials, like I heard you announcing the arrival of the executive, the chair on executive of the Liberian Senate. Probably he's still in his office. He's not yet arrived in the chambers. Not even the executive committee chair on the Honorable House of Representatives, Akaras Moses Gray, is yet to arrive. And although lawmakers and government officials, they are just queuing to invited guests who.
Gibson, let me just hold you there. I do see the chairman on executive at the House of Representatives, Honorable Moses Akaras Gray of District Number 8, Montserrado County. I see him in action. I'm very sure he's making sure that security is in tight and things are on course here. So he's being flanked by several partisans of, or people believed to be partisans of the Coalition for Democratic Change. I do see a black vehicle or tinted windshield. I'm trying to get the license plate number of this. Is Honorable HOR 31. That's the House of Representatives 31. But it drives through the crowd and goes at the back far from me. So I'm yet to recognize that individual. Another vehicle comes in. It is, I believe, to be, okay, I see Senate Tete as well. Another vehicle, black as well, is, no, there is no license plate on this one, but I believe it comes from the executive. So more vehicles coming in, more officials coming in, invited guests, as this place is now turning, positively dramatic, where you see supporters of this regime, converge here to, in a form of solidarity to continue.
Emmanuel, just
Yes.
let me hold you there. And I'm seeing movement, people wearing barracks and that of our people converging at the main entrance. What's unfolding there?
Well, like I told you from the onset, these are people believed to be supporters of the governing party, the Coalition for Democratic Change. A couple of minutes ago, or maybe over 30 minutes now, we interviewed Madam Nora Ray, who helped in bringing these people here. She said she's brought at least 5,000 women solidarity forces, in support of President Weah's second term bid, a second presidential term bid here. So they are here in a show of solidarity at the grounds of the Capitol building. That's why you see dominant red, white, and blue, either in their lapa suits or maybe their whatsoever regalia that they have, supporting President George Weah and team. And I can say media colleagues are doing their work very, very professionally, up to date or up to the moment. We yet to receive any bad news. I see at the main entry, people from the disabled community making their way, and they've been given a free passage by the Joint Security Task Force there, and so they're happy. I see also some in their red berets.
Yes, but it seemed to be almost all the folks coming in. They are all supporters of the president. So
yes.
But let me give you the dress code of Representative Moses Akaros Gray, and he's the chair on executives, so he controls all of what we're doing here today, putting in place all the necessary mechanism. He dresses like today is Armed Forces Day celebration, but he has a very unique, it's a proposed style, by the way. And so he has that army color, and so he's moving and talking to his supporters, Emmanuel. I'll go back to the joint chambers. The joint chambers is one of the major areas here. We're giving you what's happening out here, and Emmanuel is just far from me, and he's looking some of the areas where I'm not looking.
So the joint chamber, if you are there, currently come
And
on
so
and tell us the happenings.
yeah, so you have it like that. But let's go to the joint chambers. The man Gibson.
Yeah, Sekou. Sekou, you got me. Yeah, so like we're here at the joint chambers again. As you listen from the background, is the bank from the armed forces of Liberia, where our camera has been fished. And you can listen from the background, the armed forces of Liberia with the band. And evacuated guests are still intruding, making their way in. But like we continue to report to you from the main seats where lawmakers and other dignitaries should be seeking diplomatic corps is yet to be filled. So we've been told that many of those evacuated and diplomats are on their way, making their way through the joint chambers. From the youth institution heads, we see a few groups from the civil society organizations. We're still seeing some group of individuals still here. We've been told that some of them are still making their way. They finding it difficult to enter the entire building. They said they will make sure that they have themselves in and watch and be part of this. His President's States of the Nation address here at the William R. Turbert Jr. Joint Chambers, where the Liberian Senate and the House of Representatives.
Gibson, thank you so much. Let me come from this angle of the broadcast. Now, I do see Representative Moses Akaros Gray now leading these women, hundreds of them, these women now leading to, I'm very sure, the joint chambers of the legislature, most of whom are dressed in their red, white, and blue, marching now with the chairperson on executive at the House of Representatives now. They are being led by Honorable Akaros Moses Gray. So trust me, maybe if you see them, you can confirm from your end because you are, from the joint chambers of the legislature.
Yes, Emmanuel, like I told you previously, there are lots of individuals coming in, especially the invited guests, but not a official government, but they are still coming, making their way through the joint chambers. So we're trying to get the order of programs, but we've been told by those issuing it, saying that they will give out the order of programs when the place is full to capacity and every individual are seated in their various seats. That's when we're going to be receiving some of the order of the programs.
We wanted to have had it to update you as to how and when, what the procedures are like in terms of people entering and people exiting. So we just hope that once the receptionists and those making sure
Okay, let
that
me just
is-
hold you guys there from the area. We have the LTA bus, our own sister. She's joining us. I want you to have a seat so you can have, a rest of mind when you're talking to us today. Because yes, okay, that's good. Bring the. It's been a long time. Let me say Happy New Year. I can remember since we last spoke last year. You've been running things and everything. How you been faring?
Very, very, very good. Thank you. And I'm very excited to be here today to witness and to be a part of our president's 6th SONA. The last one for the first term. And we look forward to next year, his 7th SONA.
You think he's going to go for next year, Sona?
Oh, obviously, yes.
Because we go to elections October.
Oh, yes, very aware of that. But the public sentiment and his record speaks for itself. I mean, for example, the Robertsville Highway. For the life of Liberia, we've never had 2 lanes going to the international airport. I think that in itself, it speaks for itself. And from the LTA's perspective, the president is the chief driver of digital transformation. I mean, it shows when even the U.S. presidents, stepped in to assist with, relaying the fiber funds for laying the fiber cable, and it's all through, the implementation of the president's efforts. It's obvious that he's going back.
Okay, let's look at the president's address today. What do you expect the president to speak about? Because there are lots of Liberians listening. Some people thinking that he should speak about the economy. He should talk about civil servants. He should talk about much more issues. The bread and butter issue, not to talk about what's not going to be benefiting the people. You, as one of his lead players, what do you think he's going to be speaking about today?
Well, running a country, like running your home, is not an easy task. Only, they say, the strong will survive. Our president has survived for the last several years, and he's looking very, very strong. The prospects are all great, and I think he will be talking about the number of improvements and implementations and projects that he has completed successfully. I think there's just so much to talk about. And then, of course, like I said, with LTA, where I am, without telecommunications, there's nothing. I mean, the world
We are
now,
communicating to thousands of people in and out of Liberia, and so it is through you people efforts. Now, what do you think he will say about, your institution? Maybe you might not be direct of what he's going to say, but just maybe to look at it, maybe he's going to say something of what you've, done in terms of improvements.
Okay, I'll tell you this. In 2018, the telecommunications sector, one of the biggest that is actually supposed to be growing, was dwindling, was dying in 2017, 2018. And when this president took over, now the sector revenues went from 100 million, 95 million, to now 2022, it just clocks in at 160 million. I mean, it's a great improvement. It was dying. The numbers will show when you see the numbers and the graphs and the figures. So it's a major, major accomplishment.
Thank you very much. Do you have a message for Liberians listening to you?
Oh, the message would be to definitely join hands with this president and let's give him what do they call it?
You don't want to go for a second round. You want to go for a first round?
First round, yes.
Anyway, you could say it, but political pundits to think that it is not possible.
Anything's possible. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you very much. We do appreciate the head of LTA, Madam Edwina Zakpa. We want to say thank you very much for stopping by. We wish you all the best in the new year.
Yeah, so quickly,
Okay.
Sekou, to rumble
Yeah.
through as it relates to our party comment on this broadcast. The chair on the executive at the Liberian Senate is Senator Sahari Joseph, and of course, he's the lead campaigner.
And before you go, my brother,
He's
let
the
me
lead
just
campaigner
come.
for
Let
the
me,
president
let
one
me
round
no,
victory.
just a minute. Just a minute. You can continue. 10 minutes to 3, and then we have 1 hour. No, we have approximately an hour, 5, 6, or maybe something around there. The president will be speaking, so you can see the place is getting jam packed. Go ahead.
Yeah, so quickly, for those of you monitoring, this is a joint broadcast at Voice of Liberia and Pram FM, bringing you the president, His Excellency Josh Emmanuel, last State of the Nation address, as is enshrined in our constitution. So we are here. At some point, it's my name. I'm the assigned executive mansion reporter of Pram FM, and we are here. So quickly, back to our Madam Zakpat's statement as it relates to the president coming up with a one or has it enshrined that people should 50% plus one and stand to be corrected. So Senator Sir Joseph is the lead campaigner for President George. We are in the ensuing October elections that one round victory out. How can this be and how it will be possible? That is the thing, is it been decided upon by Liberians. So as we move towards the electoral
Okay,
process,
let me hold you there. Let me go to the John Chambers. We should be getting now. Gibson, now you need to tell us. Our focus going to be on you because we have just an hour, few minutes to the President's State of the Nation address. You're listening to us in Mangibi. You're listening to us in Bangabon County, other parts of Bon County. You're listening to us in Lofa, Grand Basso. You're getting us in Bomi, Grand Cape, my other parts of Liberia. We want to say to you, you're listening to Voice of Liberia 104.1 and also Pram FM 105.5. My name is Sekou Sharif. We are here with a tight team from the two institutions. Gibson, you need to give us what's happening in the joint chambers. Now, our focus is going to be at the joint chambers where Emmanuel is just knocking his eyes on some of the things happening out there. But what's happening in the joint chambers, Gibson?
Well, people are still making their way in through the joint chambers. Like I told you, the rest of the legislative seats and some of the diplomatic corps are still empty. You still had a individual invited to be part of this occasion who are not officials of government, and they are here. And as you listen from the back of us, you listen
Gibson,
to.
if I got you right, are you saying that the seats for lawmakers
Are all empty.
They are all
Empty.
Also, meaning up to present, you
There is
cannot
no,
tell us how many lawmakers you've
there is
seen.
no
Have they reached
single,
up to 10?
there is no single lawmaker in the house, right? In the chambers, we're just seeing the arrival of the head of the traditional council of Liberia, who you spoke
What about
about.
senators?
No lawmaker, absolutely no lawmaker in here.
Maybe they're in their various offices.
That's
No,
what that's
go
what
ahead.
that's what I'm been told. That's what I'm been told.
They want to go together, in uniform or what you call in unison. Sorry, they want to go there as a team, to just take their seats once and for all. That's why Gibson is reporting that there is not a single lawmaker who has been seated.
Sure, definitely. So Bento, they want to come together and not to be coming individually, where you have Senator A coming, Senator B coming, Representative C comes. So Bento that they should come together, but we have one of a private prominent citizen of our country who've been contributing immensely to the growth of our development. Jetty is also
Jetty,
here.
have you seen the arrival of Jetty?
He's already seated.
Okay, you want to give us a clear picture of what he's wearing, how he looks like?
He had on a coat suit with his usual hijab. Usually how they dress with their like a head tie. Is on his
What's
head.
the color of his coat suit?
I could say a little bit blue, and with a red head tie.
Okay, let me leave you there, Gibson. Let me go to Emmanuel, far right in the middle of the crowd watching. Emmanuel, what is it you seeing? What are the things taking place?
Well, Sekou, as I described to you, the hair roll that I see The head row is just dominant blue and white. Dominant blue and white. Mostly to tell you that women are in, the dominant position at this event at the Capitol building. And they are believed to be supporters of the Coalition for Democratic Change. But there is still an arrival of guests, lawmakers, and of course, those concerned people from the diplomatic corps coming to grace this occasion. Yes, the place is jam-packed. Traditional leaders, some are dressed in their traditional, suits to come here at this occasion. I mean, it is beautiful. It is well decorated. Let's hope that the TV is back on for the people to have.
And
a
so let me
visual
hold you there,
image.
Emmanuel. I'm seeing the Chief of Staff, Prince Johnson, and the Defense Minister within the Joint Chambers, along with this lady from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Gibson, you called the name earlier on. I'm just mistaken a little bit. They have an attack.
Polita Sisewire.
Thank you very much in the Joint Chamber. So to tell you, we're also watching from out here, catching some of the issues, and then we continue. We go back to Emmanuel.
Yes, Sekou. Yes, we are still here. A fleet of vehicles continue to arrive. Citizens, especially those who have the access pass to this facility.
Sekou, it is what?
Go ahead, Emmanuel. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, Gibson was on.
Gibson, no, is Gibson. You want to come in with something important? Okay, folks, you listen.
Not exactly. Not exactly.
104.1 and also Prime FM 105.5. My name is Sekou Sharif, Emmanuel Davids. You have Gibson G, all of us of Liberia, and also you guys, Stephen Fucker from Prime FM. We are on this joint. Program here today to bring you the live coverage of the president's annual address. Before we go back to the Joint Chambers, Emmanuel, right on your right flank, I'm seeing a group of are there women? Is it Thomas Fala? Yes.
Yes, I do see Thomas Fala with GMW 2023 cap on his head, well dressed in an African attire. The same lapa some of these women here are using, with the footage of President Josh Barnett Weah telling the public that President Weah is going for 2023. He's going for his re-election. It is just the dress code that he's wearing traditionally. He's beautifully attired, today. And I see several women.
Is that a CDC cloth on him?
Yes. I can validate that it is a CDC attired that was exclusively made for the Coalition for Democratic Change. And let me just announce the time to all of our listeners. You have 2 minutes to go to 3. So 2 minutes chasing 3 o'clock, meaning we just have 1 hour, 2 minutes to go and listen
not 1
to
hour any longer again because
roughly.
Okay, roughly. So let's go to Stephen. Emmanuel, let me leave you there. Stephen is not just far from the entry point where you have the people moving into.
And I hope the guys are not blocking Stephen because he's very short.
Yeah, Stephen, going to watch and deep into what's happening there. Stephen, what's you watching on?
So thank you so very kindly, Sekou, and of course for those of you monitoring or listening to the broadcast. This is Pram FM Voice of Liberia joint a presentation of the President, His Excellency President. We are in fulfillment of Article 58 of the 1986 Constitution of our country. So taking a spectacular view of the entire grounds of the Capitol building from beneath bottom top. All right, I'm looking at an inscription that said, "Together we can visit President Weah last State of the Nation address to our country." What do we expect? Liberians and something. So earlier, when Madam Zakpa from the LTA, her pattern coming with President Weah war round victory. Can this happen? Liberians, you are the Josh. So on the grounds of the Capitol, witness the arrival.
Stephen, thank you very much. Let me leave you there, Stephen.
Stephen,
let me leave you there, Stephen. I want to leave you. Let me go to the Joint Chambers. Stephen, I need to leave you. I'm going to the John Chambers to the man Gibson G. Stephen, you need to be monitoring. you okay? Let me go to the John Chambers. Gibson, what's
Yes,
happening
cool.
new in the John Chambers?
Is the arrival of the Minister of Youth and Sports, Zioga Wilson. We're seeing having some chat with some 16 ministers and directors at the back. We just seen the arrival of the head of the European delegation to Liberia. That's Laurent de la Housse has just arrived into the joint chambers. He's been having chat with the Minister of Youth and Sports. He's been accompanied by some members. We're also seeing the arrival of the Chinese ambassador, the arrivals of the American United States ambassador Charles Michael McCarthy. Also, yeah, they just arrived. So the entire diplomatic corps have just arrived together. We just hope that our camera can reach as far as there to know that the arrival of it's just that I'm just here alone. I just wish somebody could go behind the camera
Yes,
to do
Gibson,
to
I
do
know-
that.
I do
so
understand.
so like I said, the arrival of the European delegation to Liberia, Laurent de la Housse, the American ambassador, and of course the Chinese ambassadors. Both all three of them are just arrived, being accompanied by the Interarch, yeah, in the joint chambers of the William R. Turbert at the Capitol building.
Thank you so much, Gibson G. Posted there and multitasking at the level of the joint chambers. Well, we just saw witnessed the arrival of Representative Ben Fofana of
Yeah, Ben
Margibi
Fofana of
County,
Margibi County,
and also we
District
saw
number 4.
Madam Cecilia Coffee Brown, all dressed up in a white suit. Folks there still, escorting Representative Thomas Fala of District number 5, Montserrado County. Like I said, he's dressed up in a traditional attire in the Lapa. Mr. President, CDC, LESA, Lisa, blah, blah, blah. The crowd is there. I just can't capture all of those inscriptions on that, placard or whatever it is called, escorting Representative Thomas Panga Fala, who might be contesting in Lofafoya district.
So thank you. So on the sidelines, I'm witnessing the arrival of the Director General of the General Service Agency in Maritime, but she dressed up in white, very authoritative in your movement, sparkling white, as to describe it, so that you can give a view. Thank you.
Okay, we're still here telling you or
Emmanuel,
giving you
come to
names
hold
of
you in there. Let me just let's move into Gibson. We're having it. It's gonna be very rotational because we want to capture all the things happening here. So coming from the gate towards the executive mansion, you can see lots of supporters wearing once you say Lapa with the picture of the president saying that we for the president, His Excellency George Manawir. They're just in or queued coming from the gate towards the executive mansion. So the two areas they are, you have the entry point just in the middle. For those of you that have been at the Capitol building, you will know exactly what you're talking about here this afternoon. So going into the joint chambers. Now that place is one of the areas where we're going to be focused in Emmanuel. Gibson,
Yes,
what
cool.
new is coming from the joint chambers?
Those just entering are members of the international community, like we told you earlier. We've seen the arrival of the U.S. ambassador to Liberia. We saw the arrival of the European delegation head, Laurent de la Housse. We saw the Chinese ambassador. And we've seen lots of international partners and members of the diplomatic corps who just entered, funning, making way to get to their various seats and to witness this all important State of the Nation address. So as they come in, we report on that. We can see they are in queue, members of the diplomatic corps. We've seen some other individuals from the angle of the government and in the private sectors. They also coming in to make sure that they witness the State of the Nation address to be delivered earlier later on by the President of the Republic of Liberia.
Let's look at the security issues up
It
there.
is-
Mind you, we have lots of dignitaries. The president himself going to join the fray as he stands before them to deliver. What is it in terms of security in the joint chambers?
It is very tight. So, like I told you, at the very entrance points, especially the major entrance points, you have those who usually be at the Honorable House of Representatives chambers, calling the doorman. They are also standing right there along with the EPS security, making sure that people that goes and comes in know how to go and how to come in. So the security is in tight, and those from the diplomatic corps are making their way in, and some others government officials. But for the national legislature, we've yet to see any of the lawmakers here this time.
So maybe the lawmakers are in their various offices, maybe waiting on maybe 5-10 minutes. But I think when we arrive in 4 o'clock, there will be lots of restrictions. Like you listened to Representative Akaros Gray on yesterday.
Sure.
Moving towards 4 o'clock, you will be allowed entry, but to go out unless it is really constrained situation. Maybe you want to is human nature or something else, but people will not be allowed to come out and just enter in like that. There'll be lots of restrictions. So the lawmakers themselves are watching their times, and they know exactly the entire process starts 4 o'clock.
So, Sekou.
I'm getting signal that His Excellency President George Weah is preparing himself.
Yeah, so
it's no longer 1 hour again to the annual address.
Yeah, so the MC have just made an announcement of the president's cabinet who's saying the arrival of Madam Mary Tannenbaum, who is the head of the general
Service agency.
Yeah. So the protocol just made the announcement. Sorry, I was corrected. And the protocol made the announcement. And the Madam Mary Brown, former city mayor, also the co-chair of the President's Committee on the Liberia Legislative Corporation have just arrived, and other cabinet members.
Who, apart from the names you just mentioned, what are some of the other officials? Let's look at ministers themselves at they've arrived.
Yes, like I told you, we still have not more than ministers that are here.
Have you seen the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs?
Not yet entered.
Have you seen the Minister of Finance?
Not yet entered.
Okay, so meaning you've not seen the Minister of Finance. What about Public Works?
Public Works, Coca Collins have not entered yet. Once they enter, we'll get to know.
Okay, so maybe they will enter. We still have meetings now to go because we've beat down the hour.
Yes,
so
sure.
We have meetings to go to the sixth SONA by His Excellency President George Weah, and he goes to elections October of this year. I'll leave you there. I come to the man Emmanuel. Emmanuel is just in the middle of what's happening. He seemed to dig deep into what's happening there. But let me go to Stephen. Stephen is just watching, and I'm seeing a few persons. I just read before Stephen, and while they make their way as well. Stephen, what are you seeing so far?
So thank you, Sekou, for joining me. You know, the grounds of the capital is becoming interesting, where the cross sections of Liberians have all gathered to witness the wrap-up of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Liberia, in keeping with his own constitutional responsibility. So quickly, there were convergence of journalists from all radio stations, and now we are witnessing, you know, Sekou, quickly, let me just bring to your attention. There is one motto that is inscribed on the banner poster at the front view of the entrance of the capital. That is State of the Nation 2023.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Stephen, thank you very much. And let's go back to the joint chambers. For what I'm seeing here, let me just give you a picture of what I'm seeing from where I am within the premises of the Capitol building, on the grounds of the Capitol building. We are out and here to you from all the locations. So anything happening within here,
Sekou, I'm back on.
Okay. From the front, the back, the side, whatsoever, we'll give you a clear picture of it just so you know, our listeners that are listening to us, if you're listening to us as a radio station relaying from us, you could send us your text message to Emmanuel. Announce the number so we'll know that you.
0770387138. 0770387138 is the number. Do not call this number,
It's
please.
only intended for text
Only
message.
for text
and the text
messages.
message that are coming in is only for radio stations
Yes.
that are relaying the broadcast.
Yes, if
That's
you have
all.
your comments, and I just announced the number and someone is calling. Do not call that number. That number is exclusively for text messages. So as the broadcast goes on, as far as we are concerned,
we try
almost
to,
everything is now said.
Is that the commerce minister? Yes, the commerce minister has arrived. She wears dominant blue. She goes in, and the road leading to go to the joint chambers, there where she goes in, and she has arrived. The commerce minister, Paco, you watching?
I know Paco,
you are watching.
Paco will pick up from there, but
Yeah.
quickly, Sekou, Liberty Radio, Liberty FM 88.1 is also relaying from us. We must acknowledge that Liberty FM 88.1 relaying our broadcast as well. Remember, this is a joint collaboration, Prime FM and Voice of Liberia 104.1 and 105.5, jointly bringing you this outside broadcast team. I do see representative of district number 6, Samuel Enders. Samuel Enders, he himself is driving. I see him wave to the crowd in his white van. Is that what I'm trying to get the name of that vehicle? Another vehicle enters. I believe this is another representative. I'm trying to tiptoe to see whether I can get a lesson plate. Is rep number 22.
And that's Representative Alpha Jones. Yeah, so Emmanuel Davis, that's Representative Alpha Jones from my Gibi District 2. He just entered, and earlier on we saw the arrival of the Minister of State with our portfolio.
I'm being told by one of my colleagues is Clarence Guy of Margibi County.
Okay, so we're seeing the arrival of motorcades. The motorcades.
This is the judiciary now arriving.
Is it
yes, the judiciary.
the-
I see the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia.
the Chief Justice
flanked-
of the Republic of Liberia,
flanked by the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of Liberia, have just arrived to grace this occasion.
Emmanuel.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Thank you so much. So it is a fleet of vehicles here now. You know, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, like I said, flanked by Associate Justices of the Honorable Supreme Court of Liberia, have just arrived. Remember, we have like 48 minutes to go to 4 o'clock. At 4, all of us will cease and listen to His Excellency President George Manuel Weah Gbagugbe upon Jirade Foke-Klon, you know, present his message, his final message to the people of Liberia. It is actually a colorful event. Like I said, the head row here is dominantly blue and white, lapa, very beautiful, but yet some are contending
Emmanuel,
that, yes.
Emmanuel, let me hold you there. I want to get the dress code of all of the officials, so we want to go into the joint chamber. So the man will be telling
Please
us
do.
what he's saying in there. Emmanuel, Gibson, I want you to give us a descriptive, report of some of the officials you've seen. Who are those entering in currently? Gibson, are you there?
So I think Gibson seems not to be ready.
And Gibson, this is the mean. God, Gibson, you getting us? We're trying to get Gibson from within the joint chambers to see as whether he's. We're trying to see if we getting Gibson. Gibson, are you getting us?
Okay, so whilst we try to connect Gibson, I'm just about to give you an ambience of the outside. Drums rolling, traditional drums rolling from different angles. You listening? I am trying to stretch my microphone straight there so you can get a better feeling of how it's like outside here, the Capitol building. as we try to connect Gibson. So far,
And
as
Gibson
we
is
can
still
reach, I know
in-
you're listening.
Yes, I'm getting you now. I'm here.
Gibson, what's happening up there?
Well, as you listen from the background again, the Bank of the Armed Forces of Liberia, they are entertaining this afternoon. Like we told you earlier, we're seeing the presence of Jetty, the presence of the diplomatic corps from the European delegation to the United States government, to the Chinese ambassador to Liberia, and other international partners.
Gibson, have you seen the arrival of the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of Liberia?
The chief and associate justices of Liberia, probably they are en route to entering here at the hall,
They've
the
arrived,
chambers.
probably, like you said, they're en route to.
Yeah, to the chambers, but they have not yet arrived in chambers.
Up to present, you've not seen the large number of lawmakers.
Not yet. Almost all of the seats for the lawmakers are emptied.
Emmanuel is getting the feelings of what is being displayed here, and you can get a real dense out. Bands are being traditionally, carrying out their
All right,
processes.
We Sekou, if you're getting us, the congregation is now rousing to welcome the Chief Justice and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of Liberia. So every individual from regional diplomatic corps, ministerial level are all on their feet. We welcome Chief Justice and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of Liberia. As you listen from the background, the band sound, see the Chief Justice in her attire with her Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. The protocol has been by ushering them to their seats. They've been accompanied by their arm of sergeants to their various seats. They are the Associate and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. So if you're watching us, you could see it right from our camera. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and the Associate Justice, they have taken their seats, and protocol will now demand that every individual in the hall can have their seats.
Thank you very much, Gibson, for that splendid rollout of what's happening in the joint chambers. Emmanuel is just in the middle of the folks there, where you're listening to the sound of the band is coming, and you can see Liberians believed to be supporters of the CDC government. They're doing their normal support
Sekou,
dance.
let me just hold you there. I do see Queen Judy Andy, cultural ambassador of the Republic of Liberia. She's well dressed in her gold and black attire from head to toe, and she walks past the crowd. She waves to the crowd while she's moving down to take her seat, I'm very sure, in the joint chamber of the legislature.
And of course, on occasion of such, Judy Andy, the story, always on top of her game, making sure that she causes some level of attraction. This is Voice of Liberia in collaboration with Crown FM, and this broadcast, I'm being told, is also being relayed on Peace FM in Habel. We say kudos to the management of Peace FM. And then Sekou, I think, was so concerned about the arrival of lawmakers, but I think most of the lawmakers
To announce the arrival of the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives and members of the House of Representatives.
So the arrival of Representative Thomas Kwala, dressed in his
If
2023.
the Speaker of the National 54th Legislature has been welcomed by the protocol in chief in the House, the Speaker, Dr. Boyford Chimers. and some other lawmakers of the Honorable House of Representatives and the Liberian Senate, Frank Foucault, or what Domino White. We see the arrival of Alpha Jones, Margibi County. The speaker have already taken seat. From our video, you could see the speaker who's saying the arrival of also Agriculture Minister Janice Cooper.
Have you seen the presence of the speaker or the pro tempore of the Liberian Senate?
Just as I was saying, the speaker have just arrived. So if you're watching from the video, you could see the speaker. You could see he's been accompanied by members of the Honorable House of Representatives, Alpha Jones, Josiah Marvin Cole, Teperosa Tampoe, and the rest of Ellis Chesia Grant, Errol Madison Goyon, Frank Safoko, Hajas Fanta Sayon, Rostolin Soa Coco Dennis, and Ellen Ato Ray, George Sekwe Bole, and the representative of Nimba County, Prince Tokpa, and representative this representative of Thomas Fala, District 5, Masurado County. We've seen the arrival of Finna Lori Bori Lasana. It's also members of the National 54th Legislature. They just arrived. Papa Cole, representative of District 11, Masurado County, Nagbe Kun, representative of District 12, Masurado County, Color Graham, and lots of lawmakers, especially from the representative, Honorable House of Representatives, have just arrived. District 2 representative of Riverside County, Representative Baron Zanwe, just arrived. Tiporisa Tampoe of District 1, Margibi County, District 1, Grand Jide Errol Madison Goyon, District 2, Grand Jide George Bole, District 3, Grand Jide Ellis Chesia Grant, and of course, the representative of District number 4, Nima County, Kapu Kakon, District 5 of Nima County, Samuel Koga, and Representative District 9, Masuralo County, Frank Safoko, District 10, Yeke Wa Koruba, and of course, Elaine Atore, Rostolin Suakoko Dennis, Haja Fanta Sayon is also here, and the Speaker of the National 54th Legislature all have arrived, and they have been, you can see all of the newspapers being placed in their various seats. They are going through them to know what has happened. We could see most of them having chief chat. Representative Thomas Fala, District 5, Masurado is in a conversation with Josiah Marvin Cole of Bonk County. Representative Merma Breeze Mensa, Bonk County is also here from our very far right. We just hope to get all of them that are here. Alpha Jones is also here. Representative Baron Zanwe of District 2, Riverside County is also here. Representative Prince Tokpa of Nimba. Representative Dixon Sibo of District.
Gibson, how are the lawmakers being placed as per the sitting capacity?
They have the seats for lawmakers. So as soon as you come, you sit in. But there are no name for, except those that are chairing committees, especially those that are chairing committees. They are the full front of the seats. But once you are a lawmaker, you sit in any of the seats specifically for legislators. But once you're chairing a committee, you could see in front of the desk where committees members have been chairing, or those chairing the committees, you could see their names and the committee they is chairing. For example, the committee on executive, you could see the man behind the brain behind the entire stuff.
Okay. Gibson, you need to look at your mark, please. You're coming in very you need to do some. Hope the guys can look at your system. You're coming in, but very sharp and somehow.
So,
look at it, please. Then
I'm okay
we
right now.
we
I'm okay
we
now.
join you. And I'm seeing. I want to get who's okay.
Am I okay?
Emmanuel, what are you seeing so far?
The dance continues. You're hearing the sound of the band. People here.
Okay, so this is not from.
There is a sharp sound coming.
Yeah, so
there is a very sharp sound coming from out of the mixer. You have to look at it, technician. Please look at it. There is a sharp sound, which is not good because we are getting.
Emmanuel,
close.
if you have your radio, your small radio, I think you need
I'm
to
monitoring. I'm monitoring.
Okay, but I don't know why I said okay. I think it should be from Gibson. Gibson.
It is much.
It is better. I think Gibson.
Yes, Sekou.
Yeah, I
Gibson,
think
go
you are
ahead.
monitoring from the small phone, right?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
monitoring from the phone.
Okay, so please get it distant from that. Okay, we much better. I think it came from your end.
Yes.
So you were
Yeah.
saying something.
I was concerned as per the arrival of any political leaders from the opposition bloc. Earlier on this morning, we spoke with Representative Akaras Gray. He confirmed that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs communicated through an invitation to political institutions, most especially from the opposition bloc. Have you seen the presence of political leaders, most especially from the opposition bloc, arriving in the joint chambers of the legislature?
I honestly, we've not seen political leaders, but we've seen opposition political lawmakers that are here.
So I'm more concerned about political leaders from the opposition bloc.
Not yet. We've not been able to see any political leader from out of the maybe high-ranking political institutions in our country. All we see right now is the entrance of lawmakers, specifically from the Honorable House of Representatives.
Have you seen senators as well?
From where I said no, I'm not seeing senators. I think there are seats on the far right. Is still empty. Only the lawmakers who have accompanied the.
So how
honorable
many lawmakers so far they've arrived?
I can say about 30 lawmakers.
30 lawmakers.
Yes.
Gibson, you need to move from what I think is coming in again. Hope you.
Sekou, I think Gibson has to use a headset.
But
Yes,
I'm
you
using
need to-
I'm using
you
a
need to do
headset.
that, Gibson.
I'm
That's
using a
okay.
headset. I'm using a headset, and
Okay.
I don't think it's a problem from our end. Probably it should be from the exterior part, but from our
But
ends
then-
it's okay. I'm using headset.
But then we can try to find the
No, it's
technician.
better.
Okay. I think much better now. But we
Yeah,
still
our
here.
technician is saying to us that it's okay.
We're still here.
It's
We're
okay?
still here. This is let's remind all of you listening. Listening. This is a joint collaboration between the Voice of Liberia and Prime FM and other local radio stations across Liberia. Carrying this live broadcast from our main, our mini studio here on Capitol Hill, like Liberty FM 88.1, Liberty 88.1. Thank you so much.
Peace FM in Habel.
Okay, Peace FM in Habel. So just in case you are listening, you want to form part of the broadcast, you can text us on 0770-387138, 0770-387138. I do see officers of the EPS, the Liberia National Police, the Liberia Immigration Service, making sure that those standing close to the road leave the main road and use the sidewalks, because any moment from now, maybe 15 or 20 minutes from now, President George Weah will be arriving. I did not say call. I said text to this number. Please do not call this number. Stop calling this number. The number to text is 0770-387138. Call is different from texting, please. Okay, so
I think Emmanuel, it's important that we acquaint our listeners. It is almost 3:30, and 25 minutes or 26 minutes from now, which will be the performance of the official welcoming ceremony of the president to the national. That's it. The
But now,
legislature.
I think what is
So I
I
think
think
Sekou-
let me just conclude, please. But now the president has been able to prepare himself from his home. You want to say maybe he's just around the executive mansion, or maybe the legislature, the Capitol building, because mind you, the protocol or whosoever involved, they are very good
And
at
Sekou,
calculating
the
the time.
Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Her Excellency Chief Dr. Joel Howteller, is arrived here along with her entourage. Sir Joseph, Executive
I think the
Chair
entire
on
Senate should be behind her.
how she's the president of the Senate. She's there along with the Senate Pro Tempore Abuchi, and of course, Zoe Emmanuel Penon, Senator Nyombli Kanga Lawrence of Grand Basso County, the political leader, newly political leader of the Movement for Democratic Reconciliation, MDR, Jeremiah Kwankun. We see him along with Zoe Penon Chief chatting with the political leader of the Liberty Party, the Nyombli's faction, and Senator Abraham Darros DeLong, Senator Steve Zago, and I don't know what is the sound. The sound is coming from your end. I don't know.
Gibson, let me just ask you, aside from the opposition lawmakers, who are those opposition political figures that you see in the joint chamber?
I've seen Yeke Koluba.
Aside, I'm trying to say, aside from the opposition political lawmakers, who are those political figures that you see from structures of political parties in opposition?
We've seen some young people having on the CDC barracks. They are also in here.
Okay. So just in case, specifically, I was speaking of maybe you might have seen
The ANC,
the ANC chairperson of the ANC, the
All-Liberia
Secretary
Party.
General of the Liberty Party.
We are not saying them.
But is there anything like a space that can indicate that yes, this particular slot is for political leaders?
There's a slot, but it's far from our end. It's far from our end, so we cannot. But there is a slot for political leaders. There is a slot for civil society. There is a slot for diplomatic corps, and there is a slot for security apparatus.
Okay. So
And the police director is also here, Patrick Sudu.
quickly, remember
Senator Prince Moy is also here from the Senate. As you can see from the camera, the executive chairman from the Liberian Senate, Sir Hadi Joseph of Monserrato County, there from our camera. We want to Senator Zoe Emmanuel Penon there, Grand Jida County. And Senator Jeremiah Kwankun, who doubles as a political leader of MDR.
Okay.
Senator, do you want to come in?
Yes, quickly. I thought to have, that feedback is still coming.
I think it should be from Gibson now, because every one of us out there, and no one seems to have anything to give us. Apparently, the system from within, you have other. It is you.
No, let me just read a couple of text messages before we can go. This one says, "Hi, Voice of Liberia. I am Jacob Saki Jr. following from Looking Town. Thanks to the team." Okay, he did not include his name. Let's read this one from J. Sinesti Mane. I speak President of the Republic of Liberia, George Manawia, speak without fear. Another texter says, good evening and good evening to the peace-loving people of Liberia. My name is Arvin Davis, texting you from Doe Community. Let me use this time to thank every one of you for your hard work. Another texter says, couple of text messages keep coming. Good afternoon. Thanks for the live broadcast since this morning. I've been monitoring the event. Thank you so much for texting us as well and for listening. I am Daniel Bana, texting you from Looking Town. I am getting a sharp sound from you people. You need to do better.
Gibbs, Akwe, you need to look at the system, please.
Okay,
We're getting
see-
a sharp sound. I don't know from within or out here.
But I think that sound.
I think it is a system problem.
It should
So
be
let
the system.
Akwe-
Emmanuel.
I hope it is not coming from within the joint chambers.
Maybe so or not. Good afternoon, Sekou. My name is Eshin, and I am joining you from Nizo, from my Nizo resident. Thank you so much for joining us. Hi, Sekou. Dennis Kraman, listening to you live at Jacobtown area. Thanks to the team. Thank you so much as well for joining us. Another text that says, Gabriel GP is monitoring from Habel Firestone. Good afternoon to all of you there listening to us.
Emmanuel, wait, let's see what's happening.
Is it much better?
Gibson,
Yes, cool.
you need to get the microphone close to you and don't have lots of soft going like space between, please. Yeah.
Yes, I have the microphone very close to my mouth.
But what else are you using there? Someone is not using the radio not too far from you.
No, nothing is close.
Yeah, there's a feedback. Apparently, somebody is listening to the radio.
Sekou, I would suggest that we
Well-
switch our individual monitors off at the moment. So I'm
because
doing just mine.
we listening
And
from
then
here.
Papa will do his. Papa, please go off. Let's see.
no breaking from our end here.
Sekou, you can handle it from that end. Sekou, if you're listening, handle it.
Okay,
Let's see
so I'm
whether the
listening
sound
to
is still
you,
there.
and I think let me see from my end. Let me go to Gibson. Gibson.
Yeah, Sekou, you getting me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Chief Dr. Joe Hautelo, the National 54 Legislature Speaker, Dr. Buffer Chimers, and the Deputy Speaker, also along with the Senate Pro Tempore, they are having a chat here. Most of the lawmakers are now in their various seats, and not just a few of them are now here. So we bring you this particular broadcast from the William Arrow Turbot joint chambers. So I think the sound now is not from our end.
And I think Gibson, you don't have any speaker at the back of you there?
No speaker. The place is okay. No speaker, and we're getting everything fine from our end. So
Okay,
I
so
don't
I
know.
think is much better. We can continue from here. Okay, you can go back. We can continue. It's much better now.
Okay.
We stay here. Let me just give you of we have 22 minutes, the unofficial time where the president should be addressing the country. And so 22 minutes, we will be shortly seeing the arrival of His Excellency President George Weah. And out here is dominantly occupied by supporters of CDC, dominantly by supporters of CDC. So Emmanuel is telling me we need to go to the joint chambers. Gibson.
Yes, cool.
Okay, so what's happening there?
Well, this is something the Liberian could expect to see Representative Thomas Fala and Senator Darius DeLong both shaking hands and sharing jokes. You remember 2020, these were the two guys in the race for the senatorial seat of Masrado that brought to power Senator Abraham Darius DeLong. And matter of fact, this is politics in Liberia. And they were shaking hands, sharing, and chit-chatting. And Representative Fala is making a way to where the representatives are seated, because they have been shared on the right to have If you're facing where the speaker, deputy speaker, the pro tempore, and the vice president is sitting on the right, you have the members of the Liberian Senate, and on the left, you have members of the Honorable House of Representatives. So Representative Fala is still going around speaking to almost all of the senators on the right-hand side. He's now having chat with Senator Saad Joseph, Senator Zoe Emmanuel Peno, Senator Moy, and Senator Nyombli Kanka Lawrence. They are chief chat. You see the chief clerk of the Honorable House of Representative Mildred Sion. She's already in your seat. And the lawmakers are seated. Like we told you earlier, we have members of the diplomatic corps. You could see Representative George Bole.
What kind of paper are they reading there, Gibson?
Come again?
Is that Legiscope I see in their hands?
Yes, Legiscope and Africa newspaper.
Go ahead, Gibson.
Yeah, so most of the senators, they are seated, and some of the lawmakers, representatives, are also seated too. And just with 19 minutes less than unofficially going, you see the House's chairperson on the executive, Moses Akara Gray, former Secretary General of the ruling establishment, and who also doubles as the representative of District 8 Mosraro County, is also seated. And most of the representatives are on their phone. Most of them are on Facebook, this lawmaker. And so, and
Gibson.
yes, Emmanuel.
Let's move on.
I think Emmanuel, you have to take it from your end. I'm seeing there is a bit of attraction outside, and I think the guys got to make the necessary adjustment. You listening? Yeah, no, Gibson.
Okay, so let me just give you a clear picture here. You can see the motorcade of the president. The motorcade of the president started to arrive. That means any minute from now, His Excellency President Dr. George Weah will be here this afternoon as he addresses the country. And someone said it is very historical. You can see all in the ads here this afternoon. Only thing you can see, the flag of Liberia with supporters of the government are waving, are saying, Mr. President, thank you very much. We want to say thank you for all you've done for this country. And you can see the motorcade now coming in slowly. And it reminds me about something. And the president has arrived. His Excellency George Weah has arrived now. His motorcade has been highly guarded. It's been highly guarded as it moves slowly. It moves slowly. His Excellency is being guarded by security officials. He moves in and he tried to move in. I want to capture something. Voice of Liberia, Prime FM. It enters under the main entrance of the joint chambers where he's going to be moving. You can see supporters. You can see supporters of the government. And you can see securities are saying, you need to use this, and you need to do this. His Excellency has arrived at the grounds of the Capitol building. And the normal issues will take place here. The normal issues will take place here while in the joint chambers, I'm told, the session is already ongoing. Any minute from now, we'll give you the live activities. You have 70 minutes to the official time. Doors of the president vehicle has been opened. And you can see instructions are given. Instructions are being given, and you can see here we are, and the entire securities are closing all of the loopholes as His Excellency he sits in the vehicle, and I'm told someone is saying he's watching the people, his supporters, and one of the things that I really enjoy, Paco, when you could see the flags of Liberia being waving in the air, showing love for country. These are things that bring about unity amongst the citizens.
And, it makes it more colorful to see Liberians, not just Liberians, but also supporters of the president, waving the national colors into the air, welcoming President George Weah. We want to say that this is unprecedented, yes, and I think it is a day, it is a very historical ceremony in the lives of supporters of the president and ordinary citizens.
And
who
so
have gathered here.
I want to see who has disembarked the vehicle. Certainly we cannot capture that. And he goes around to talk to the son of the president. And so
Her Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, President of the Senate, Honorable Senate Pro Tem of the Liberian Senate, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, distinguished honorable members of the 54th Legislature. I'm honored at this time to announce to you the 6th jurisdiction of the 54th Legislature of the Republic of Liberia, January 30th, 2023. And now, therefore, this section is hereby called to order and is hereby sworn order.
Thank you very much. Honorable distinguished Vice President, Pro Tem, Deputy Speaker, esteemed members of the 54th Legislature, we have gathered here today for the sole purpose of receiving the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Dr. George Manneh Weah Sr., to deliver his State of the Nation address. Hence, the Chair will entertain a motion for the body to convene in a joint legislative session for this sole purpose. We will now entertain a motion for this session to commence. Honorable Johnson Gueglo.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I, Honorable Professor Johnson N. Gueglo, Representative Electoral District Number 9, Nimba County, and Chairman, House's Committee on Rules, Order, and Administration, do hereby move, if I can obtain a second, that the legislature convenes in a joint session, legislative session, for the sole purpose of receiving the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Dr. George Manneh Weah Sr., to deliver to this body his State of the Nation address. I so move.
We'll entertain a second. The Right Honorable Boto Kano of Gbapulu.
I, Senator Boto Kane of Gbapulu County, do hereby obtain a second.
Without restating the motion, are you ready to vote? All those in favor, make it known by saying yea. Those against, nay. Make it known by saying nay. Abstain. Those abstain stand. With the yea motion, with the yea vote, the motion carried. We will now ask the Chief Clerk to inform this august body as to whether the quorum for this transaction of this joint legislative session has been met.
Her Excellency Chief Dr. Joel Howard Taylor, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia and President of the Liberian Senate, Honorable Dr. Buffer Chambers, Speaker of the House of Representatives and the presiding officer of this joint legislative section, Senator Albert T. Cheer, President pro tempore of the Liberian Senate, Honorable J. Funati Kofa, Deputy Speaker of the Honorable House of Representatives, honorable ladies and gentlemen of this noble house. I'm honored to announce to you the records from the office of the Secretary of the Senate and that of my office show that there is a quorum for the transaction of this joint legislative business for the sole purpose of receiving His Excellency Dr. George Manneh Weah Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, to deliver to this august body the State of the Nation's address, which happens to be the 6th of his administration. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Clerk. Esteemed honorable colleagues, with the response from the Chief Clerk that there is a quorum for the transaction of business for the sole purpose of receiving the President, His Excellency Dr. George Manneh Weah Sr., to deliver his State of the Nation address, the Joint Committee on Executive of the both houses of the Liberian Legislature should escort, be accompanied by the Sergeant at Arms to escort his presidency in this joint chamber for the purpose for which we have gathered. Please proceed. Deny. Deny. Deny, please. Thank you. You are out of order, Honorable.
Well, he was interviewed by Siku and Kelvin. So Yeke just raised a point. Seems to have the entire chambers in section with arguments coming up from across lawmakers and invited guests. As you can watch, those of you watching. So the two committees from the Liberian Senate and the Honorable House of Representatives have went out to welcome the President, and as accompanying the President to this joint section from the William R. Tolbert Chambers, joint chamber. So Senator Jeremiah Cone now shaking hands with his former colleagues, where he once served as representative from the Honorable House of Representatives.
Liberian Senate indeed have converged in the Freedom Arab Copper Junior Joint Assembly Hall where a motion was passed. And as part of that motion, the chairpersons on the executive committees from both houses that has to do with the House of Representatives and the Liberian Senate at 3:55 p.m. And of course, it's 3:55 p.m. and a motion to receive President George Weah to deliver his sixth annual message will be made seconded. And as per the protocol, the motion was made seconded by Senator Boto Cannon of Wapolo County. So in a moment for now, the chairs on both committees from the representatives, the House of Representatives and the Liberian Senate will receive the president, and he will be escorted into the joint chambers. And at 4 o'clock, the president indeed will address the nation. But as it stands, the president is still outside. Yes, that's exactly what we're seeing. So it will interest you to note that the president does not have a seat at the legislature. The president does not have a seat at the legislature. So anytime he comes at the legislature, most especially on an occasion of such, he will be outside till he can be welcomed by, the chairs on both committees. We're talking about the Senate and the House of Representatives. And at the House of Representatives, you have Representative Moses Akaras Gray, and and then at the Senate you have Senator Sa Joseph. So the president indeed has been welcomed by the chairs on both committees. Yes, as by protocol. So we have roughly 4 minutes. 4 minutes in a moment for now. I've been told the president will enter the joint chambers of the House of Representatives. That's it, the legislature.
Is it 4?
So Gibson, are you seeing
4 o'clock?
Gibson, are you seeing any sign of the president's arrival in the joint chambers?
Yes. So, security apparatus are right at the door. Especially the doorman. So the sergeant at arms will speak according to section to order, and the president will soon be here. We've been told. So securities and members of the EPS are standing right at the door and make sure that the place is secure where the president will be making away from. So as soon as the president comes in, our camera will capture it and will bring you the president's arrival. The first family, one of the first families is the Charm Weah is also here, sitting comfortably where the first family seat is. So we're still here. Any moment from now, the two houses committees on executive will accompany the president into the chamber. So this is Voice of Liberia, Prime FM collaborative broadcast 105.5, 104.1, and we're making sure that we bring you every bit of what happening, and our audio captures and our visual get all of the angles. I mean the WRT Junior John Chambers, VOL Prime, making sure two of the chief clerks from the two houses I consulting with one another, and we could see the sergeant of arms stands right in front of the door to welcome the president. It's just about 1 minute to 4 o'clock. So any moment from now, the two committees on executive from the Liberian Senate and the Honorable House of Representatives, Sir Hadi Joseph and Moses Akaros Gray, out of Moserado County, both of District 8 and the entire county as senator. So any moment from now, folks, wherever you're watching us from, and however you're watching us from, where you listen to us from, on 104.1 or 105.5, and even on relay stations across the country, we will soon receive the president in the chambers of the joint section. Earlier, you listened to the section was opened, and quorum was raised by the chief clerk. Quorum was transaction, and the motion for secondness has been done.
I have the honor, I just
Sergeant of
to
Arms.
announce the arrival of the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Dr. George Mane Weah. We have a seat. Excellency Chief Dr. Joel Howard Taylor, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, honorable members of the 54th Legislature, Your Honor, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court and members of the Judiciary, the Dean and members of the Cabinet and other government officials, the Doyen Excellency and members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, His Excellency, the Special Representatives of the Secretary General of the United Nations in Liberia, the Chief of Staff and men and women of the Armed Forces of Liberia, former officials of government, traditional leaders, chiefs and elders, political and business leaders, religious leaders, officers and members of the National Bar Association, labor and trade unions, civil society organizations, members of the Fourth Estate, special guests, fellow Liberians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I come before you today in fulfillment of Article 58 of the Liberian Constitution,
which requires me to report to the people of Liberia through you, their elected representatives, on the state of affairs of the nation. This year has a special meaning for me, as it marked the sixth and final state of the nation address to this honorable body for the term of my presidency, to which I have been elected. In 2017, I was given a resounding mandate by the Liberian people to steer the nation through a constitutionally guaranteed 6 years terms. As this year concludes that period, I am happy to appraise you, my fellow compatriots, of the enormous progress that has been made in spite of inevitable challenges. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, and members of the National Legislature, let me welcome you back from your annual break. It is my hope that your individual endeavors during this much deserved interlude prove useful and productive, including interactions with your constituents. I look forward to more fruitful engagements during the course of the 6th section. The past years marked a crucial historical milestone for Liberia when we celebrated 200 years of the founding of our nation. I need not elaborate you with accounts of how much we have all been through as a people during these 2 centuries, including wars, pestilence, and economic setback and downturn. But together, we have remained strong and vibrant and have managed to always emerge triumphant and united through after every trials and tribulation, regardless of our ethnic background, religious beliefs, or political affiliations. As your president, I have made it my overarching purpose and duty to work towards preserving the peace of the nation, ensuring always that we do not slide back into conflict. This has been the fundamental underpinning of all development and policy initiatives of my administration. The record will show that we have achieved undeniable success in these endeavors, while at the same time always ensuring that there is strict adherence to the rule of law and protections for the constitutional rights of our citizens as we consolidate our democracy and develop our nation. Our well-earned credentials as a nation of peace and democracy in West Africa will be put to the test in about 9 months from today, when we head to the polls of general and presidential elections. These will be the 4th election since the end of the war in 2003. They will be an important benchmark for judging the extent of the consolidation of peace in our country. Perhaps most significant is that these elections are the first to be primarily organized and administered by Liberia since the drawdown of the United Nations peacekeeping mission in 2018. This is our moment, therefore, to continue to demonstrate to the world that we are a peace-loving nation and that we are capable and ready to undertake elections that include all Liberians in a free and credible process. Not only to our individual patriotism we put on trial, but our institutions of democracy will also be tested. I am of the strongest conviction that this is a test that we can and we will pass. As you may be aware, I have continuously reaffirmed my commitment to free, fair, and transparent elections and to respect the democratic will of the Liberian people. I remain committed to that pledge. I want to thank our partners, chiefs among them Sweden, Ireland, ECOWAS, the EU, and UNDP, and the UN Peace Building Fund for their technical and financial assistance to the electoral process and for their partnership and collaboration to support the National Election Commission, political parties, other national institutions, and civil society organizations to be ready for this defining moment in our history. Mr. Speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are all recently in shock when we awakened to news of the discovery of a large cache of arms in a container at the free port of Monrovia. We applaud the vigilance of all national security agencies for their collaborative efforts in effecting this bust. Coming on the heels of the October elections, this development is a major cause for concern. I have been made aware that the National Police Force continue to pursue every possible lead in the investigation of this illegal act, including diplomatic measures to have the alleged perpetrators face justice. As this year marked 2 decades since the signing of the Accra Comprehensive Peace Agreement in 2003, which ushered in a peaceful environment we continue to enjoy. It is my hope that we can work together, putting aside our political differences, in ensuring that we can all peacefully abide together in our sweet land of liberty without the chaos of recent years. In so doing, it is both important and imperative that we summon our collective will to vigorously confront potential troublemakers and announce by applying the full force of the law that is provided for such circumstances. We owe it to ourselves, to our children, and to our children's children to repair and eliminate any threats to our hard-won peace. Madam Vice President and President of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Pro Tempore, and honorable members of the legislature, in keeping with the tenets of Article 58 of the Constitution, I hereby present my administration's legislative program for the ensuing section and report to this august body on the state of the Republic, covering the economic conditions, including expenditure and income. As I deliver this, my last annual message to the nation in this term as President of Liberia, I will first of all want to thank my Vice President for her support during these years. I would also like to extend a special thanks and appreciation to the legislatures and the judiciary for the level of cooperation and collaboration that our three branches have enjoyed during these past years. Mr. Speaker, since this is my last annual message during this term, permit me to aggregate the total number of bills that have been passed during my administration to date. The 54th legislature has enacted almost 200 acts covering all aspects of our national endeavors. Permit me also to highlight from among these numerous pieces of legislation a few which, in my view, were particularly significant. These include, but are not limited to, the following. I applaud you for passage of the Land Right Act and the Local Government Act in your first session in 2018. The Land Rights Act has been considered by many as the most progressive pre-community land reform law on the African continent, as it recognizes and protects customary land tenure, as well as women's rights to land. The Local Government Act has established a system of governance consisting of local appointed and elected officials and grants them authority and resources to enable them to cater directly to the care and needs of the citizens in their respective counties. In the areas of health, education, roads, agriculture, and other development needs, no longer must our people always have to come all the way to Monrovia to get better services, because most of the things done in Monrovia can now be done in the counties. In related development, you passed the revenue sharing law in 2022 to enable revenue sharing between central and local governments in Liberia. It was designed with the main objective of promoting domestic resource mobilization through fiscal decentralization for local empowerment. In 2019, during your second session, approximately 54 pieces of legislation were passed, amounting to the second highest number of bills passed during a single session under this administration. This is highly commendable, and we applaud you for that achievement. Additionally, I want to commend you for passing the Power Theft Law, the Domestic Violence Act, and the Kamara Press Freedom Act of 2019. The Power Theft Law seeks to address the increasing theft of electricity through illegal connections, tampering with meters, and with transmission and distribution lines, as well as the theft of LEC's assets, including lights, poles, wires, and transformers. It establishes a system of prohibitions and penalties to deal with electricity theft, for which government intervention and protection is appropriate. Thank you also for the passage of the Domestic Violence Act, which is expected to promote gender equality and protect women and children from domestic violence. This law is intended to reduce the entrenched gender inequality practices which were on the increase in our country. Let me assure you that these laws will continue to be fully and appropriately enforced under my administration. Let me also congratulate you for the enactment into law of the Kamara Abdullah Kamara Act of Press Freedom, which is a very historic piece of legislation that codifies and criminalizes free speech as enshrined in our 1986 Constitution. With the passage of this new law, we have cast into the dustbin of history all updated criminal status that once restricted freedom of speech. Today, we are proud to see that dozens of newspapers exist unhampered and unrestricted, along with numerous radio stations and TV stations that are now flooding our airwaves. Mr. Speaker, while there were other significant bills enacted in 2020 and 2021 in the interest of time, I would like to draw your attention only to some of the bills passed last year, which is the year under review. The year 2022 saw the passage of 56 bills, the highest number of bills passed thus far in the single session under my administration. In the interest of time, a detailed listing of these acts is attached to the annual message as Appendix A. Among these were several judicial reform bills, including a bill to provide conditions and authority to arrest, a bill to provide for a new standard of preliminary examination in cases above the trial jurisdictions of magistrates and justices of the peace, a bill to provide for plea bargaining, and a bill to provide for the appointment of additional relieving judges. Together, these bills have instituted major reforms to our judicial system and will help to establish trust and give credibility to the judiciary. I thank you once again for passing these laws. Mr. Speaker, as our fight against corruption and financial crimes remain paramount, we applaud you also for passage of bills seeking to strengthen our integrity institution, such as the amended Central Bank of Liberia Act, the Financial Intelligence Agency Act, the Anti-Money Laundering, Terrorist Financing, Preventive Measures, and Proceed of Crime Act 2021, the new Internal Audit Agency Act, and the amended and restricted Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission Act. Together, these laws will strengthen our anti-graft institutions and minimize the vices associated with corruption and financial crime in our country. They will also further strengthen our financial sector and make it consistent with international best practices, and will also ensure secure financial transactions in support of our monetary and fiscal policy. Thank you also for the ratification of several agreements with our international partners to provide development financing in support of our budget and infrastructure needs. Mr. Speaker, one of the most significant achievements in support of our call for national unity was the passage of the Dual Citizen Bill last year. Which was the year of our bicentennial. The moral significance of restoring citizenship rights to our brothers and sisters in the diaspora cannot be overemphasized. We now call on our families from the diaspora to come home and join us in the noble and patriotic task of nation building, so that we all continue to enjoy our sweet and glorious land of liberty, which was given to Liberians by God's command. Thank you again, members of the Honorable Legislature, for codifying the 23rd of December 2019 opinion of the Honorable Supreme Court, making more true the saying that once a Liberian, always a Liberian. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and honorable members of the legislature, while we applaud you for the record-breaking passage of these various bills, we would like to remind you, however, of some important bills that are still pending before you, including the following: agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, an act to establish the West African Police Information System, the status of the International Renewable Energy Agency, the Legal Aid Act of 2022, the Liberian Correction Service Act, an act to establish the Civil Service Commission, a revised public health law of Liberia, the revised and restricted charter of the University of Liberia, and the International Solar Alliance Framework Agreement, just to name a few. These bills are very significant to the success of our pro-poor agenda, and we therefore urge you to consider their urgent passage in this sixth section. Mr. Speaker, it is our understanding that an affirmative action bill aimed at increasing women representation in the national legislature is being introduced under the sponsorship of the Women Legislative Caucus. And our Vice President, thank you, Madam. We wholeheartedly support these endeavors in our quest to achieve gender parity in our political space. In keeping with international best practices, we therefore urge speedy passage to enable it to be signed into law. I will also be submitting additional bills for your consideration that seek to improve our overall governance system and structure, enhance our economy, protect our business environment, and create jobs for our people. Mr. Speaker, under this administration, a total of 22 executive orders were issued by me, from Executive Order 93 to Executive Order 114, in order to meet exigencies that could not await the lengthy legislative processes. More especially, however, during the year 2022, I issued 8 executive orders as follows. Executive Order number 107, suspending tariff on off-grid solar renewable energy products. Executive Order 108, supporting integration and access to social services and safety nets for refugees and other vulnerable population in Liberia. Executive Order 109, extending Executive Order 100, exempting the Liberian Water and Sewer Corporation from custom duties on selected items. Executive order is issued by me with Executive Order 110, extending Executive Order 101, repositioning the National Food Assistance Agency. Executive Order 111, exempting the Liberian Electricity Corporation from custom duty and GST on generation, transmission and distribution, equipment, materials, and fuel. Executive Order 112, establishing of the National Railway Authority. Executive Order 113, suspending tariff on rice. Executive Order 114, establishing the West African Police Information System. Mr. Speaker, as you go through the 6th section of this August body and the final year of the first term of our administration, let us be reminded that although we have worked hard, there is still a lot more to do together. Mr. Speaker, as we go through the 6th session of this August body and the final years of the first term of our administration, let us be reminded that although we have worked hard, there is still a lot more to do together. We must now recharge our energies and redouble our efforts to complete what we started 5 years ago. In a spirit of cooperation and collaboration, so as to fully realize the goals and objectives of the proper agenda for prosperity and development. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and honorable members of the legislature, in fulfilling my official duty to report to you on the state of the Republic, our constitutional mandates that specify mention should be made of national income and public expenditure. I will now set out to do so and to describe the broader state of our economy. Permit me now to take us all back to the beginning of the macroeconomic journey that we began 5 years ago. When I took the oath of office in January of 2018, the Liberian economy was in a state of major distress. The macroeconomic foundations were weak. The country's net international reserve, which have been used by the previous government to stabilize the exchange rate, was very low. The exchange rate had plunged into free fall. And there then, government did not seem to have the tools to deal effectively with stabilizing the currency at that time. As a consequence, inflation was increased at an alarming rate, while domestic revenue and development assistance were in decline. Our development partners met with me during my first week in office and informed me that the health pool fund, which had been paying the salaries of some 2,000 health workers had dried up. They asked us to take these workers on the government's payroll at a cost of about 12 million United States dollars a year. The United Nations mission, which has been spending some 150 million United States dollars annually in Liberia, was also leaving, thereby depriving the economy of these resources. By 2018, all of these inflows were gone. The government's credit rating with commercial banks was at its lowest because the government could not settle its domestic obligations to lenders. The total government obligation to the Central Bank of Liberia was not even known because some government debts to the Central Bank was not officially recognized. This was the bleak nature of our economy when we assume responsibilities for the leadership of the government at the beginning of 2018. Mr. Speaker, what we did not realize at the time is that the recipe for economic disaster had already been set. We assumed that our economy was sitting on a strong foundation, but we were in for a rude awakening when the decline in the exchange rate began to accelerate. We had to get to work quickly to rethink, to rework, and to reestablish the principles of macroeconomic fundamentalism. As they are known around the world, in 2019, I delivered an economic address to the nation in which I announced an end to government borrowing from the Central Bank of Liberia. This policy forced the government to depend on its own resources and to live within the means of the national budget. This was a policy to help contain inflation and to reduce government deficit. In 2019, we also set out to fix the broken and unfair wages systems in which government workers were paid without any set rules or pay grades. To end this unfairness, we had to abolish a general allowance system that was allowing this to happen. Although we were faced with revenue challenges, we were determined to keep all civil servants on the payroll. And so we adjusted the wage system and gave every government worker a salary which is based on its tender and consistent pay grade. As a result of this exercise, 15,000 civil servants received higher salaries, while some 7,000 were adjusted downward. Also in 2019, we entered an IMF-supported program and began a series of fiscal, monetary, and governance reforms. Under this program, the Central Bank of Liberia developed a new monetary framework that worked to stabilize the exchange rate without drawing down excessively on net international reserve. as had been done by the previous government. We set out to improve our fiscal balances, domestic debt management, and strengthen the fight against corruption. As a means of restoring government's credit rating, which was at its lowest in 2018, my administration formally and officially acknowledged all of its debt owed to the Central Bank of Liberia and issued bonds to commercial banks to settle the legacy debt that we made on the books. Mr. Speaker, 5 years later, the launch of these painstaking reforms, the results are out there for the world to see. Mr. Speaker, 5 years after the launch of these painstaking reforms, the results are out there for the world to see. Today, Liberia is a macroeconomic exemption in the West African region. We have brought inflation down from a high of 30% to a single-digit rate that is now under 7%. We accomplished this in just under 2 years, making it one of the fastest rates of inflation collapse in record economic history. We also stabilized the exchange rate for one of the longest periods, and we grew net international reserve to their highest level in decades. We increased domestic revenue to the highest level in Liberian history and took our national budget to its highest level as well. We established credibility to government finances and reformed the banking sector, which have been exposed to excessive risk-taking and a high level of non-performing loans. With the increased domestic revenue generated, we undertook a series of development programs in roads, electricity, education, and health. Mr. Speaker, these results were obtained despite the outbreak of COVID-19. What this means is that if the pandemic had not happened, Liberia would have been on a faster growth trajectory than it's today. But we gave God Almighty the glory, and we thank our international partner for standing with us and for the confidence they continue to repose in our judgment and in our leadership. These are the broad lines of the history that will define our administration as we face national elections in 2023. These are the macroeconomic and development narratives that the world is now beginning to learn about Liberia, but which our critics and opposition have tried to repress over the last several years. But as it is often said, that truth crushed to the ground shall rise again. The truth of the difficult decisions and courageous corrections we have made during our tenure concerning the proper investment in education, health, road, and electricity are out there for all Liberians to see and experience. It is on these truths that we stand as we continue to face existing challenges to deliver a more prosperous future for all Liberians. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the fulfillment of my constitutional responsibility to report to you that which obtained with the nation's finances in the last fiscal year. Revenue collection for 2022, including grants, was $740 million United States dollars compared to $646 million United States dollars in 2021. A large part of this difference is attributable to an increase in domestic revenue mobilization for the calendar year 2022. This revenue performance was driven by higher receipts of tax and non-tax revenue, especially taxes on international trade and taxes on income and profits. Of this amount, domestic taxes was $605 million, and extended resources received from our development partners was $135 million United States dollars. On the other hand, total cash expenditure for the same period under review was $774 million US dollar. The excess of expenditure over revenue collections amounting to $34 million US dollar is attributed to the use of treasury instruments. Of the total cash expenditure, $286.38 million or 37% was spent on compensation of government employees. $258.93 million or 33.45% was spent on goods and services, including grants and subsidies. 89.37 million or 11.46% was spent on domestic and international debt, and 139.32 or 18% was spent on public sector investment programs. The past fiscal year recorded the highest level of domestic revenue performance since the end of the civil conflict. This is clear evidence of economic recovery and macroeconomic stability. We continue to show strong improvement in mobilizing domestic revenue, which are due to key reforms under the domestic revenue mobilization strategy of the Liberian Revenue Authority. These mainly include expanding the tax base, minimizing revenue loss through raising the tax effort, building public confidence in the tax system, and implementing greater effectiveness and efficiency in tax administration through innovation and technology. Sustaining domestic revenue performance is the only way we can guarantee the funding of our public sector investment program, which will then enable us to address critical infrastructure and social sector challenges, such as roads, electricity, healthcare, and education. It is also the only means to diversify the Liberian economy. And now, hereby call on all national stakeholders to support these reform efforts And I would like to also encourage all Liberians and businesses operating within Liberia to pay your taxes fairly and timeously as it required by law. Last year, we spent $139.32 million on public sector investment to support public sector investment for the 2023 fiscal year. In support of our Pro-Poor agenda for prosperity and development, we are proposed to spend about $154 million, which is 19.8% of the proposed national budget for the 2023 fiscal year. Major public expenditure items include $46 million, mainly for the transmission of electricity from La Côte d'Ivoire to the CSLG transmission lines, and to expand our electricity distribution, about $44 million for road infrastructure, $23 million to the National Road Fund, $21 million to direct national budget, and about $36 million for the holding of the 2023 presidential and legislative elections. Thus, Mr. Speaker, electricity, roads, and elections will consume about $126 million in 2023, demonstrating my government's commitment to put the Liberian people's money where it matters the most. Mr. Speaker, during the year under review, the government made significant intervention in a number of sectors, including health, education, social development services, energy, and environment. In the health sector, we spent about $17.3 million on vaccines and vaccine-related supplies, COVID-19 vaccination, administration, and drugs and medical consumables. In the education sector, we spent nearly $38.9 million on tuition-free policy, renovating of public university, WISE, and junior high school examination, the support to closing teachers' salary gaps, project and support to the engineering college. In the social development sector, we spent around $12.8 million on the county tour implementation and sports checks, the national county meet tournament, the completions of the Omega and Douala market projects, the continuations of the Abano Society headquarters construction, and our contribution to the national county project through the Liberian Agency for Community Empowerment. In the energy sector, we spent about $29.7 million on the CLSG payment, streetlights, and LEC transformer project, as well as the River G hydropower project. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, for at least the last 50 years, Liberia fiscal year has run from July 1st to June 30. Liberia was the only country in the ECOWAS sub-region to have this July-June fiscal year, which was inconsistent with the rest of the countries in the region. I am now pleased to announce that after successful adjustment in 2021, the year 2022 marked the first full implementation of the calendar year budget in our nation's history, making it now to align with the rest of the ECOWAS sub-region. This has made reporting and regional comparison between Liberia and ECOWAS countries much easier. Mr. Speaker and members of the 54th Legislature, the 2023 national budget of $777.9 million United States dollars has been submitted to the House of Representatives for review, which is consistent with the total resource forecast for the period. The estimated domestic revenue is $667.9 million United States dollars, or 85.9%, while external resources are projected at $110 million United States dollars, or 14.1%. Consistent with our commitment to support public investment projects, we have increased capital expenditure in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 to $154 million US dollars, up from $143 million in the last fiscal year. Public investment is focused on key infrastructure investment, such as roads and bridges and the CLSG transmission line. Other programs include the upcoming general and presidential elections, election-related security, county tour implementation, the compulsory primary educational policy, the at-risk youth empowerment fund, and support to vulnerable small businesses. Mr. Speaker, Liberia recently concluded its fourth review on the IMF supported program. The outcomes demonstrate robust fiscal and monetary performance. In the review, the executive director of the IMF have noted, and I quote, "The Liberian authorities managed to keep the program broadly on track by preserving macroeconomic stability, ensuring a comfortable international reserve position, and maintaining debt sustainability," unquote. This favorable appraisal by the IMF was promptly followed by a transfer of $22.1 million United States dollars to the Central Bank of Liberia to increase the nation's reserve stock. You see, I perform where they broke me something again. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I want to perform, then they broke your dust. In support of our economic reform leading to a stable economy, we have maintained our commitment to the independence and autonomy of the Central Bank of Liberia. Although the preceding year was a difficult one for the economy, my government supported the various CBL policy measures that have kept the economic recovery on track. Despite the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing Russia and Ukraine war, the economy grew from 5% in 2021 after two consecutive growth contractions in 2019 and 2020. Growth this year is predicted to rise to 4.2% from the 3.7% in 2022. Our macroeconomic environment remains relatively stable at a time when several other countries in our region are facing serious macroeconomic challenges. We hope and pray God that our friends recover. Inflation at end December 2022 was 6.9%, and the exchange rate between the Liberian dollar and the United States dollar has remained stable within the range of 150 to 153 for the past 12 years. 12 months, the past 12 months, 12 months. The exchange rate between the Liberian dollar and the United States dollars has remained stable within the range of 150 to 153 for the past 12 months. Mr. Speaker, we have made a significant progress in restructuring our domestic debt. At the outset of the IMF supported program 3 years ago, all legacy loans owed to the Central Bank of Liberia, including the debt owed to the old National Bank of Liberia, were bundled into a restructured and consolidated loan. My government continues to live up to its obligation in meeting these payments in support of the recapitalization of the Central Bank of Liberia. I am pleased to inform you that the recent debt sustainability analysis by the IMF has upgraded Liberia's debt management rating from high risk of total debt distress to moderate risk of total debt distress. You see, that what you call for high rate, it was difficult. Now you say moderate, that means a balance. As a government, we remain committed to pursuing concessional financing to support our public sector investment program. This is consistent with our long-term strategy on debt sustainability. As of November 30, 2022, the total stock of domestic debt stood at $835.2 million and the total stock of external debt stood at $1.13 billion for a total public debt stock value at $1.96 billion, which is an increase of 12.6% when compared to the end December 2021 debt stock of $1.74 billion. The growth in the debt stock was mostly triggered by disbursement from external and domestic creditors. The government paid $89.37 million in debt service on both domestic and foreign debt. Of the total debt service, interest payment accounted for $33 million or 36.9%, while principal repayment account for $56.37 million or 63.1%. Also from the total debt service, $57.7 million was paid to the Central Bank of Liberia, to commercial banks for treasury bonds, and to other institutions for domestic debt, while $32.3 million was paid to multilateral and bilateral partners. Of the domestic payment of $57.7 million, about $17.8 million or 31% was paid to the Central Bank of Liberia. This payment and the ongoing continuous payments of government's obligation to the Central Bank clearly demonstrate our government commitment and support to the financial and operational independence of the Central Bank of Liberia. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the audit of the consolidated account is now current, with all audits backlogs being cleared. Currently, the General Auditing Commission is concluding an audit of the special fiscal year 2021. The fiscal year 2021, the payroll audit, and the audit of the domestic debt. These audit reports are expected to be submitted to you within the next 30 days. Mr. Speaker, we continue to implement reforms for the central government payroll and pension system with the objective of improving the welfare of both active and retired employees of government through centralization and digitalization. Our payroll is now easily auditable, predictable, and adjustable in order to ensure fairness and efficiency, while at the same time increasing the welfare of civil servants. Since establishing payroll grades for all positions at the start of our reform in 2019, we have partially or fully increased or adjusted the gross salary of more than 28,000 government workers out of more than 70,000 government employees. These beneficiaries, employees include teachers, health workers in rural and hard-to-reach counties, and security officers within various security agencies. Others include academic staff at the University of Liberia, Tubman University in Maryland County, and other community colleges outside Monrovia. These adjustments have been made possible through the larger fiscal space created under our reform efforts. Mr. Speaker, because of the integrated nature of these reforms, today we are executing the legal power of Anthony LP scheme and the quick cash credit scheme, which now benefit thousands of civil servants who, through salary deduction, now have access to fast credit for cash, building materials, furniture, and fixture, electronics, and food items. This year, we plan to expand the LPA scheme to rural Liberia to benefit more civil servants, including teachers, health workers, security officers, traditional leaders, and workers. This expansion will also benefit rural businesses by increasing their sales and profit. Mr. Speaker, as domestic revenue improves, we remain committed to enhancing the welfare of government workers. I have been informed that some 15,000 government workers still make below the minimum wage of $150 US. As mandated by the Decent Work Act. This is completely unacceptable. No government worker should make below the minimum wage mandated by public law. I have therefore directed that as part of this 2023 budget, the wages of all such workers be raised at or above the minimum wage. I'm informed that the cost to achieving this is estimated at $6 million annually. So I tell you that you can do it. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and distinguished members of the 54th Legislature, as we accelerate the discussion for the 2023 national budget, I urge you to make the securing of this amount of $6 million for these 15,000 workers one of your highest priority. I look forward to engaging you further on this. And we'll talk it. Mr. Speaker, official development assistance, otherwise referred to as foreign aid, is critical to Liberia's economic growth and development, as it represents an important share of the national budget. In 2022, we negotiated and signed approximately 9 financing instruments with development partners worth a total of about $282.2 million. These projects and programs supplement our continuing commitment to exclusive growth and development in Liberia. We continue to take steps to improve aid coordination. At the steering committee meeting of the PAPD held last year, I emphasized to our development partners the importance of coordinating resources in critical sectors such as health, education, and agriculture for more transformative results. The government and its partners have both reaffirmed their commitment to upholding the tenets of the Paris Agenda on Aid Effectiveness and are delivering framework under the PAPD to achieve this. But much more work needs to be done to deliver more results for the Liberian people. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I delivered an address at COP26 in Glasgow, calling for carbon trading on the African continent. I repeated similar theme at COP27 that was held in Egypt last year. My vision is to have Liberia work with the international community to enhance Liberia's potential of being a carbon sink for the world. Given our huge forest reserves, smart climate finance is the way we want to go, and we encourage our international partner to help to get us there. We are committed to doing our part to transition to this new model of climate change financing in Liberia. Liberia remains committed to the global climate change agenda and to meeting its nationally determined contribution. We are looking to improve governance of the forest sector and move towards a more effective management of our forest reserve as a means to transition to a better model of climate finance. We are also working to enlarge our protected areas and are committed to reducing our reliance on commercial logging, but much more needs to be done in this area, and we will continue to work along with our development partner to achieve these goals. Towards this end, I will open a climate finance forum to be held at the EJS Ministerial Complex in a few days, where the government and its development partner will explore ways of rethinking climate change, climate finance, and carbon trading in Liberia. Mr. Speaker, climate change is affecting Liberia in various ways, and we are accordingly responding with meaningful projects. For example, following submission of a coastal defense funding proposal to the Green Climate Fund in 2021, a $25 million US coastal defense project for the township of West Point was approved, and the project has commenced. The chocolate button here. Another coastal defense project for Greenville, Sano County has also been approved by the Global Environment Facility at the cost of $10 million US. These two coastal defense projects are expected to reduce the vulnerabilities of the respective community against the adverse impact of climate change. In this regard, I would like to thank our partners and stakeholders for assisting Liberia to secure the needed resources to address these glaring manifestations of climate change damage to some of our coastal communities. My government values the support provided by the UNDP, which is now only co-financing both projects, but which has helped Liberia to secure the resources needed from the GCF and GEF. UNDP is also partnering with the EPA and the Ministry of Mines to implement the program. Mr. Speaker, together we have worked to improve governance and to strengthen the fight against corruption and public accountability. You recently passed a new Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission Act that gives the LACC the prosecutorial power it has lacked, and also giving it greater independence from interference. For example, none of the 7 LACC commissioners under this new law can be removed or dismissed by any president, including me. I made sure that this provision was enshrined in the law because I wanted to make it very clear that my government has nothing to hide, and we are committed to fighting corruption. You have also passed the Witness Protection Act and whistleblower laws. Additionally, my government has increased budgetary support to both the General Auditing Commission and the LACC. In the proposed budget, the LACC will receive the highest share of funding it has ever had in its history. We have also placed new leadership at the Internal Audit Agency. The government is working to place the IAA at the center of the fight against corruption, since it is the first anti-graft institution that can prevent corruption before it happens. We will increase the level of funding to the IAA in this 2023 budget, and we now challenge the new management of IAA to find innovative ways to protect public resources. Mr. Speaker, last year we passed 12 out of the 20 indicators of the Millennium Challenge Corporation scorecard. This is the first time Liberia has reached this level of success. These passes show improvement in the overall trend of governance under my administration. We continue to exert every effort to transform the governance space. However, the MCC report does show that we need to pay more attention to equality and effectiveness in health and education. To pay more attention to quality and effectiveness in health and education. With the increase in domestic revenue that has been engendered by this administration, we will look to apply these new resources for further development and enhance the nation's human capital. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the 54th Legislature, the development and improvement in Liberia's human capital has emerged as the biggest generational challenge we face. Education is the cornerstone for our national development agenda and the pathway to a brighter future for our young people. It will empower them to create opportunities for themselves, their communities, and for our country. To this end, I have endorsed an education sector plan, which has been developed by the Ministry of Education in conjunction with our development partner. This plan, which will spend 5 years from 2023 to 2027, summarizing our vision for turning education around in Liberia. I am confident that it will be a powerful tool to mitigate the current challenges in the education system, as it provides a strategy roadmap for the achievement of the key education policy goals of the government over the next 5 years. The education sector plan will require government to commit more than $500 million over the next 5 years. As government revenue increases, as forecast, my proposal is that we should devote an increasingly large share of these new revenue streams to this new plan in order to secure the future of our young people in Liberia. However, the success of this plan will depend not only on the Ministry of Education, but also on the goodwill and commitment of all education stakeholders, government ministry and agency, and the full participation, contribution, and cooperation of all Liberians and foreign residents in Liberia. Therefore, I want to encourage all of us to join our collective efforts together in working vigorously to achieve the targets identified in the education sector plan 2023 to 2027 in order to make our education sector better. Mr. Speaker, consistent with Article 39 of the Liberian Constitution and your joint resolution of 2022, empowering us to undertake the 2022 National Population and Housing Census, I am pleased to report that the census process is about to be concluded and that the provisional results are being finalized. The 2022 census represents not only Liberia's 5th national population and housing census, but most notably, it also represents Liberia's first ever digital census, and is one of the first digital national enumerations in our region. As you are aware, the processes leading to the commencement of the census encounter various operational and logistical challenges. This was not to be unexpected, given the large scale of a project such as a national census. Nevertheless, with a strong and concerted effort from all stakeholders, These challenges are being handled under the able leadership of the Vice President, to whom I assign oversight responsibility. I've been informed that a significant percentage of the Liberian population has been enumerated, and that provisional census results are expected to soon be announced, while the census thematic reports and final results should be published shortly thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that the census process has been conducted in accordance with the United Nations technical recommendations for the 2020 round of census, and it is conformity with both regional and international standards. I therefore take this time to express my profound thanks and appreciation to all national and international stakeholders who form a part of this national endeavors to deliver a successful census. My special thanks and appreciation to also go to the many young persons who brave the tough environment across our nation and work from dusk to dawn until the process was successfully concluded. You are our national heroes. Congratulations for a job well done. Excuse me. If you can't feel. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, during the year under review, the Monetary Policy Trust of the Central Bank of Liberia was focused on price stability by keeping Liberian dollar money supply and liquidity in line with macroeconomic fundamentals. Because of the soundness and effectiveness of these monetary policy, we have been able to protect the purchasing power of the Liberian dollar. The exchange rate of the Liberian dollar vis-a-vis the US dollar has recorded one of the longest periods of stability in recent time, and it is today considered as one of the most stable currency in the West African sub-region during 2022. In 2023, our government will remain focused on improving the living standard of our people by promoting a low inflation and stable exchange rate environment, which are important preconditions for macroeconomic stability and sustainable economic development. Mr. Speaker, net personal remittances for the 11-month period, January to November 2022, including remittances terminated through mobile money wallets, expanded by 31.8% to $531.6 million, an increase from the $403.2 million US dollar recorded for the corresponding period in 2021. This development showed that Liberia remains one of the major destinations of remittances in Africa. This is contributing significantly to our national development efforts. We would like to thank Liberians in the diaspora for their support in this direction. Mr. Speaker, we have endeavored to keep our banking system stable and sound as part of our effort to enhance confidence. During the year under review, the system continued to be capitalized and liquid, with increased lending to the private sector, as well as the growth in private deposit. However, the rising level of non-performing loans poses the single most important risk to the profitability and overall stability of the banking sector. In this regard, the government will give full support to the central bank in pursuing delinquent borrower in line with the law and in the interest of the public goods. Mr. Speaker, for the year 2022, our external sector showed strong performance. Our trade deficit narrowed due to growth in exports. Despite the significant rise in our imports payments, especially for petroleum products, our current account deficit also improved despite the challenges with our current account balance. My government, through the CBL, has made significant effort in building Liberia's international reserves position to over 4 months of imports coverage, largely due to special drawing rights allocation from the IMF. This target exceeds both the ECOWAS reserve threshold at the least 3 months of important imports cover and the target set under the IMF extended credit facility. This achievement means that Liberia is in a strong position to withstand any potential external shock in protecting the value of the Liberian dollar and promoting macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that for the first time in the history of Liberia's financial system, my government has established a secondary market to redeem public debts. The central bank licensed the Liberian Merchant Capital Limited to own and operate a discount house, which will provide additional liquidity to respond to the demand of our economy. This effort, in addition to issuance of CBL bills and government treasury bonds, will further support the development of the money market and a functioning financial market in the country in the medium term. Mr. Speaker, in addition to ensuring that there are adequate banknotes and coins to serve the needs of the economy in both the short term and medium term, my government is also promoting the National Payment System Program. The digitizations of our financial services and transactions is important not only for achieving our financial inclusions agenda, but also enhancing efficiency in our public financial management. In this regard, the government, through the central bank, has secured up to $7 million from World Bank to finance the upgrading of our national electronic payment suite. This project will significantly help in promoting interoperability among the different players in the payment system space, promote regional trade through the Pan-African payment system infrastructure, and promote effective and transparent public financial management through improved revenue collections and payment for expenditure. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the 54th National Legislature, through a joint resolution and with approval from my office, authorized the CBL to implement a comprehensive currency reform program. This mandate call for the full replacement of the existing Liberian banknotes and the legacy coins which are assumed to be in circulation with a new family of banknotes and to introduce new coins. As we all know, this is a major national tax, critical not only to addressing the perennial problem of shortage of Liberian dollar in the banking system, but also supporting our broader objective of promoting the dollarization of the Liberian economy over time. I am pleased to commend the effort of the CBA under the leadership of the Board of Governors and the management for the achievement thus far. The currency reform project has been proceeding well and accordingly to plan. Notwithstanding all the many challenges, the CBA has worked with both the printing and minting companies to ensure that quantities of banknotes and coins planned to be brought into the country in 2022 were all delivered before the end of 2022, adhering to the stipulations of the joint resolution of the National Legislature that no new currency shall be brought into the country in the 2023 elections year. The total currency brought into the country during 2021 and 2022 was nearly 34 billion Liberian dollars in banknotes and coins. This amount represents 71.8% of the total 48.73 billion Liberian dollars that has been approved by you. The consignment brought into the country cover all the denominations, including 1,500 Liberian dollar, 100, 50, 20 for the banknote, and $10 and $5 for the coins. The remaining amount of the approved banknotes and coins, representing about 28%, will be brought into the country in 2024. It is worth noting that as at end December 2022, the bank had withdrawn and destroyed a total of 10.41 billion Liberian dollar legacy banknote from the circulation. I am now pleased to inform you that in line with the bank-approved plan, the currency exchange exercise is being implemented in a gradual process. Through the commercial banks, the CBA has also informed me that it has also taken measures to decentralize the exchange exercise across the country through the utilization of its Banga Cash Hub and plan to extend to Vojema and Zwedru by the first quarter of this year. In addition, the CBA has reached an agreement with the commercial banks to ensure the exchange of the new currency in all parts of the country. Meanwhile, the CBA has been engaged with various stakeholders, including the public, to educate and sensitize the population on the currency reform program, the features of the new currency, and the implementation process. These engagements have helped both in the managing public expectation and in protecting the integrity of the exchange process. While the CBA has not announced a specific time line for the exchange exercise to be completed, the bank is optimistic of replacing a significant portion, if not all, of the old banknotes and coins by the end of the first quarter of this year. As a government, it is important that we acknowledge the policy advice and technical support of our partners, notably the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, for hiring the services of CROW and the IMF, who provided the needed technical assistance to the CBL throughout this process. We want to say to USAID and the IMF that the government and people of Liberia are grateful to you for your support and assistance. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, during the year under review, our foreign policy and foreign relations remain on a firm course. As we broaden and strengthen our ties with the international community on both the bilateral and multilateral levels. Of note is that the cessation of the COVID-19 pandemic allow for in-person participation in summits and other meetings following 2 years of restriction. We were therefore enabled to fully participate in the activities of the international organization of which Liberia is a member. Consequently, we attended the statutory and extraordinary meetings of the Economic Community of West African States, the ECOWAS, the African Union, AU, and the United Nations, UN, either personal or by competent representation. Mr. Speaker, the period under review, the search for genuine and lasting peace in the sub-region, as well as the restoration of constitutional democracy, remain the priority issues on the agenda of ECOWAS. The security and political situation in Guinea, Mali, and Burkina Faso have been of paramount concern. We continue to support the peacekeeping operation in Mali with the presence of a contingent of the armed forces of Liberia embedded within the United Nations mission, MINUSMA. In that sister state, we continue to work with our colleagues to resolve the constitutional impasse in the Republic of Mali in order to restore constitutional democracy. The key objective is to restore political order through the holding of free, fair, and transparent election in the soonest convenient time. The great security situation in the Sahel is of paramount concern to Liberia because it poses a serious threat to the peace and the security of the entire West African sub-region. My government will therefore do all within its power to support the transition agenda of ECOWAS aimed at bringing the Republic of Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso to peace, security, stability, democracy, and constitutional order. Mr. Speaker, with the lifting of COVID-19 restriction, we made several trips abroad to represent the national interests of Liberia, most notable, among which we were the following: Antalya, Turkey, March 11-13, to attend the second Antalya Diplomacy Forum. On the sideline of the forum, we held a bilateral meeting with His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, May 8 to 10, 2022, to attend the Hub Summit on Drought, Resilience, and Sustainable Land Management. Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, May 27 to 29, 2022, to attend a summit of the African Union. Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, May 29, 31, 2022, for a working visit. Abroad Bapulu. Accra, Ghana, June 1st to 9, 2022, to attend an extraordinary summit of ECOWAS. Accra, Ghana, July 2nd to 4th, 2022, to attend the ordinary session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS. Dakar, Senegal, 6 to 8, 2022, to participate in the other summit for Africa. Yamoussoukro, Côte d'Ivoire, August 6, 8, 2022, to participate in events marking the celebration of the 62nd independent anniversary of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. New York, USA, September 18 to 24, 2022, to attend the 77 sessions of the United Nations General Assembly. Tangier, Kingdom of Morocco, November 2nd, 5th, 2022, to participate in the 14th editions of the May Days International Forum, where I was invited to give the keynote address. Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, November 6 to 18, 2022, to attend the COP27 summit. Paris, France, November 11 to 15, 2022, to attend the 5th edition of the Paris Peace Forum. Doha, Qatar, November 18, 29, 2022, to attend the official ceremony of the FIFA World Cup 2022 as guests of honor of FIFA and the Emir of Qatar. Principality of Monaco, December 1st to 2nd, 2022, to attend and serve as keynote speaker at the 30th edition of the International Peace and Sports Forum, and held bilateral discussion with His Serene Highness Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco, my good friend. Mr. Speaker, last but by no means the least, our privilege to honor an invitation from Joseph Arab Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, to participate in the U.S. African Leaders Summit, which was held in Washington, D.C., USA, from 13 to 15 December 2022, where I addressed different forums, delivering a keynote address at one of the largest of these forums, the African and Diaspora Young Leaders Forum. I highlighted the vital role of the youth and diaspora in Africa. I called on young people and diaspora Africa to play meaningful roles in Africa through innovations, investment, and knowledge transfer. I informed them of the passage in Liberia of the law authorizing dual citizenship and allowing women to pass citizenship to their children, which revises a long-time ban and essential for consolidating a vibrant, progressive, inclusive, and just society. I received a special public commendation from United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken when he stated, and I quote, President Weah, I would like to thank you for your great leadership and for strengthening the U.S.-Liberia bond, unquote. So it is not me who says so. The Secretary General of the United States, Mr. Blinken said, and I quote, Mr. President, I am sure that U.S.-Liberia relations will flourish. Honor your leadership. Unquote. And you know what? You know what? He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right, because I always stated, and I will say again, like I said in France, America is our traditional partner. So, if a friend of America is our friend, it's okay. But if you're not a friend of America, then you're not our friend. This is our traditional partner. The United States, look, let me tell you all that hope to be leaders. Those that want to be leaders, there's no compromise. America is an ally of Liberia. Whether we like it or not, it's not to boast. It's not to boast. Never made a mistake. America is your partner. I am further pleased to inform you that I was among 5 other heads of state out of the nearly 50 African heads of states and government who were in attendance at the forum, who was specially selected to meet with President Biden at the White House. At the White House, we had a robust discussion with President Biden on a very crucial issue of elections, democracy, rule of law, and development. But you see, this is our country. When I'm not here, 2029, if I'm not here, you know what okay. While I am not here, one, thank you. Thank you. I am here and I'm glad that my brother from Bon Mines. You see, this is the country that we dream of. The country of democracy. This is the country that all of us wanted to be. Today, this country where the president can wear shirt, you can wear the same shirt, and nobody can hold you on the side. This is the country that we're in, that when you bring open tag car, nobody can seize it from you because the president get open tag car. Previous government, if you wear the same suit like a president, they hold you on the side. But this is the true Liberia that all wanted, democracy, where you get freedom of speech, where there is no political prisoner. During this exclusive but vital meeting, I and the other head of states made a strong pledge and commitment to hold free, fair, transparent, and peaceful, and inclusive and democratic election in our respective countries. I also made it abundantly clear that under my watch, the democratic credential of Liberia will be safeguarded, as well as aid peace, stability, and security. These productive meetings afforded me the opportunity to reaffirm my commitment to strengthening the already existing ties between Liberia and the United States of America, and deepen the close bond of friendship and cooperation. I pledge to that friendly government my determination to continue to close collaboration with them in improving good and accountable governance, democracy, and the rule of law in Liberia. In response, I am pleased to report that the U.S. government made a promise to spend $165 million United States this year on providing financial support to elections in our respective countries, of which Liberia is expected to receive approximately $20 million US. Mr. Speaker, in order to continue enhancement of our leadership role in the sub-region, we are pleased to appoint Madam Maria G. Harrison as Secretary General of the Mana River Union, to succeed Madam Medina A. Wisse, whose tenure ended. We congratulate Madam Wisse for successfully steering the affairs of the MRU during her sterling leadership. Similarly, we effected changes in our foreign service, where Ambassador Jeff G. Dwana was transferred from Kuwait to replace Ambassador George Patton in Washington, D.C. as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Liberia to the United States of America. Also, at our permanent mission to the United Nations, Madam Sarah Fanien was appointed Ambassador and permanent representative of the Republic of Liberia to that august body. Mr. Speaker, while we recorded general success in our foreign relations, I would like to highlight the following outcomes for your information. Construction, dedication of a 100-bed state-of-the-art referral hospital known as the Emirate Hospital in Bopolu City, Bopolu County. Commitment of $2 million US by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia towards the renovation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building and the subsequent construction of an entirely new building to host the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Saudi Kingdom has also given strong support to the implementation of the PAPD, a commitment by the government of the Kingdom of Morocco to undertake the renovation of the 6th floor of the existing foreign ministry building. A strong commitment by the Emir of Qatar to fund phase 2 of the Banga Menikoma Road, support from the Arab Bank of Economic Development in Africa, of an estimated $100 million US. The commitment of the government of Hungary, conveyed to me during a bilateral meeting, held its foreign minister on the sideline of the MEDAS International Forum, which I attended in Tangier, Morocco, of $50 million US export credit guarantees to encourage Hungary companies to invest in Liberia. The establishment of diplomatic relations with Jamaica and the Republic of Tajikistan at ministerial levels. the establishment of a new passport application center to facilitate the speedy processing of passport for our citizens outside the country. This center will ease the constraint Liberians have faced with obtaining travel documents as well as generating more revenue for government. Additional centers are located in Nairobi, Kenya, Pretoria, South Africa, Melbourne, Australia, Chicago, USA, Los Angeles, USA, Minnesota, USA, and New Delhi, India. These centers are set to be commissioned and made operational very soon. Mr. Speaker, during the year honor review, a number of new ambassadors were accredited to Liberia. These include emissary from Japan, South Africa, the Gambia, the Czech Republic, Zimbabwe, Spain, and the Slovak Republic, and ambassadors from the Vatican and the Republic of Guinea were recalled. During the period under review, we saw 8 legislative acts that were published into handbills. They are listed in the Appendix B attached to this annual message. Also, during the period under review, some of our compatriots honor their earthly journey and transition from the earthly realm of the terrestrial to the glory of the election. To honor their lives and work, official gazettes were issued by the government announcing their sad demise. In the interest of time, their names are listed in the Appendix C attached to this annual message. May their soul rest in perfect peace. May I now ask you to stand for a moment of silence as we pay our respect to their passing. Thank you. May their soul and the souls of all faithful departed rest in perfect peace, and may let perpetual shine upon them. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to make an important announcement about a singular and unprecedented honor that is about to be bestowed on Liberia. Although this event will not take place until 2026, all the diplomatic activities leading to this success have been undertaken by my administration and honor my personal initiative and directive. During the period under review, Liberia's candidature for a seat on the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent member for 2026-2027 period. Was endorsed during the 40th ordinary session of the Executive Council of the African Union, held from February 3rd to 7th, 2022 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. This candidature of Liberia for a seat on the UN Security Council was also unanimously endorsed by the African Group of Ambassadors at the United Nations in New York. I'm now pleased to announce that the elections for Liberia to sit on the Security Council as a non-permanent member of the 2026-27 period will be held in New York in 2025. Needless to say, this will be a very proud moment for our nation and represent the full acceptance of Liberia among the Committee of Nations as a responsible country capable of making significant contributions to global peace and security by sitting on the United Nations Security Council, the highest and most important forum for world peace. Imagine the significance of the journey we have traveled over the past 2 decades, from being a war-torn country, ravaged and destroyed by civil war that lasted for 15 years, which required the deployment of the largest United Nations peacekeeping force at the time, UNMIK, to bring peace to our troubled land, and now having a seat on the Security Council of the very United Nations that have been set to save us from ourselves. We have a lot to be thankful for as a people. I say to God be the glory for the great things he has done. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President Pro Tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, the road network of our country continues to remain the focus and passion of my administration. And today I am pleased to inform you that we have made considerable gains in the road and transport sector during the period under review. The Ministry of Public Works remains the fulcrum of our development agenda through the full executions of its mandate to plan, procure, and construct public infrastructure. It has continued its constructive engagement with our traditional financing partner and has been successful in raising funds for the construction of new primary road network, as well as for the implementation of several additional development projects. With the support of our partners, we have made significant gains in the pavement of primary roads for all ongoing projects. To date, excuse me. To date, a total of 45 kilometers have been paved on the Gbanga to Salaye road corridor. 20 kilometers has been paved on the Ganta to Saklepie road. 31 kilometers Sanikwere to Lokatuo road corridor has been paved. I'm also pleased to inform you that we have paved 30 kilometers of the Ganta to Yekepa road corridor, and continue to make progress on the rubber sports to Medina Road and the RRA road corridor, both of which are funded exclusively by the government of Liberia. All of these road work are still ongoing. In addition to these gains on our primary road construction project, the 40-kilometer Tapeta to Toastown Road construction project is ongoing, while we have commenced the pavement of project affecting persons along this corridor to facilitate early commencement of work when the project is contracted and signed in the first quarter of this year. In an effort to ensure accessibility of our people between Ganta and Zwedru, I reported to this body in my address last year that the government was engaged in discussing with the World Bank to secure the financing that will alleviate the problem faced by commuters using this stretch of road. As Liberians, we can all recall the difficulty faced by road users that travel along this particular road corridor. This situation also causes major impediment to the economic development of our people. As this route is a major trade corridor to a large part of this country and to the rest of the region. The completion of this road will be a game changer in the travel dynamics of our country. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that talks with our partner were very fruitful, and we have now secured the full financing required to connect the remaining 75 kilometers between Tostown and Zwedru, as well as the 10-kilometer road corridor between Tostown and Ivory Coast border, Ivorian border. In addition to these achievements in the sector, the consultant for the design and studies of the 110-kilometer road corridor between Florican to Zwedru has been procured through funding by the African Development Bank. I am also pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that this is the last remaining road section between Zwedru and Fishtown, for which my administration has already secured the financing. With these major commitments secure processes ongoing for the preparation of the document leading to the procurement of consultants and contractors, I can assure this august body that our nation is on a positive path to make the smooth travel from Ganta to Harper on asphalt paved road a reality. As a matter of fact, as we speak, the construction of the 20-kilometer road section between Fishtown to Florican is currently ongoing. Continuing with our primary road connection between counties and capital, I previously mentioned that progress has been made in securing the commitment of funding by our Arab partners, which include Saudi Fund for Development, Kuwaiti's Fund for Arab Economic Development, BIDAI, and OPEC Fund for International Development for the construction of the Salahi to Konya Road Corridor. This arrangement is still on course, and the recent re-ratification exercise between government and the funding partner has given us hope that these works are soon to be moved from the planning phase into active construction activities. Additionally, studies are far advanced on the 50-kilometer Barclay to Cromwell Road, which is being funded by the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, and construction work are expected to commence this fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, when we commence our leadership, the total paved road in our national road network was only 745 kilometers throughout the entire country, representing less than 5% of the network. Today, we have increased this number to 1,375 kilometers, with an additional 436 kilometers paved in the primary road category alone. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and honorable legislators, as we advance with our road construction work, it is important that maintenance of the primary road corridor is continued in order to ensure accessibility of our people throughout the country. Even during major setbacks, like the rainy season, while new road construction is a priority, my administration has also committed resources for the maintenance of the already existing road assets throughout the country. In this regard, maintenance work are ongoing on approximately 500 kilometers of unpaved primary roads, including the 38-kilometer Greenville to Wea Towns Road in Sano, the 118-kilometer Greenville to Bokonjiken in Sano and Grand Cru, and 115 the Plibo to Bois Jiken Road in Sano and Grand Cru, and 130 kilometer Ziatan to Zweju, Putuken, Samuel D12, Putuken Road in Grand Gile, the 72 kilometer Brevi to Compasu Road in Bombing, and the 68 kilometer Konya to Vanjima Road in Lofa County. Maintenance work are also ongoing along the Simple Bridge to Tomerberg Highway and the Harper to Kaloken Road. We have also continued our efforts in the cleaning of drainages across Liberia, including Monrovia and other cities which are prone to flooding during the heavy downpour of rain each year. With the active involvement of communities, we incorporated community-based organizations which ensure employment of several community members in taking up responsibility for the cleaning of drainages within their respective neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, upon my ascendancy to the presidency in 2018, one of my administration's immediate action in the road sector was to operationalize the National Road Fund, Office of the Liberia. Today, this action has derived immense benefit for the road sector and has enabled the effective delivery of our roads program for our beloved country. I am proud to reveal that since my incumbency, a total of 198 kilometers of community roads in 7 counties have been completed, with over 75 kilometers ongoing. Through the contribution of Liberians who pay their fuel levies for every gallon of gasoline or fuel oil they purchase, we continue to expand this program in maintaining our existing network and the construction of new community roads. In this regard, the construction of the 5.4 kilometer road from Johnsonville to Mount Barkley is ongoing and will be completed by June this year. The 12 kilometer Johnsonville turning point to Mount Coffee Road is also going on, along with the 4.2 kilometer Soul Cleaner Road, the 2.1 kilometer Peace Island to 540 community, the 0.6 kilometer Fanti Town Road, and the 2.3 kilometer New Georgia to Gulf Road. In addition to these works, Mr. Speaker, we have also commenced some new projects, including the 1.5 kilometer Riverview Road to Hotel Africa Road, the Kisi Camp to GSA Road, which is about 300 meters, the layout and ongoing pavement of 8.7 kilometers of the Kakatan City streets, and have reassumed construction of the 3.2 kilometer Bali Island access road. My government has also broken ground for the 6.5 kilometer Freeport to Simple Bridge, which constitutes a continuation of the grant we received from our partner, the government of Japan. As we focus on our roads program, we continue to see the significant adverse impact of climate change on our communities and people. We recognize the need to address important livelihood issues as we expand our developmental efforts throughout the country. I am therefore pleased to inform this august body that our government has signed a 10 million euros grant for the funding of the Morovia Integrated Development Project provided by the government of France through its French Development Agency. This amount is to be used to improve the livelihood of 3 communities in Morovia through the provisions of climate resilience facilities such as roads, drainages, community hall, and recreational facility, etc. In an effort to expand this program to the rest of the country, an additional funding of $40 million has also been provided by the World Bank through the Liberia Urban Resilience Project to promote climate resilience infrastructure in the rest of Morovia by the construction of new drainages network. Plan and design had already been prepared for the commencement of work in this year, and efforts are being made to extend similar activities to 3 additional cities, namely Banga, Bikana, and Ganta. Mr. Speaker, distinguished legislators, ladies and gentlemen, my administration is fully aware of ongoing activities on the Roberts International Airport Road, and we are working closely with all stakeholders to deliver this project for our people. The success of this project will benefit all Liberians and will positively impact the safety of all commuters using the highway. I remain focused on its delivery and wish to assure you, all Liberians, that this project will be a success. Mr. Speaker, as the agenda for development continues in these challenging times, we have completed and dedicated the additional 4 markets constructed at the Omega International Market and are working with the leadership of the Liberian Marketing Association and partner to ensure a smooth transition of marketers to this market ground. I would also like to mention that works on feeder and rural roads continue to make headway through the support of partners and with funding from this government. In this regard, we are continuing our rural road maintenance activity through the establishment of 10 community-based organizations that are now directly benefiting 17 towns and villages from these communities and providing improved livelihood for the people along these road corridors. Similarly, the Liberian-Swedish feeder roads project, in support of our Pro-Po agenda, continues to demonstrate a strong commitment to the development of firm farm-to-market roads that serve the livelihood of small rural communities. In line with the objective, the period under review saw the complete rehabilitation of an additional 77 kilometers of feeder roads, as well as the regraving of an additional 94 kilometers of feeder roads under the same program. To further strengthen our interventions in local communities and provide economic opportunity for our people, our routine maintenance program completed an additional 950 kilometer feeder roads, and provided jobs opportunity in 7 counties for 180 communities and more than 1,000 individuals. Additionally, in collaboration with our Swedish partner, the period honor review saw the commencement of a new flagship project to improve village access through the construction of 134 kilometers of village tracks for 168 communities. This project has employed a total of 1,760 individuals and will continue till May this year. Mr. Speaker, as part of the progress we have made in the sector, it is important that we inform our people on gains made in constructing and maintaining bridges across our country. During the period under review, this administration completed 2 additional bridges and broke ground for the construction of the Buchanan Community College Bridge in Grand Bassa County, which is currently ongoing, and the Doherty Bridge in Wapolu County. I would now like to express my profound thanks and appreciation to our development partners, including the European Union, the European Investment Bank, the World Bank, the UKA, the German government, KfW, and GIZ. I would also like to thank our Arab partners, including the Saudi Fund, the Kuwaiti Fund, and BEDA, as well as the United States Agency for International Development, the USAID, the Japanese government and JICA, the Swedish government and its LSFRP programs, the Chinese government and its China Aid program, the Norwegian government, the Indian government, and most especially the African Development Bank. The people of Liberia will forever remain grateful to these important and significant development partners for their commitment and continual contribution to the development of our country, and for their support to our National Development Plan of my government, the proper agenda for prosperity and development. Mr. Speaker, in October last year, I launched the Accelerated Community Development Program of ACDP, as it is commonly called, the first phase of this flagship program, which is being implemented in partnership with the UNDP, is budgeted at $100 million and will help us to create more jobs and reduce poverty and inequality in some of the poorest rural and urban communities in Liberia. As I stated, the launch, our aim is for the ACDP to become our largest national program investing in community development over the next 4 years. Our ministries and agencies, especially the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Public Works, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Health, and the Water and Sanitation Commission, and others, will collaborate with UNDP and other development partners such as the World Bank to invest in constructing agricultural feeder roads, water and irrigation systems for farmers, hydropower plants, sanitation facility, and markets to serve local community. Also include in the ACDP will be agricultural hubs equipped with food storage facility, machines, schools and health centers, boreholes and hand pumps placed in hard-to-reach community across Liberia. We will also be providing agricultural tools tractors, and farm equipment to help our farmers and cooperative increase their productivity and improve their livelihoods. Today, I am pleased to announce that the initial $14.5 million has been secured for the program, and work is now starting in 18 communities, namely Dofa, Boimatan, and Jowulata, and Bonkante, Bopolu-Sete, Kompasu, Madina, Sapima, Loloma Town, Fawinta, and Toto Kwele in Bopolu County, Yapa Town, Badie Town, Topio, Yapa Town, in Riverside County, Fantita, in Grand Cape County. Over the coming months, the program will expand to 42 additional communities in Mosovado County, Greater Monrovia, River G, Grand Gila, and Grand Crew County. And by next year, we will be investing in all counties and districts across the country. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, as a part of our strategic plan to show reliable and affordable energy, we have embarked on several initiatives, namely the purchase of power through the CLSG transmission line from Côte d'Ivoire, the implementation of a 20 megawatt solar power plant, the expansion of Mount Coffee by 2 additional turbines, and undertaking feasibility study for further development of the St. Paul River with the view of developing another hydro and a reservoir. I am pleased to report that the Liberian Electricity Corporation has signed a power purchase agreement with CR Energy of Côte d'Ivoire for the initial purchase of 27 megawatts, which will be scaled up to 50 megawatts based on increases in our energy demand. The supply of power commenced on December 1st, 2022, and our national grid now enjoys stable electricity from the CLSG line. I'm also pleased to inform this August body that the Executive Board of the World Bank has approved an amount of $96 million to finance a 20 megawatt solar project and the expansion of the Mount Coffee hydro plant. These projects will increase our internal installed energy capacity from 126 megawatts to 188 megawatts, representing a 40% increase of installed capacity. More importantly, our renewable and clean energy generation capacity will constitute 80% of our total installed capacity, which such a major component of our generation mix being clean energy will be contributing to the reductions of CO2 emissions in the environment. Additionally, with the support of the World Bank and the West African Power Pool, we have commenced feasibility study for a second hydropower plant of 150 megawatts upstream of the St. Paul River and the Via Reservoir. The realization of additional hydro generation assets will propel Liberia into a new stage of energy security. To date, Our national grid now extends to 8 counties, namely Masorado, Bomi, Kebma, Magibi, Bon, Nimba, Grangile, and Maryland County. Our high voltage transmission line cover 254 kilometers, while our medium voltage transmission lines cover 641 kilometers. Today, there are over 180,000 households with access to grid electricity. I want to thank our key development partners in the energy sector for their role in financing the rebuilding of our national grid and the restoration of our generation assets, including the rehabilitation of the Mount Coffee Hydro. Special recognition goes to the World Bank, the European Union and the European Investment Bank, African Development Bank and the United States government and its aid agency, the government of Norway, the German Development Bank, KfW, and the government of Japan. As we strive to bring reliable and affordable energy to our people, which is necessary for the economic growth and development of our country, I want to clearly state that we will not accept any attempt to undermine these efforts. Power theft has led to a loss of over $40 million last year and threatened the sustainability of LEC and the reliable supply of electricity. With your cooperation, we successfully passed the Power Theft Act, which made power theft a second-degree felony. I am therefore reminding all of our citizens and foreign residents that power theft is a crime in Liberia. Furthermore, my government has allocated significant budgetary support to realize the CLSG project, despite so many competing social demands and a limited fiscal space. We made this sacrifice because we strongly believe that our people deserve to have access to electricity. But electricity is not free, and we must all be good citizens and pay for the electricity we consume. I am pleased to commend the anti-power theft team for their hard work. For their hard work and dedication to wish to assure the team of our fullest support for their efforts. My government will remain vigilant and resolute against power theft. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, my stance in ensuring the rights and protection of all Liberians cannot be overemphasized. However, as Liberia's feminine-in-chief, I remain committed to upholding the dignity and safeguarding the human rights of the most vulnerable segment of our population, women. Women, girls, and children. Within this context, my government has made and continues to make significant effort to address the scourge of sexual and gender-based violence, the SGBV, in the strategic and more coordinated manner. We continue to work with our international partners to address the issue of SGBV against our women and children, deploying available resources to provide appropriate support and to enable ready access to justice system in order to achieve a meaningful reduction of SGBV during this year and the years to come. Through implementation of the anti-SGBV roadmap, we have provided financial resources not only for prevention and response, but also for the well-being of survivors through the renovation of safe homes and the provision of functional operational support services. Even as we are cognizant of our responsibility to uphold our traditional tenets and cultural practices, we believe that we still have an obligation to ensure that harmful traditional practices such as female genital mutilation and early child marriage are addressed holistically in order to protect our women and girls. In so doing, we are mindful that we must respectfully employ culturally appropriate approaches with our traditional leaders. In this regard, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to Chief Zanza Kawa, head of the National Council of the Chiefs and Elders of Liberia, and all of our traditional leaders for historically leading by example. In a show of support for my administration, gender, we acknowledge their role in ensuring that we keep the beautiful parts of our culture, even as we work to do away with harmful traditional practices. Since my declaration to finding a pathway to achieve this goal, we have seen the express commitment to work with me, as well exemplified by the ceremony here this month in Sokin Town, Todi District, symbolizing the end of harmful traditional practices in Mossorado County. This marks the beginning of a new era where our beautiful girls will be initiated and given deep knowledge of their culture without mutilation. To bolster these efforts, alternative livelihood programs are being set up for our zones and traditional leaders through financial and technical support from the European Union Spotlight Initiative, being implemented by the One UN organization. Under this program, 3 vocational and heritage centers have already been completed in Grand Cape Mal County, Mossorado, and Nima County. These centers will serve as alternative means of livelihood for our cultural custodians who are entrusted with enlightening our girls on their traditional culture, modes, and values. Mr. Speaker, the Liberian Society Safety Net Project under the Ministry of Gender is now in full swing and continues to make significant impact in targeted counties. We say a special thanks to the World Bank, UK Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, and USAID for their generous support to this project. With support from the World Bank, $44.6 million has been secured for the Liberian Women Empowerment Project, which is geared towards empowering women, addressing social norms, inequalities, and gender-based violence in over 170 communities, targeting more than 258,000 beneficiaries. Today, I read affirm my commitment to seeing more women on the ballot for election in Liberia. This is nothing against the men. It's the form of participation. Without women, we will not be whole. Being cognizant of the impending 2020 elections, funding has been secured for UN Women for a nationwide awareness and dialogue campaign made at promoting women's political participation in this year's elections. In the contest, let me remind you that Liberia has an exemplary history of record-breaking female leadership, both in the politics and civil society organization. We were the first to produce an elected female president on the African continent. We also proudly take credit for producing the first female vice president of Liberia. Today, I am pleased to inform you of another important glass ceiling that has been broken by a female who has ascended to the leadership of an organization that has always been led by males. For the first time since its founding 48 years ago, the Federation of Liberian Youth, FLA, Liberia's largest youth grouping, has elected its first female in person of Miss Manika Stephanie Elliott. If you are here, please stand. Congratulations, the single ladies and gentlemen. Please give her a round of applause. We congratulate Ms. Elliott and the members of FLA for this pioneer and progressive achievement. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, the government of Liberia continues to build the operational and administrative capability of the armed forces of Liberia in order to ensure that it remains a force for good. In this regard, I am pleased to inform you that the government has signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Nations to strengthen our troop presence with the UN peacekeeping mission. Last year, we continued the rotation of troops to Mali as part of Liberia's commitment to the United Nations peacekeeping operations in that country. This, together with other activities that were carried out during the period under review, is further demonstrative of our commitment to change the story of the Liberian military. Let me thank you, honorable lawmakers, for the passage of the Uniform Codes of Military Justice into law. This will go a long way in ensuring that we have a force that is first and foremost accountable to the Liberian people. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that the latest school enrollment data has shown a massive improvement in the gender gap between male and female students in education system in the country. 49.5% are female, while male constitute 50.5%. This is quite impressive and represents the fulfillment of a major goal of my administration, which is to ensure that women have equal access to education as their male counterparts. Also, the school data show that there has been an increase in the number of schools in the country by 20%, with teachers numbering more than 60,000, although a significant proportion of them are volunteers. In order to address this situation, my administration has been accelerating efforts in recent years to reduce that number by employing hundreds of volunteer teachers. With the various interventions the government has made in the sector aimed at improving access and quality, it comes at no surprise that Liberian students have shown remarkable performance improvement in the WISE and the WISE exams. Mr. Speaker, I have consistently emphasized that the development of young people remains fundamental to the attainment of the goals and objectives of our Pro-Po agenda. To this end, a number of programs are being implemented, which are aimed at developing the capacity of our youth and providing them short-term employment opportunities. Some of these include the National Youth Literacy Program, a temporary employment for community youth, Youth on the Job Training Program. Another such program is the Recovery of Economic Activity for Liberian Informal Sector Employment. This is a $10 million project which has been launched by the government of Liberia to give 19,000 economically vulnerable people in the informal sector increased access to income earning opportunities in the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis in Liberia. We have established technical and vocational schools in 8 counties. These are meant to equip our young people who are willing and determined to add value to their lives by giving them market-relevant skills and training. It is my hope that the thousands of at-risk youth who are being targeted for rehabilitation under the new multi-million-dollar initiative launched last year can also benefit from our national TVET programs. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate winners in all categories of the just ended county sports meet tournament, particularly Nimba County. On its much-deserved victory over Lofa County in the second category, talent spotted from this tournament, which continues to gain strength, can be used to augment the capacity of the country's national soccer team. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, my government implemented various programs to ensure more access to justice in a people-centered way through critical reform of the legal regime of the criminal justice system, with a view to improve access to justice, enhance expeditious trials, reduce the case dockets of courts, and decrease overcrowding of corrections facility, as well as other justice-related and security services delivery. The alternative dispute resolution, a litigations, and reconciliatory approach to resolve conflicts and dispute settlement has been revitalized. Other key laws reforms were introduced, such as the enactment of an amendment to the criminal procedure law, which introduced plea bargaining, extended the terms of courts, increasing the number of relieving judges, preliminary examination, and procedure of arrest. These endeavors were made possible largely with support from Liberia's international partners, including the United Nations Family through the Office of the Resident Coordinator. The passage of the amended drugs law in 2022 was a key milestone in our fight against narcotics substances in our country. The law ensures that offenders receive stiffer punishment for their involvement in illicit drug trafficking. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that last year was a high-performing period for our agricultural sector, where more focus was placed directly on impacting rural and urban farmers, as well as those in the agricultural value chain. This is evidenced by the delivery of implements to farmers, enable them boost local production. The government and donor partner disburse financial grants to farmers in the rice, vegetable, oil palm, rubber, poultry, piggery, and cassava sector, so as to expand the production and capacity in their respective value chain. The agricultural sector now enjoys the confidence of donors whose support and presence allow for greater production of rice and other crops, and the employment of climate-smart agricultural practices that help mitigate the impact of climate change on farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the early days of my administration, I signed the Liberian Agricultural Commercialization Fund, funded by the World Bank and the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The LACF has expanded from an initial 3 value chain, rice, oil palm, and horticulture, to now include 4 more value chains: rubber, cassava, piggery, and poultry. The LACF is also spread nationwide and provides access to finance for commercial farms and agro business. I am pleased to report that $4 million out of a total of $41.5 million has already been approved for disbursement to selected beneficiaries, particularly rice and vegetable producer and processor. I'm also pleased to inform you that His Excellency President Biden has recently named Liberia as one of very few African countries to be a beneficiary of the U.S. Feed the Future program, which is the U.S. government flagship global food security initiative. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware preparatory work are already ongoing for the conduct of the 2023 general and presidential elections that will be here in October this year. I am told that the Board of Commissioners of the National Election Commission has reaffirmed its decision to use biometrics technology for the registration of voters for these elections. We remain grateful for the continued support to our electoral process that we continue to receive from our international partners, including the African Union, ECOWAS, the US government, and the European Union. Let me reiterate that my administration remains committed to ensuring that the express word of the Liberian people prevail, and that the process is free, fair, transparent, and peaceful. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, since the end of violence conflict in 2003, followed by transitional justice processes, including the 2009 report of the Truth and Reconciliation Mission, TRC, Liberia remains on a gradual but certain path to genuine reconciliation. In this regard, my government looks forward to a future of consolidating the peace, enhancing the continuing stability, and undertaking reforms to address the culture of impunity and to foster national reconciliation and social cohesion. Mr. Speaker, as President, I have continued to preach about virtues of peace from this high platform. As an extension of my well-known career in peace advocacy, which began long before I ascended to this office. This was recognized many years ago by the international community when I was appointed as a peace ambassador of the United Nations. A further manifestation of my passion for peace was when I was invited by my predecessor, former President Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, to serve in her government as her peace ambassador, even while I was in opposition. I preach peace because I realized a long time ago that there is and can never be any victor in a civil war. When brothers kill sisters and sisters kill brothers, when parents kill children and children kill parents, when friends kill each other and citizens with a common patrimony turn violently on each other, no one wins. Instead, everyone loses. Either directly or indirectly, there is not one single Liberian family that did not lose a relative or friend to this terrible fratricide war. That was both senseless and brutally uncivil, almost demonic. To ensure that we never return to those dark days, we must give peace a chance. To create a space in which we can begin the dialogue that will resolve our differences, we must hold a conversation to discuss how we can maintain our peace in a sustainable manner so as to be able to develop our country. I have observed that it is mostly young people who are the ones that are used to agitate. These young people have had little or no experience of war. We have now enjoyed 20 years of unbroken peace, and it can readily be seen that young people who are coming off voting age for the first time since turning 18 years old have had no experience of war. They are quickly and easily manipulated to do harm and instill violence. We need to guide our young people and inspire them to reject violence and conflict as a means to express their grievances and dissatisfaction. When the Rest riot took place in 1980, I was only 13 years old. That was the first time that I had ever seen violence and destruction on such a massive scale. As a young man, I was confused and perplexed. That experience left an indelible impression on me about horrors of civil unrest that can lead to violence and the lasting distaste for violence that is unleashed for political reasons. The thought occurred to me at that time that there was no political leader among the hundreds of young people who have been killed during the Rest riot. I repeat, the thought occurred to me the time that there was no political leader among the hundreds of young people who have been killed during the Rest riot. The moral lesson for all of us who were around during these civil wars and domestic riots is that we should never allow our young people to be contaminated by everyday politics. No political leader should ever put the life of a single young person at risk in order to assume political office. There is a song written by Marshall and Creed called The Greatest Love of All, which was made famous by George Benson and Whitney Houston many years ago. And I want to share the voice of this song with you because I believe it's relevant to our situation in Liberia and perfectly express my feelings about political violence. And the song said, I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children laughter remind us how we used to be. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that experience is the best teacher. But I vigorously disagree with this. While experience has certain undeniable merits, one does not have to repeat an experience, learn from it, especially if it is not a positive one. Rather, one should revert to history for one education, because as it's often said, those who know the lesson that history teaches us about our past mistakes are bound to repeat them. Without peace, our war will be difficult. With peace, we can find the collective wisdom and consensus to become the best that we can be as a nation and as a people. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, I'm now going to speak directly to the Liberian people. Thank you. My fellow Liberians, in spite of the negative forecast, when we first took on the mantle of leadership of this nation in 2018, we have accomplished quite a lot against all the odds. The naysayers and the prophets of dooms are perplexed by the progress that we have made. Those who have eyes to see will bear me witness to how we have toiled in fulfillment of the constitutional mandate that was given to us by the overwhelming majority of the Liberian people. Together, over the past 5 years, we have fought a good fight. Collectively, we have undeniably managed to preserve the peace of the nation, which has become the ultimate goal of all our national undertaking. And for this, the government alone cannot take the credit. All Liberians have played a pivotal role in this success story. In various ways, no matter how large or small, in spite of the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the downturn in the world's economy, Liberia continues to make giant strides in the attainment of our major development objective. We have endeavored to mitigate the external shocks that have come our way, and in doing so, we have remained resilient as a united people. I want to assure you that because you have shown me unprecedented love, I will not fail you. This tenor of care and carefulness will continue under my watch. I will always work diligently, assiduously, and passionately to justify the confidence that has been imposed in me by you. The deadly COVID-19 pandemic may have delayed, but did not derail our development agenda. During the next 5 months leading up to October this year, we will continue to accelerate, continue to build on our momentum, and continue to deliver. My fellow citizens, I will be coming to you shortly. My fellow citizens, I will be coming to you shortly to ask you to renew for a second time the mandate Thank you. 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 My fellow citizens, I will be coming to you shortly to ask you to renew for a second time the mandate that you gave me 6 years ago. A mandate to continue the good work we have delivered. A mandate for continuity and stability. A mandate for transformation. A mandate for development and growth. A mandate for consolidation. A mandate to secure peace. A peace that we, with your help, have perfectly preserved. This second mandate, the second mandate, will enable us to consolidate the gains we have made in these last few years and ramp up the trajectory of growth, development, and prosperity for Liberia. Regardless of your political affiliation, your religious belief, or your ethnic origins, I ask you to join us as we together wrestle back the years lost to civil conflict and war, and restore our country to its rightful place in the community of nations, to a higher place of peace and prosperity for all. We can do this, and we must all do it together. We will be coming to meet you in your towns, in your villages, in your district, in your clans, in your cities. So together we can build a strong partnership for Liberia's progress. But as you can see, Thank you. But as you can see, from all that has been said today, we have done our part in delivering on most of the promises we made to you, while preserving the nation peace and nurturing its democratic values. We are on an irreversible trajectory of sustainable growth that will necessarily and inevitably lead us to progress as a nation and prosperity as a people. When we came before you to ask you for our first mandate, we promised to bring you change for hope. Now, after going with you on a journey thus far, you have seen a change. Now, want to assure you that this is the change that you can count on. The challenge and legacy that I would like to leave for the younger generation is that should not just feel leadership, but that you should also claim it. Young people should not feel leadership, they should claim it. I encourage and admonish you too. Young people, seize the day, seize the moment, seize the opportunity. This is your time. This is our time. And also, my fellow citizens, as we stand here today, let me assure you that the state of our nation is strong. The state of our nation is stable. The state of our nation is vibrant. The state of our nation is useful. The state of our nation is peaceful and secure. We intend to keep it this way. And so, as we go to the polls in October this year, let us uphold and maintain our hard-won democracy. Let us conduct ourselves in a lawful and orderly way, so that the voices of the people will be heard and the word of the Liberian people will prevail. Because, as is often said, the voice of the people is the voice of God. My fellow Liberians, our partners and friends in the mortal wars of our beloved national anthem, with God above our right to prove, we will over all prevail. I thank you. God bless you.
President George Weah is Liberia's 25th president. Back in the background is the national anthem being sung by members of the National 55th Legislature Diplomatic Corps and invited guests from various ministry agencies and commissions. Abu Banakamar. Last and final state of the nation address by President George Weah, President of the Republic of Liberia. President of the Republic of Liberia have just done addressing the nation, addressing the 55th legislature. Pictorial, the president, the vice president, the speaker, the Senate pro tempore, and deputy speaker, all four posed for a picture. And you could see we are seeing Yake Kaluba and his Frank South Foucault. Both having Sami Chichime. And senators, representatives crossing across each other, especially those who once served in the Honorable House of Representatives. You can see from at far there a group of young women in the same shirt with the face cap. You see right there, President Weah is speaking to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, Norofina Bondo. As protocol dictates, he's taking the president to the next exit door. And the speakers bowing down to the president, paying homage to the president of the republic, Senator Sad Joseph, having chat with Moses Akaros Gray. And the senators, lawmakers cutting across each other. We are seeing the Jati is half in charge with District 16 Representative Mosrado, and of course, Nimba County Senator Jeremiah Kwankong. Back to the speaker's test.
Of both houses. Honorable Gray and Honorable Joseph. Please organize your members.
So,
Gibson,
They're
is
talking.
the
Okay.
president stay in the John Chambers?
yes, it could work.
I'm asking if the president stay in the John Chambers or he
The
has,
president have left already.
who stay in the John Chambers?
You still have lawmakers from the Liberian Senate and the Honorable House of Representatives. So, any movement for now, the speaker will call for an adjournment of this joint section.
So meaning the president goes for refreshment.
Yeah, at the return there.
And they return there. Thank you, Gibson. So you're listening to Voice of Liberia. We're coming to you live and direct from the Capitol building, where you have His Excellency President George. We recently addressed the nation. Mind you, the SONA is constitutional, and also this is also relayed on Prime FM 105.5. My name is Sekou. Gibson is in the Joint Chambers, who's been reporting and bringing you live of all what's been happening there. Trojan Kezul is here. Emmanuel Davis of Voice of Liberia is also here. Kelvin Demi is also here. Ibrahim Paco, Joseph Soko Conan, head of television. We're doing our best right here. So we're gonna have a post discussion. Now we want to say thank you very much, Gibson, and we're gonna come out of the Capitol building now from the John Chambers. We're gonna be right to at the grounds now instead of the John Chambers.
Yeah, Sekou,
Trojan, you did listen to the president.
Sekou, you got him in?
Spoke for roughly 3 hours, some minutes, and this is just extraordinary.
Sekou, are you getting him in?
The president actually spoke for 3 hours 21 minutes, and so I immediately started checking, though I've not gotten it yet, to see if this SONA was the longest SONA ever delivered. If you went back to President Sirleaf, she delivered a SONA here that I think was 3 hours long, but I don't know whether it went to 3 hours 21 minutes. So that's something we'll now start digging in. But yes, all of us listened to the president, and he didn't disappoint. All of the pre-SONA analysis about what the president would have said, he touched on everything here. And of course, and then he went to the part where I'm sure most news outlets will be taking their stories from, talking about his desire to become, to continue as president of Liberia. And I'm sure that's where a lot of people discussion will be coming from. You notice we hosted Representative Koluba here, right? And he talked about if people were cheering, he was going to raise the battle cry for his people. I think I heard him in the background trying to do, but he was booed and all of that. So that's a bit of side attraction to it. But the president did not disappoint. He covered all of what we said that he was going to cover here in his final SONA.
And until we can have that confirmed, I think in recent time, this is the longest SONA. In recent time, I'm not talking about, something very long, but in recent time, because we need to take time to research to know exactly what it is. But Emmanuel, what are your thoughts?
Yes, correctly, as you put it, that in recent statements released by either the past President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf or that of President George Weah, this might be the longest, but we don't have the facts to say whether this is the longest to deliver the State of the Nation address for 3 hours 21 minutes. I think Trojan, when you were talking about predicting how long the president would have spoken for, I said the president was going to speak for more than 2 hours. That was my prediction. So I think you guys owe me.
Let's come on that again.
Let's
we all knew the president was going to speak for
because
more
looking
than
at the
in excess of 2 hours.
current issue where he goes to elections, though, Yeah. So definitely, he needed to speak for the long time.
Yeah, we said the president was going to retrospect first, where he took the country from. He was going to go back to 2018 when he started retrospecting, and then he was going to now, of course, tell the country where he is, which he did, and of course where he's going to be taking the country. So that, of course, would have taken him all of the time it took him to do so before coming out to his intention of becoming president of Liberia, to continuing as president of Liberia, that is.
Yes, of course, Trojan. You know, I was coming to you. I don't want to be specific about all of the things the president spoke of because we have to go and verify some of the information he provided. But like you rightly put it, that almost all of the things we spoke of, almost all of the sectors, you know, we listed. The president touched on everything, and making his progress report. He spoke of roads. He spoke of electricity, though it is not yet at the price in the sub-region, but at least there was a cut or there was a decrease in the price of electricity for Liberians. Also hailing the anti-theft task force headed by that's the electricity task force headed by Mary Bro and all of those. So I think we will have time. The politicians will do this at the moment, but we have to verify some of these information before we can.
Yeah, one thing, of course, that caught my attention is the fact that ever since the Decent Work Bill, the Decent Work Act was passed into law, that act has not been fully implemented, and it surprised me to know that the president said pretty close to 15,000 civil servants are still being paid below the Decent Work Bill minimum wage. That's the minimum wage of $150, and he has thus mandated. And according to him, they will need the government would need about 6 million annually to ensure that these 15 millions civil servants of course are paid either 150 or above 150 US dollars per month as the minimum wage. And so he has mandated the legislature in their budget debate to find the 6 million to put it in, and he said you can do it. It's not much money. It shows that you can do it, so that every civil servant in Liberia will be paid according to the minimum wage, which is $150 US dollars. That was one of the things that stood out for me in the SONA.
Probably some of the laws that were signed. I want to go back to what he said, that 8 of those legislations or pieces of legislations were printed into handbill, was signed and printed into handbill. Maybe the Decent Work Act was one of those that was passed by the legislature and might not have been signed by his office, so he couldn't just name those 8 pieces of legislations.
He did also talk about a census, as we were assuming that he was going to do, talking about, of course, the hurdles that mar the holding of the census. But of course, he expressed dissatisfaction over the hurdles that mar the holding of the census. But then he was pleased that despite the hurdles, of course, the census was conducted, and he said that in the coming days, the report will be given to the lawmakers and subsequently made public, published to the public. And of course, that was one thing, of course, he said his government has achieved. And that was something we also presume he was going to say. He thinks that his government has succeeded in, of course, holding a national census of Liberia.
Yes, of course, Trojan, I was told that right after the president's State of the Nation address, the Legis would have released the final report on today of the National Housing and Population Census on today. But considering the time, I don't think that will be held. And in my preview, I don't think we should be rushing with any result of census now. We've delayed, so it is better that we take our time to do the tabulation to come up with the right figures.
I think they've already done the tabulation. It's just a matter of maybe finding the proper time to come out with it.
Okay.
The outcome, some of us have gotten a gist of what's in it. I mean, the total estimated number of people in Liberia.
Some 5 million.
5.2.
Okay.
5.2 million according to unofficial reports.
Yes, the projection.
Unofficial report about the estimated number of people in Liberia. But that said, the president also talked about the many road constructions that his government has undertaken. And of course, the highlight or the summary of it is that this government, of course, has undertaken pretty close to 1,500 plus kilometers of road since 5 years ago when it took over. And he said that in the coming months or so, they will be completing more than 500 kilometers of road across the country. And he named some of those places. And one of the places that stood out for me, of course, is the Medina Robertsport Highway. You know, I'm from Grand Cape County, so of course, yes, when you talked about
but
Medina
that
Robertsport
road,
Highway,
that road is
I
not deplorable as compared to roads in the southeast.
well, well, it depends on where you're coming from, but that road during the rainy season is.
For instance, I want to speak of the road between Grand Jida County and that of.
He spoke about some of those
River.
roads that are being done. The reason I'm taking keen interest in Cape Mount is because I'm from there. I hate to sound biased, but
Okay.
I'm from there, and you know, the Robertsport is a tourist. It's a tourist.
Yes,
attraction
attraction
as
site.
well. So once that road is paved, you can think about the immense benefit that the government will get because of the distance from Monrovia there, where people can go and enjoy the surf, the beach, and of course there will be some money made by government. So it is from that aspect that I'm speaking. Yeah, the president did touch on that and the issue of roads, and he also talked about the issue of peace, which was key. I think he ended
Peace,
on that.
yes, peace
which
and
was key.
security.
Of course, we can only go forward now and never think about going back to the dark days of the Civil War.
So true, Trojan. Going back to the 1979 rice riot that ended up, I want to say, all the way 2003, because from 1979 we started dragging. We damaged our own country. Young people were used, but I don't think in this 21st century